It's a session with Ior Bock on the 29th of July 1998 in the Camelot House.
Create honest, and honest create true. And this story is based on logic, honest and true. Today has been for me one exciting day, because in Finland, between two mountains, they are digging to open one temple called Lemminkäinen Temple. 1987, the temple had been closed 1,000 years, and it was the time to start to open it. I have been in Goa already many winters, and people was dancing there something called Goa Transilien dance. And my family had been living 50 years in one house, 1987. So I said that we have one house party, because house is 50 years old. And 24 people straight from Goa arrived at my parents' house, and we had one party on the terrace in front of the house. We was all dancing Goa Transilien dance. And in the same time, I told the story about Lemminkäinen and the temple. And it was time to open the Lemminkäinen temple after 1,000 years had been closed. I was by myself in the town apartment when I get a telephone call that these foreigners who had been coming to the party had been starting with barrel and buckets to empty between the two mountains where is one Ättestupa. And Ättestupa is one big enormous stone who is standing between the two mountains in the klyfta between the mountains. And under this stone is the entrée to the grotta. And grotta means the cave. And when you go into the cave, there is 3 gong who lead up to the temple. 2 are for air conditioning, and 1 called corridor, who in the end has 1 door, and this door is from gold and lead into the small golden temple called Lemminkäinen Temple. They started 1987 to open it, and in 5 summers time, every summer I was all over to have a look at this man called Hakulinen, who was leading to take away grey mass between the mountains, who had been put in when they was closing the temple. After 5 summers of work, we made one break of 7 years. And that means 1998, this year, I get a telephone call from Mr. Hakulinen, who said that he had been supported from Norway, so he could continue in the mountain. The 23rd of this month, they pressed the button and they start to pump away the water between the mountains. And the 9th of this month was the first explosion inside in the mountain after 7 years of break. And yesterday there was drilling for the 4th explosion, and today the 4th explosion has been or should be But today I get a telephone call from Finland here to this university that there is much grey mass in front still. This morning when I wake up, I was thinking I can tell you one story about Lemminkäinen temple, who already the golden door has been seen by the camera in Finland. With that small news I could not come with. But I was thinking that when we open this temple, I will tell the story about Lemminkäinen from before ice time. We started this history of this planet that we was like one egg floating around in the universe. And the yellow of the egg and the white of the egg is the dump, the fruit. And one day the yellow explode and out come, like we do it still in New Year in my family, that we make one ring on the wall and we put 10. We heat up filter 10, so it's liquid in one 10 slab, and we throw it in water and you can get the New Year's luck. But now this luck we put in front of the ring and one candle between, so you can see the ring when all these come out in the shadow. So the ring is the egg, the yellow, who explodes out. This would we every year can see in New Year luck when we do this ring on the wall and we take the shadow from the candle. Like that we start to explain how this planet was started with one big boom, one big explosion, who made it from the water came out what we call today Earth, or the planet. We get also cloud, and we are the only on this universum who has cloud. There's nowhere else is existing cloud. Even when they say now that they've been finding water on the moon with any clouds around the moon, nobody has been seen, even though we can look quite far today. So this planet is the only one who has clouds. Now from these clouds come down water, and the sun stroller, the stroller of the sun, is making that the water again is avdunsta, and it go up and become clouds, sometimes with one big noise called ukkonen, called thunderstorm, and the water come down again. And the water has always been constant on this planet, even when the planet has been having one large history. From this we started to get something called algae, and in the water and on the earth we get earth. We get örter, green örter, and the green örter has something called löv or blad. Löv means that it's so thin, the leaf, that the sun stroller can go through, and blad means that it's so thick, the leaf, so the sun stroller cannot go through. So the earth has a lot of earth with blad and with löv. And this löv and blad was very important for us to andas. We andas, that means we are breathing, we andas. And is and as is as. So we are andas, and when we andas, we get also the yellow stuff in our balls. So our sperm is actually coming from outside. It's come when we andas, and it go into our system, and we get that thing, so we could be one Lemminkäinen who could make children on the planet. After the green, we get one ali who come to be one owl, and one owl is something called eel in English, who can be on the planet, on the dry, or go back into the water. Now from all come, but one day this all, by one uden thing, become one gruda, and gruda means one frog. And frog is swimming, in same way as you and me. From the frog come the frog come the frog. And one day one wouldn't think that from this frog become one apa, APA, asennaspole, APA, asennaspole, A. Apa, apina, what means one ape in English language. So now we was one ape, and ape is also swimming like you and me. And in the North Pole, where is the hole in the North Pole, there on one island called Odensö, there this apa find one goat, one get. And now this apa, he put in his pilly in the get's pillow, and out come Embla, who come to the egg of the get, and from this egg started to grow, and it come out the twins, the Freya and Freya, the first human being on the planet, Sampo and Ior. One boy and one girl. When the boy gets 7 years, he gets esperma, because he and us. So from outside he get in the sperma what this Frey could make his sister pregnant with. And the sister gets 12 sons and 7 daughters. And the sister become the first swan, and the Frey become the first lemminkäinen. The first Bock swan, lemminkäinen, Joyce. The first son, who became 27, represented the moon, and the first daughter, who became 27, represented the moon, with the 12th boy, who became 27, represented the sun, and he was lemminkäinen, the Bock, the breeder. So now he gets one new swan from the most beautiful and most healthy of all of the ladies, and he make her pregnant. And she in turn gets 7 daughters and 12 boys, the first son representing the moon, the first daughter representing the moon, and the 12th son again representing the sun, and he becomes the new lemminkäinen. From there in the North Pole, in the Ringland Udenmaa, they divide to be one new woman called Disa. And Disa become the stam mother in the system. So now lemminkäinen not only making children with his swan, 12 sons, 7 daughters, he is also making children with the Disa. And Disa could get boy or girl. If the boy become one strong, he could be one breeder in the future, and in that way he become one Rabi. Rabi is the man who is the son of one Disa, who become one breeder, one lemminkäinen with one breeder called Rabi. If this woman, Disa, getting one daughter, who was beauty and healthy, she could be one new Disa. But if she was not qualified to be one beauty and healthy, she could be something called Sienare. And Sienare is the sister of the Rabi, and the Sienare get also one ringland, like the Rabi also get. So the daughter could be either new Disa or Sienare, or he could be one new Rabi or one Narr. So if he didn't become father, he became one Narr. That sounds today to be one Narr, if he don't become one father. But these days we had many become Narrs. We could not all be father. Every ringland has one Rabi. And the ringland is divided in Jarl ett, Kar ett, and Träl ett. That means that the Rabbi, he is making the Jarl woman pregnant and come out one Jarl boy or one Jarl girl. The Jarl man is making the Kar ett, the Kar woman pregnant and coming out one Kar boy or one Kar girl. And the Kar is making the Träl ett girls pregnant and coming out Träl ett girls, Träl ett boys. But the Träl ett boys had no right to be father at all. The lowest caste of people could not reproduce themselves. That means that varje träl could say my father is Kar, every Kar could say my father is Jarl, and every Jarl could say my father is one Rabbi, and every Rabbi could say my father is Lemminkäinen. But when it comes a new Lemminkäinen, the old Lemminkäinen become Gubbe or Ukko, Ukko or Gubbe, and in the same time the swan become one Gumma, one Akka Gumma. When it comes a new Lemminkäinen, it comes also one new swan, who gets 12 sons and 7 daughters. And that we call pirouette, Roos ett, Jarl ett, Karl ett, Träl ett. Pirouette, Roos ett, Jarl ett, Karl ett are the first people on this planet in the Paradise time, according to the mythology based on sound, history and saga. Paradise had in the top of the planet the ringland Odenma, and there on the Odensö was one place called Valhalla. And here we can also come into this place and we can see Valhalla, A with A in the end. And it made me to think that now the life was pirouette, Roset, Jarle, Karle, Träle, where we had one father, the Allfather Gubben, and he in turn is called Ukko, and Ukko Lemminkäinen, and Seppo Ilmarinen is the king, Maija Ilmatar is the queen, Pukki Lemminkäinen is the breeder, Lemminkäinen, and the swan, and Ukko and Akka. So in one language we have Ukko, Akka, Pukki Lemminkäinen and Joutsen, Seppo Ilmarinen and Maija, and Sampo Aino. Sampo Aino is same like Freya, means the first people of the planet, Freya in root, within one Sampo and Aino. The Träl woman, before she gets pregnant, she had to drink 30 days from the man's sperm, the Kar who was the breeder, and after that the breeder put in the sperm and she became pregnant. Also the Kar woman, she was also drinking from the Jarl man 30 days, the sperm, before the man put in the sperm and she gets pregnant. And also the Jarl woman was drinking 30 days from this Rabbi before he put in the sperm. But now Lemminkäinen, he is of course making his swan pregnant and giving her 30 days before he put in the sperm. But the Disa, who was stammother to all these rabbis who had been getting so much children, their Lemminkäinen could not stand up and give all of them 30 days to drink. In that way they should have been drinking him completely empty. So now Lemminkäinen has one stand-in, one other man. And that's always one rabbi from all of these ringlands who get the honor to come into Odenma, to come into one place called Gumbo. And Bo of Gumma means the Akka's Bo, the mother Akka, the mother Gumma, her Bo. And it looks like a moon landscape. If you see it, it's bedrock. It's one ose of stone, of bedrock. So when the wind, it goes through, and the whole inside of that is pure bedrock. And if there is no tree, it looks like a moon landscape with only grass and flowers. And there in this Gumbu, there are these Disa girls waiting for the man who will give her 30 days to drink, so she can remove herself to one Bocklandet outside of hell, where is one island next to that called Freyshar, where this Bock Lemminkäinen has one tower. And he can always look over to the other side where all these ladies are who already have been drinking 30 days, and they're only waiting there for this breeder to come to put in the sperm. But before this Disa has been in Gumbu, where she's been drinking from one Rabbi, who has been inside in the Lemminkäinen temple together with Lemminkäinen, and they have been exchanging sperm, Lemminkäinen and the Rabbi, and in this procedure, the Rabbi could give 30-day drinking for the Disa before she was transported to Bocklandet, where she was waiting for to come in turn to get the child with Lemminkäinen in his tower. That means that the small temple we are now opening is inside in one bedrock, and it has one gold cupola, and it's made from metal, and it has one divan. That's the only thing we know, and one corridor who go down to one grotta, one cave, and between the mountain this Rabbi could come out and go down in the dal, and in the dal was all this Disa waiting for to get that man who will give 30 days before she was transported to Bocklandet outside of hell, next to the island Freyshar, where Lemminkäinen has his tower, where he put in the sperm. This Lemminkäinen temple was created already in the beginning of our humanity, of our human being. It's one nature thing, because the two mountains has always been there since this happening, what we talk about this Nyårslykka, where this mountain come. Between these two mountains has been one big stone. If it's put there, is one question still today, but also nature can have been placing that big enormous stone between the mountains. You go down in one grotta, in one cave, and there he find one gong of bedrock. And when he walk up there, he come to one door, and when he opened this door, inside was Lemminkäinen, and in the divan there was exchanging sperm, so the Rabbi could walk out from the door, down through the gong, down into the grotta, and from grotta up between the mountains, and going down to the dal, the Gumbu Dalen, where all the Disa was waiting for to get just he, her man, her Rabbi, to be the man who give her to drink 30 days. Before she was transported to Bocklandet outside of hell, next to Freyshar, where Lemminkäinen has one tower, where he was choosing as many of these Disa he could make pregnant. He must have been making many, because all the Rabbi who bore from Lemminkäinen's sperm had to get one ringland. If you see the ball as the ball by itself, we can see the ball as a football. And football is made in hexagram, means that it's like not really rings. It's made so the football fit in together. And like that is a ball where we live on this planet also was fit together in ringlands, who actually was not rings. They was hexagram ringlands who fit together. 250 kilometers in diameter. So this Germany, very good mathematicians, they're always wondering how many ringlands there could be, because today we know how big these balls are. They must have been knowing also before Einstein. Because they could divide this planet in ringlands, who has the top Udelma, with 6 ringlands inside, and more, and covering the whole ball. Of course, where the water is, could not be any land. But anyway, the water was divided in ringlands, but there could not be one Rabbi. So that means that we have been quite, the population of the planet has been quite equally populated all over, even mountain area in the paradise time. If you think how many there are of course many. Now every rabbi was one son of one Disa who had been made pregnant by Lemminkäinen. So as Allfather Lemminkäinen Ukko, in the end, he could really look for his people all over the ball, divided in these thousands of ringlands. And Ukko by himself, as Lemminkäinen, had been making the Disa pregnant, and the Disa's son had been one rabbi in one ringland, and the rabbi was making the Jarl woman pregnant, the Kar woman was making pregnant by the Jarl, and the Träl Kar, so it became Piruet, Rus et, Jarl et, Kar et, Träl et, the whole system with Lemminkäinen and his temple. Lemminkäinen's sound is C. When the king is C, A, B, C, or the sound C. C is not one clear sound in the alphabet. With C we have like C in English, A, B, C, and A, B, C. When we have A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, R, Ö, the alphabet. So now A, B, C, the C sound is go on Lemminkäinen, and the C sound go on Seppo Ilmarinen, the king. So the king has one C sound, and the breeder has one C sound. Still today the hill where the temple are called Sibuberget, Sibu hill, and we have Sibu river, and we have Sibbo Sparbank in Sibbo. So you can see Sibu is from this mountain, the whole area has been getting the name. Down to Sibuberget we have Gumboberget, and Gumma is from Gubbe, Gumma, och Svargers Majfrej, Freja. So we have the side Gumma. What exists still today is called Gumbo Strand. The place has one strand, one beach, and from the beach go up one dal called Gumbodalen, and from Gumbodalen you go up to Gumboberget, and on the other side of Gumboberget is Sibuberget, and Sibuberget has inside Lemminkäinen temple. In that way we can actually take different sound and take the sound C, and everybody who come to visit 1987, they could also know that they are now in Sibu because the sign tells them that this is called Sibu, and the address is Gumbo Strand, and the strand was one beach, and from the beach you come up to the dal with a kulle called Blåkulla. And Blåkulla means this, the blue kulle. And Blåkulla is one story that when Gubbe, he is anyway the Allfather, he has his gumma called Akka. And Akka, we have something called Almenakka, what means Almenakka, who was taking care about the days of the year. And Almenakka is going according to the sun. The calendar is according to the moon. And we have something called pää, and the pää is the head, and we have pääsiainen instead of the head, and that's this Akka. And now she's staying in pääsiainen when Maija and her 6 tar, means the queen and her 6 sisters, is coming with brooms to Blåkulla. One skaft with kvistar, all made, so it becomes one broom from Paju kvist, it's called Paju the kvist, and Vide kvist, it's called in root, and from this Vide kvist they make one broom, and now all these daughters, the Maija by herself, the queen, and her 6 sisters, they call tar, and they make tarinoita, and they come to Blåkulla always in this pääsiainen, what is the same like we celebrate Easter still today. So it's one hill, and now they come every year in the spring, they come there, and they take the leaves from the tree just when new leaves has been coming. And these leaves who the sunstrålar has gone through, and they mahla the sav inside in this leaf, and now they make fire, and with fire they get the water to boil, and in the boiling water they put these leaves whose sunstrålar has gone through, and now the sav from this leaf is going into the water, and after they drink it, these ladies are making stories. They are making stories about their father, Wienermöinen, and Wienermöinen father is just their father. So it was actually women who make the story about their father, Väinämöinen, for the Rasti. But now again, men was presenting the story. In all presentation, if you go to Greek, everywhere, men had to play the woman role. Because only men could play for this kind of enormous auditorium without microphones. But it was the woman who had been creating the story, what the men had to present for the public in these days. And this program was made in Akan Pesä by Akka and her 6 or 7 daughters, the Maja, the queen, who represented moon, and the 6 Tar, who are Hexor. And they have come with brooms in the Easter for to make with their pans, where they could cooking of water, putting the leaves in the pan and drinking this thing, for to get something to speak, some thinking, who in the end become stories about their father, the Väinämöinen, who become presented in the Rasti, in the paradise time. Seppo Maija, the king and the queen representing moon, and Ukko Akka, Gubbe Gumma, are the A in the alphabet. The A is always Gubbe Gumma or Ukko Akka. And Aser, A-Aser, A-Aser, I Aserasborg, Skära, Di, Ekens frösgrund, Hell, I Jarlaras, Karlaras, Lag, Månen, Nordkärran, Norden, Polen, Kvadraten, Rasu, Tor, Ursprungsvaren, I, is this combination who come out from this A-Aser, B, Borg, C, Skära, D, Dag, E, Ek, F, Frö, G, grund, H, Hell, I, Jarlar, K, Karlan, L, Lag, M, Måne, N, Nordkärr, Nan, Norden, P, Polen, Q, kvadrat, R, Ra, S, solen, T, Tor, U, ursprung, V, vanen, X, Y, Z, X means one cross, one X change, one cross. Y is Yggdrasil, the all living tree, one female tree, Yggdrasil. What is the ash tree in the mythology? The ash tree. The tree had in the paradise time, as I started, löv or blood, and when we died, we decided to die ourselves when we could not walk anymore. Some sickness we had not heard about in paradise time. That when we could not walk anymore, we informed the surrounding that our time was over. And in that way we went up on one ättestupa, and we stupa down, and we died. If you didn't die, they had even one ätteklubba called, when it could, but maybe not used so often, but exist anyway, one ätteklubba. After that they are burning the body, and the body becomes ash. And the ash is the most dry what exists, because it's dried by fire. And fire dried, now also Ukkonen, the thunder has been giving us the fire in the beginning, in paradise time. We get it from the thunder, from the nature, and it comes on fire. And from there we could make our tea from that fire. So now when we die, we used also the same fire to burn our body to be ash. And now the ash was transported under one tree. And when the ash come in contact with the water of the earth, the ash root is taking our fylgia from the ash, and the fylgia go from the root to the stem, to the gren, to the kvist, to the löv. That means from the root to the stem, to the branch, to the löv, to the leaf of the tree. And now the fylgia is inside in the leaf, in the sav inside in the leaf. And now the solen, the sunstrålar, come through this löv. So now this liquid inside in the löv is come out in form of damp, and the centrifugal craft, the centrifugal power is bringing this fylgia to the hole in the North Pole, where Lemminkäinen is making his swan pregnant. So Lemminkäinen has to be inside in this ringland always, because he andas in and he get it in his ball. So now he make this pirouette, ruset, jarlet, garlet, trälet. Then when träl is dying, he become ash or she. She go under the tree in form of ash and fylgia. The water fruct make that she come out from the dry ash and go into the root, the stem, the branch, the löv. And now it's inside in the leaf in form of fruct of wetness. And when the strålar go through the löv, it come out in form of steam, and the steam go into the atmosphere, to the universe, and it go one cent, fog, all kraft, who take this fylgia to Valhalla. And Valhalla is one group, one hole in the North Pole, the middle of the pole. Already when this planet was created, it has one term called under Valhalla is one cone-formed space. So exact point, Valhalla, under this hill where is Valhalla, is one cone-formed space inside in the earth, who has been created in the creation of the spinning of this planet, of the centrifugal power, when this first explosion was, when I talk about this ring on the wall with this New Year plan. So we born in pirouette, ruset, jarlet, garlet, trälet, and we die in all of this ett, that we go under the root, the stem, the branch, the leaf. We leave the leaf in form of fylgia, what the centrifugal craft is taking us to the hole in the North Pole called Valhalla. Val means election, Hall is the hall, the place, and A is A. A is Ukko, Akka, and Asar. Now Lemminkäinen is Asar, because all the children who born from the swan or from the Disa are called Asar. The people who live outside of Udenmaa are called Vanar, the Van people and the As people, and the root language is the As language, and the second language is the Van language, what is 1/10 language. That means in the Van we have to count 10 before we go over to a new sound. Like in English, this 12 system, As language, like we have Sweden, Norway, England, Germany, they are all based on As 12 system, because you count to 12 and you continue with 13, 14, 15. With example, in Van language, in Finnish, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and from 10 and 10 we continue with 11, 12, 13. So the whole planet was divided into two languages, the As language and the Van language, in pirouette, ruset, jarlet, garlet, and trälet. To not make it more larger, of course, many things was going further on. After the Paradise time, we get one other time called Outlandis time, and Outlandis time is again one whole story by itself, based, of course, on the pirouette, ruset, jarlet, garlet, trälet, and this what we call para, this ett. time. In paradise time we was not eating any meat, we was not eating actually more than seed and fruit, and we could live as parasite on each other. We was not living in the tree. Even when we get the fruit from the tree, we had no agriculture, we had no growing, so we had very little to do. But we were not in the tree because we used the fire. We people are the only on this planet who use fire. The bird has no fire at all, and the animals can't make fire, and they can't keep fire, and they can't burn fire. So fire we need to make this that we could take out from the leaf in form of sag and make something called tea still today. So the fire made that we could live on the tree's leaf and having our tea, and we could also live on fruit, and we could also have our meal in the meal eat that in form of we was parasite of each other. We could open our wings and we could eat from each other. The female and the male could show his tomte and they could eat from each other. That sounds today very cannibalistic. Kan i ball means every man has one ball, and kan I is the prick. So kan I ball means that we were eating each other or from each other in the paradise time. That Uresh is then making this big poster that he come in with, where he say so big understanding for me to read that it was one day in July when he made this kind of understanding, that if something happens, one wouldn't think that the nature has to come together. Nobody can save this planet today. There is not one human being who can come and save it. I think it's the only thing is what we call väderleken, what means the climate, that we are building our house to keep the bad outside, means the cold. We have clothes on us to keep the bad outside, the cold. So if we get one pleasant climate on this planet, I think we people can change according to the nature and have some new period in this history of this planet. We can make this planet if we get the weather in something what this sound system is telling. When you go through this sound, everything is based on the paradise time. So as more you go through it and through it with friends, you take one word, you cut it in pieces, you look the Ars association, and you are really honest, but logic, honest and true, and you really must have, all five people must have the same association, and still believe it open, of course. If you go through many, many words, in many, many languages, and you keep this ahs and being body, this main sound, you can pick up all these parts, but when you come to this thing, they all go to your part of the female or masculine different part, because that's the only name. Every woman have ears, head, everything except this. It's not anymore. Yeah, barm and bringa. The woman has barm and the man has bringa. Otherwise we aren't us with same breast. We have breast, we aren't us with breast corey, aren't us. But we men have bringa, one hairy bringa. We always come to the same thing. Now we've been turning this together with people from 1984 in Goa special, where is many languages represented. I stay 6 months every year there. And you see that as more you roll this system, you see that this can never be one better word of what you are doing here, if not the climate has to come hand in hand now. Otherwise this sound system can't be, it's only to roll it and roll it and roll it, but you can't make it in any kind of practice, because it's not, you don't have the military uniform, and you can only have that uniform, universitet, uniform. Uniform is the naked, person is the uni. There's the uniform, the form of you. Of course, the form of your hand, form of your ears, form of your toe. You can have form, you can have one slägga, or you can have one hammer, or you can have one moska, or you can have a C form, or you can have one form of saber, or you can have different one, let's say the main word for the breeder is one paradise, one basic form, one lunch form. So the smaller head in the room, you have one lunch. If the head is bigger, you have one clue. It's only how it works. So these kind of forms was before deciding if you go father or not. Interesting that the nature by itself could choose. It was no choosing by us people. You had one form, and if you have one lance who is straight and the head is smaller, so it becomes one lance. And now we have an overpopulation at the moment. We have 5.7 million. And they say that we can't go on. So what to do? Big pest that it go halfway, or big war again, so they're shooting each other. Maybe to make children in some kind of form, so we maybe do not become so many. Maybe every woman could have 15 children, so many women could be without. If every woman who is mother really have 15 children, think how many women could be without to have child and have something else to do in her life. Then everybody to have only one child, which is normal today. Maybe if she gets 50, so many women don't have to be mother. Like that they maybe even solve the overpopulation if they go to one more nice climate and have one eater farm. Before they could also have a Lemminkäinen who was the allfather who could decide how many people we are here. Because the decision goes from us. But that's the thing, I think the overpopulation is maybe why they are opening this Lemminkäinen temple, because that make of course that the story of Lemminkäinen become more respected. And in that case maybe woman is drinking 30 days and it come one child who has one future. But we should not go to the future and not to the present, we should go to the paradise time, and I think this paradise time story was for the tape, that it can be listening and wondering what is inspiration of that. Today it could have been opened, the Lemminkäinen temple, 6 o'clock I get my telephone call that it was not open, it still much grey mass to take away before we will reach the Lemminkäinen temple.
Thank you.
Now you can make questions.
No, was not heavy.
Okay.
Very easy.
Thank you that you took time for this speech for this day. Jaha. Välkommen till Brända. I'm a little bit close in the brain at the moment, but I hope to open in this small speech I will give to you. You can all hear me now? No problem with listening? No. No. Are you all from Scandinavia?
Yes.
Somebody from not from Scandinavia? You were born in Scandinavia?
Me?
Yeah?
No, I live in Norway now.
You live in Norway, so you count yourself to Scandinavia. That's nice. Okay. I've been visiting here before, and you know I always talk about strange things. And now I don't want to talk about strange things. I want to talk about something called mythology, mythology. And that you all know from before what is mythology. I also want to talk about sound system, and the sound may be a little bit unclear for you at the moment. But maybe when we go further into the story, we will also find out that this is based on sound. Mythology, sound system, history, and saga. So these three seems to be quite harmless things. Everything I say you can leave open. Don't fix anything I say. That's very important that you don't fix it. So we can be open with the sound, open with the mythology, and open with the history, and open with the saga. We Scandinavian people, first we want to have the Finnish. You are Finnish? Any else from Finland? Säkin oot suomalainen. Jos me saatais teidät suomalaiset samaan paikkaan. Minkä te... Who's Swedish here? Maybe you put all Swedish in one. Can you move so you have Swedish next to Swedish, Norway next to Norway? Where starts Sverige? There starts Sverige. Hur Sverige?
Så nu har vi samma musik.
Sverige. But anyway, I want to, as a Finnish person, start with the Finnish name of this mythology, and I think these names are for you maybe completely new. We have Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Seppo, Maikka, Aino. You recognize we have Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sanko, Aino? You see, they have heard before. If you never heard such a strange like Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sanko, Aino. Now we can put a bit more to them and call them Ukko Väinömö, Ukko Väinömöinen. That sounds with nen in the end, Väinömöinen. And we have Pukki Lemminkäinen, Pukki Lemminkäinen, and Seppo Ilmarinen, and Sampo. You heard about Ukko Väinömöinen, Pukki Lemminkäinen, Seppo Ilmarinen, and Sampo. Familiar for them. Nice. Now we can also turn it to root. And root, what could root be? All Swedish heard about one root because every tree has one root, but also the language has one root. And in root we say gubbe, gumma, bock, svan, ers, maj, frej, freja. Freja har ni säkert alla hört. Freja you all have heard about. It's say that it's the first people on the planet called Frey and Freja. And in the same way we say Sampo Aino is the first people on the planet in Finland, Sampo and Aino. You heard about Sampo and Aino as the first people on the planet. We have it in our mythology. And Freja seems to be, for the rest of Scandinavian, we all heard about Freja. Frey is masculine and Freja is feminine. But that's man and woman. There are also Ers and Maj. That's maybe you have not heard so much about Ers, Maj, but Ers is representing the moon and Maj is also representing the moon. So Ers and Maj we can put on the moon. Moon is also Ra for us. Ra seems in Egypt to be the sun, but for us Ra means the moon. So we have full moon, half moon, nymåne, halvmåne, fullmåne, halvmåne, nymåne. En nymåne skäran. Nymåne skäran. When it come up on skära. And it becomes a bit bigger and it's half and it's full. And when the moon is full, we say full måne Shiva. Full måne Shiva. So the sun is always one Shiva, one round Shiva. But the moon is only Shiva once a month. Then it's one full moon Shiva. You have full moon Shiva there in Norway? You can feel that it's completely full once a month. Because the sun always round, sun go up, sun go down. It always looks the same. And the sun for us is Oden. We have two boys here, one is Stor, one other one is Oden. You were Stor or Oden? You were Stor. And the other one is Oden. Think to have a name called Oden. It's very heavy from your parents to give such a son name to the child. Okay, Gubbe, Gumma, Bock, Svan, Ers, Maj, Freja. So Freja was the first people on the planet. Ers och Maj representing moon, and they are also king and queen. So our king Ers and queen Maj. We have 1st of May, 1st of May, 1st of May, when it's the Queen Day in Finland, where we all are drinking alcohol today. But before we were drinking mjöd. We have mjöd in Norway, and we have mjöd in Denmark, and we have mjöd in Sweden, but in Finland they have sima. Yeah, sima. That same thing. And that same like champagne. But champagne is made from grapes, but sima is made from russin. Rusina. What is russin in English?
Raisins.
Yeah. So it's same raw material. The sima has russin because we had no grapes. So we had to make it from russin. But it's same like champagne, and when you give it to the ladies, they become like butterflies. And that we drink in the Maya day, in the Queen day. And before the Queen day we have Valborgs mässoafton. You have Valborgs mässoafton in Norway? You have Valborgs mässoafton in Denmark? Yes. You have Valborgs mässoafton in Sweden? They all seem to have it there. And you have Valpuri in Finland. This is one drink we drink always to the day of Maja, the Mai day, the Queen day, who representing the moon. And there are heirs who representing the moon also, and he is the king. And they are representing the aesthetic. The king and queen, you say heirs majestät. You say heirs majestät there in Norway to your king? That's good. Heirs and Maj and estate become heirs majestät. And how is it there in Denmark? You have heirs majestät with your queen there?
Yes.
Yes. And you in Sweden have heirs majestät. It's heirs and Maj and estate. So heirs is the king and Maj is the queen, and they are representing aesthetic. And from there come heirs majestät or heirs höghet. That's also familiar, I think. I think the Pope called himself in Rome for heirs höghet if you go to say hello to him. But we have also heirs höghet, and when only heirs is there is heirs höghet, but when the both are there is heirs majestät. So the queen is the Maj and the king is the heir. In Finnish it's the Seppo Ilmarinen and Maija Ilmatar. So Maija Ilmatar was our queen and Seppo Ilmarinen was our king in our mythology. So we have Gubbe Gumma, Bock, Svan, Ers, Maj, Freja. Gubbe Gumma, Bock, Svan, Ers, Maj, Freja. Or we have in Finnish Ukko Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsel, Seppo, Maija, Sampo and Aino. So they are same figures, but in Sweden you call the bock for Balder. Balder. You know the word Balder? Balder. You have Balder also in, you have Balder there, you have Balder in Denmark, and you have Balder in Sweden. But in Finland we have no Balder, in Finland we have one bock. Now, I am not a Balder, even my name is Ior Bock, so don't make mistake now with me. So we have Gubbe Gumma, Bock Svan, Ers Maj, Freja, Gubbe Gumma, bock, swan, ear, smile, pray, Freja. There are 8 different. But we are also hell, bock, I, orden, ra, tur, frej, Freja. Hell is hell, bock was the same like Balder. Hell, bock, I. I is this thing what we men have in our trousers and the female using it when they get their good feeling in our I. But I can also be one other thing when the female can use, like one carrot can be one I if we now take that side. But we don't take so much that side, but that can also be one I, where you can make this nice thing also with one carrot, if you don't have this instead of carrot. So hell, bock, I, Oden, Ra, Freja. Hell, bock, I, Oden was the sun and Ra was the moon. Hell, bock, I, Oden, Ra, Tur. Tur we heard about. You have Tur there in your country, and you have Tur, you have Tur, and you have Tur, and we have also. Meillä on tuuria joskus meilläkin, joskus voi olla tuuria. Sulla on ollut tuuria? On ollut tuuria. Hyvä. Tur är alltså ett ljud, Tur is one sound. And we heard about Tors hammer, the hammer of Tur. There they have it in Norway, hammer of Tur. You have hammer of Tur also there in Denmark?
Yes.
Wow, and you have hammer of Tur in Sweden?
Yes.
And you have Tur in Vasara. Tur in Vasara. Tur in Vasara. Vasara? 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 What Ra said? What Ra said? Vasara. So Tur in Vasara. Maybe Vasara is speaking. Because in Finnish language it's Tur in Vasara and Vasara in the association from all the rest of Scandinavia. And Vasara, what Ra said? Mitä Ra sanoi? Tur in Vasara. Help from them. You have also Tur in Vasara? You heard about that, so we know that Vasara is hammare. Hammare och spik, Vasara ja naula. Correct. Så vi har Hellbock, I, Oden, Ra, Tur, Frej, Freja, och vi har Hellbock, I, Oden, Ra, Tur, Frej, Freja, där Gubbe, Gumma, Bock, Svan, Er, Smile, Frej, Freja, och vi har Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Marja, Sampo, Aina. Mer we don't have. It's only this word, the whole mythology is based on this funny name. But this mythology go back to before ice time, under ice time, and after ice time, where we are living now. To go back to the paradise time, it's always easy because it's so easy, because so long time ago it can't hurt anybody to talk about paradiset. Paradiset. Do you have paradiset in Norway? Do you say paradiset? Yeah, et. You have paradiset also there? And you have paradiset in Sweden, and we have paratisi in one language. One language is the Finnish language, so we call that one language, and this root we call As language. You heard about this Aser? Aser existed there in Sweden or Norway, Denmark? As. That sounds like gam, like as. Very negative actually, as. Is it some kind of dead animal who become eaten by birds? That's also as. But we have as and van language, and the as language is the root language, and the van language is the Finnish language. Sinä vaan, minä vaan, me vaan, ajattelin vaan, mietin vaan, se on vaan, Järvi. Vaan is full of vaan, the whole Finnish language. So that they can prove these ladies that vaan come from Finland, because you have vaan bildad och vaan förd och vaan, all is negative vaan. $1 is very vaan, dollar is very negative. But for us vaan in Finland, the vaan is not negative, it's positive. Even when they call $1 that we are $1, vansinnig och vanförd och vanbildad, all these are van, but for us original van is very good. Sinä vaan, minä vaan, me vaan, ajattelin vaan, mietin vaan, se on vaan, siitä vaan. Kaikki on positiivista, eikö so? Yeah, all made positive in Finland when you take van, with the rest of Scandinavian has been making all these van to be really vanbildad, vanförd, van, etc., etc. So there you can see we are not really trusting always if it's negative or positive, because in one side it can be positive, and when you go over to Sweden, Norway, Denmark, all these van people seems to be negative expressed in their fact. Paradis ett, paradis ett was the time before ice time, when we had something called piruett, ros ett, jarl ett, kar ett, träl ett. Träl ett was the lowest. After träl ett come the kar ett. And there was really existing car women and car men, and that sounds today little, because car is so for us one man, but before there was also car woman. You could think that car could be feminine in Norway, and riktig car, and stor car, and kraftig car. It sounds so heavy masculine, but in piruett, roset, jarlet, karl et, träl et, there is also car woman existing. So there we leave it open again, but according to my parents it was like that. So we have piruett, and piruett was the highest et. After come ros ett, and roset is the second et. After come jarl ett. But jarlar you have in Denmark. Jarlar. Jarl, you are Danish? Or 3 Danish? You only 2 are Danish. So jarlar you have in Denmark, and jarlar you have in Norway, and jarlar you have in Sweden, and in Finland we call them talo. Ja, because there was tal, jag talar, du talar, vi talar, tal, är orden. So maybe they were speaking about orden, this tal, because they're called tal, tal, must have been speaking about tal, it's tal and so now this jarlar probably was speaking about that was jarl ett, and we start again, go down, piruett the highest, roset the second, jarlet, karlet, trälet. So we were divided these kind of ett. You have ettartavlor, the noble people make still ettartavlor. You can find out one book where all these families are written down, and they call them ettartavlor in Sweden. You heard about ettartavlor? These kind of noble people, they look who was grandfather and grandmother and this kind of thing. Do you have ettartavlor in Denmark?
We have it, but it's a time.
Means the family can put their lines back and who was the wife and how many children and from which. Sometimes they were from count or from baron or normal noble. So they kept their thing in ettartavlor. Like they have in Sweden, we have them in Finland, and maybe English also have ettartavlor, but they are not something all over. They are very unusual on the planet to have such an organization. In Germany they have no ettartavlor. In the same way, I heard, there is no Germany to talk about. So that was piruett, roset, jarlet, karlet, trälet. And now we are a little bit going too fast back to the paradise time, so I don't want to jump over there. We have something very important for all of us, because we have all something together, we Scandinavian people, except a little bit different with the Finnish. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ä, Ö. Do you have the same in Denmark, or is it big difference from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ä, Ö? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ä? It sounds same?
Yeah, we changed the last 3, we say E, Ö, O, not O, Ö, E.
You're not O, Ä, Ö.
No, E, Ö, O.
But then you changed it.
Norway also.
Now in Sweden you have A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ä? And then you have in Norway, you change the end there.
And we also have
O, Ä, Ö. But you have Z, X, Y,
U, V, W.
Y-W.
Då måste det vara X-Y-Z-A-O.
X-I-Z-A-O-R-Ö.
Ja, X-Y-Z-A-Ö-O.
It is different. But in Sweden we have A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, R. And in Finnish we have nearly same, but something is a little bit different also there if you take the Finnish. You have B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, R. Now the U for us is a ring, but the Finnish people say the U is O. For us again, O is one A with one moon. You have O with one A with one moon. You make one A and you put one moon on, it's called O. And you have also the A with one moon on, it's called O.
Yes.
And you have A with one moon on called O. But they have O means for them O. O is one ring, like we have U. So there we have to be a little bit carefully between this U and O, because you can see that there is different in just that small U and O. So now we have A, and if you put one ring on the A come O, and you will put two prickar på Ä, så på A så blir det Ä. Two prickar på Ä, two prickar på A så blir det Ä.
Lägg till en L.
Two prickar på A blir Ä.
No, and A and E put together.
Aha. Two prickar på A become Ä. Two prickar på A become Ä. Two pricks on A become Ä. One moon on the A become O. And one A by itself is A. So now we take A. Now this has one fixed thing, but it's fixed for me. And I've been getting this fixed from my parents, who have been getting the fixed from their parents. So now I say don't fix. But now I make one Rams A for you, what is anyway for me fixed in my brain, because I get it already fixed from my parents, who get it fixed from their parents. And now I take it. A, aser. B, boy. C, skärra. D, di. E, ek. F, frö. G, grund. H, häll. I, J, jarlar. K, karlar. L, lag. M, måne. N, nordstjärnan. O, Oden. P, påle. Q, kvadrat. R, ra. S, solen. T, tor. U, ursprung. V, valar. X, Y, Z, O, Ä, Ö. This has been fixed for me. Aser are the people who live inside in one place called Oden-ma. Oden was Oden, and Ma means land. Oden-ma is one ringland in the top of the planet before Einstein. So if we had a planet like this, and there in the top is one ring, and this ring is called Oden-ma. You can also call it Nyland. Östra Nyland, Västra Nyland, Mellan-Nyland. Itä-Uudenmaa, Länsi-Uudenmaa, Keski-Uudenmaa. Itä-Uudenmaa, Länsi-Uudenmaa, Keski-Uudenmaa. Yeah? So that's the ringland called Uudenmaa. And in the middle of Uudenmaa is hell. And hell is the exact middle point of the top of the ball before Einstein in the Paradiset. Så A är B borg, BORG. B borg, BORG. You have borg in Norway, you have borg in Denmark, and you have borg in Sweden, and we have also borg in Finnish, but they call it puri, like Rasepuri, Viapuri, or Vipuri. They are all pu and ri. Pu udens skåle and ri is ra. Pu udens skåle and ri is ra. Pu. They are one together, pu. Så A står B borg. C. ABC skär ra. Skär means jag skär, du skär, vi skär. Jag skär, du skär, vi skär på norsk. I divide, you divide, we divide. Jag skär, du skär, vi skär på dansk. Jag skär, du skär, vi skär. Kärlek. Så A står borg. C skär ra. Och Ra var ju månen. Och Ra var också kungen och drottningen. Skär Ra. A ser B borg. C skära. D di. Or dag. D means D. The child get D from the mother in Norway.
Yeah.
The child get D from the dia barnet. Jag kan dia mitt barn. Barnet diar in Norway. Can you dia your child in Norway? You can dia also in the child in Denmark. And you can dia also in Sweden. And you can also dia... Så A står B borg, C skära, D di, E ek. E ek. Och ek, you have ek, and you have ek, but big nice tree ek. Ek with root, stam, gren, kvist, löv. Ek löv, ek kvist, ek löv, ek kvist, ek gren, ek stam, ek rot. You have all them? Vi ska se på norska. Ek rot, ek stam, ek gren, ek kvist, ek löv. Wow, där har ni samma. Och det har ni också på svenska samma. Du har säkert
Lindelöv.
Ja,
Och lindelöv. Lindelöv.
Lindelöv.
linde. Nu kommer vi till annat träd. Det är linde annat än ek. Löv är löv. Let's see löv. We have lövenblad. You have lövenblad in Sweden. Rosenblad. Palmblad. Björklöv. Lindlöv. Eklöv. Now we see there. You have blood and löv. Both you have blood and löv?
Yes.
And blood and löv. Wow. So now ek. Now we come to that. Do you in Sweden call your prickhead for one ollon? You heard about such a thing that ollonet should be the prickhead of the man. You have heard such a thing? You have heard about mannens ollon? No mannens ollon there. You heard of mannens ollon, the ollon of the man? Do you have that in Denmark, that you could call the man's prickhead or the ollon?
Egen.
Ja. Nu hur är det i Norge då? Har ni ollon där också? No ollon, no ollon. So no the fruit of the oak we call ollon. The fruit of the oak tree we call ollon. So now the ek. Now we go to esperma, esperma, esperma. Esperma has one tree called ek. And this enormous ek is all the sperm on the planet who actually has one enda, the enda, who's called ollon, because this is toe, this is top, this is fingers, spets, fingertopp. You have fingertopp in Denmark?
Yes.
Fingertoppar. You have toe.
A hole.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the only enda we have is our enda, who is the ollon. That's the ända. Vi har 2 öron, fingrar, vi har en ollonko den. So that's the egg. The oak tree means the all sperm on the planet, who has one own representing one tree called E in the sound, and is aasar bebori se kära de di ek. F frö. Frö, you have of course frö there, and you have frö there, and you have frö there, and that means the seed, frö. Frö is also Freja, because Freja come from the frö. From the sperm is also frö. So in that way we can see the big oak tree, it has ollon, and from the ollon come out this frö, what can be seed, what can also be sperma, who make more children on this planet. Aasar bebori se kära de dag och de di ek frö g grund giving grund. You have grund there in Norway. Yes, there you have grund. You have also one grund there in Denmark. Grund, the ground is the grund, and you have of course grund there. Yeah, grund. And now she went away. No, there she is. You have also grund on siis alku perä on grundliv. Onko joku muu sana grund?
Syy.
Mitä?
Syy. Joku syy.
Syy. Also grund. Ground. Så aasar bebori se kära de dag och aasar bebori se kära de di ek frö ge grund hell. Och hell we all heard about hell of course. What a hell. But for us hell is positive. Hell is actually we have a place called hell with 7 hills, and outside of hell is 7 islands, and one of the 7 islands is called Odensö. Ö means one island also for you, one ö.
Yes.
One ö you have also in Norway, one ö, and in Sweden you have one ö, and Odensö is the ö outside of hell, where is Valhalla. Val is Val, Hall is Hall, and A is A. And that is on Odensö outside of hell. Aasar bebori se kära de di ek frö g grund h hell I is actually the prick of the man. Pricken på i-et, the point on the i, prick is prick and i is i. So now this i was, it's actually very masculine, but you find many things in the i what is also feminine. So don't put the i 100% to masculine. We men always do it, but you can't play if you fix it to be masculine. I is also something what woman can have, get her climax from the i. Aasar bebori se kära hos det di ek frö g grund h hell i jarlar, that we already had jarlar k karar lag means many people together. One fotbollslag, you have fotbollslag there, and you have fotbollslag there, you have fotbollslag in Sweden, and they have football team also, of course, in Finnish. So lag with lag means also the law. The law is also the lag, lagfartsbevis, lagman, one man who is included in the lag. Maybe the lagman was making lag because there was one whole lag of people who in the end could create this lag. Aasar bebori se kära de di ek frö ge grund h hell i jarlar k karlar lag måne and måne is this who can be full, half and ny, and måne is this who represented by king and queen, smider all måne moon, ku in one, ku Ku means the moon in one language. Ku, like we have one animal who give milk called ku. But if you say ku in Finnish, it means the moon. Ja. A aster, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N Nordstjärnan, 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 Nordstjärnan. So North Star is actually the point of the E, is the North Star. The North Star makes children, because it's the point of span. A aster, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N Nordstjärnan, Oden. So O is the sound of Oden, and Oden is the sun who is completely one round Shiva, and from Shiva strålar down to this planet who go through the layer and go through and give us all the light, and everything comes from Oden. And Oden is number one for us. Without Oden we could not exist, because Oden is the sun, and Oden give all these nice strålar for us to get the light here on our planet. And Oden is also reflecting the light from the moon. So Oden is putting the light on the moon, and the moon's light is reflecting when we look the moon in one moonlight. A aster, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N Nordstjärnan, O Oden, P Polen, Polen, we know we have Pole. Also Po and Le means the smile. Po, Le. You le there in Denmark?
Yes.
You can le?
Yes.
Ett leende förlänger livet.
Yes.
Le, you le also there, and you le. So le means that we le to each other. We are smiling to each other in the le. Så på le. A aser, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N Nordstjärnan, O Oden, P Polen, Q kvadrat. The quadrat has something to do with mathematics. It's Q, it's one ring with one pole in the middle who make the shadow in the alphabet. So Q is very often put on the queen. The queen is written and written with Q. We had a lot of Q in our language before, but in the end they start to make them on to Ko. So today nearly everything is written with Ko, when it actually was originally with Q. So to be fooling there in this dictionary, so very often you can see that something what was Q before has been changed only to written with K. A aser, B borg, C skära, D dag, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N Nordstjärnan, O Oden, P Polen, Q kvadrat, R ra. Ä is female and R is masculine. Ä is the queen. Ä is the queen, the R with 2 points. Ä is the queen, so Ä is female, and R is masculine. So R, Ra. Ra means the moon, and the king and queen is representing Ra as a Ä and O. 2 A, 1 A with 2 points, the Ä, and that A with one ring on called O. So O is the king and Ä is the queen, and both representing Ra, and in the alphabet Ra is R. 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 A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Di, E. Ek, F. Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. J. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen. S. Solen. Och solen är egentligen samma som orden. För orden är solen. So och le Nordstar. Solen Nordstar. Solen. So är so. Le är le. Och N är en. Solen. S. Solen. Solen gives us all this sunshine and this nice good solstrålar. The sun strålar. You have solen in Norway, you have solen in Denmark, you have solen in Sweden, and they have also solen in Finland. That means the sun. A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Di, E. Eke, Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. J. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen, T. Tor. Tor. So now Tor is fixed, is the T sound, who is Tor. T, we drink tea every day, so maybe we drink Tor. Tor. Tor is, Tor, we was also talking Tor's hammer, the hammer of Tor, and we can have Tor, we can go on turner, we can go turnerspel, turnerplay, turnering, Tor. So Tor is in our whole brain, we have Tor quite heavy. We have Tor's dag, the day of Tor. You all have your Tor's dag there in Denmark, and you have Tor's dag, no, in Norway you have Tor's dag in Denmark, and we have of course Tor's dag in Sweden. So Tor is one day even in the whole system. A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Dag, Eke, Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. J. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen, T. Tor, Ursprung, everything has one ursprung. You have ursprung there in Denmark, of course, ursprungligen, and ursprung you have also there in Norway, you have ursprung, and of course in Sweden they have ursprung. Urspringa sprung. A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Dag, Eke, Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. J. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen, T. Tor, U. Ursprung, och V. Vaner. So the Vaner have their own. We start with A. Aser and end with V. Vaner. And Vaner was these people who we talk about Van language and As language. The As language was the root language, and the Van language was the second language on the planet. We call it the Van language. It has to do with the Van language, the combination of Ukka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sampo, Aino and thing. Nu, jag hör inte vad du säger.
Vi måste sluta snart.
Va?
Vi måste sluta.
Du måste sluta. Jag tar alfabetet till slut. Det är bara en två kvar. Ja. A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Dag, Eke, Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. J. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen, T. Tor, U. Ursprung, V. Vaner. X means that it belongs to the oak tree. X, it belongs to the oak tree. X. Y is the Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is one mythological tree. What is the Y? Yggdrasil. X-Y. C-ta means C, and ta you have C-A-B. C-skära and ta, so from there comes C-ta. A. Aser, B. Borg, C. Skära, D. Dag, Eke, Frö, G. Grund, H. Häll, I. Jarlar, K. Karlar, L. Lag, M. Måne, N. Nordstjärnan, O. Oden, P. Polen, Q. Kvadrat, R. Ra, S. Solen, T. Tor, U. Ursprung, V. Vaner. X Y, Z och Å var A med en ring på, Ä var en A med 2 punkter och Ö är en ring med 2 punkter. Det är alltså det alfabetet som hela denna mytologi är baserad på. And when you have this small system in the brain, you can play with the sound, and the sound, the mythology, it's the story, and you can say I, Asarnas borg. I, Asarnas borg. C, Di, ekens frös grund häll. I, jarlarnas, kallarnas lag. Månen, Nordstjärnan, Oden, Polen, kvadraten, Ras, Sol, Tor, ursprungets svaner. I, Asarnas borg. C, dagen. Och C, Di, ekens frös grund häll. I, jarlarnas, kallarnas lag. Månen, Nordstjärnan, Oden, Polen, kvadraten, Ras, Sol, Tor, ursprungets svaner. I. Thanks for me. It was one repetition of the sound system and it went on the tape. I hope we can use it when we go to the analyze of paradise time next time we meet. Let's see how it goes in this universitet I am making this lecture for. Thank you.
This is a session with Ior Bock on the 1st of August 1998 when he speaks with the English in the ping pong room.
Now we have to see who is English from here. All and the rest are from America.
Yeah.
If you put America on same place, if you American on same place, you go together. Take that, sit there. You know it's nice that you have a language by yourself here, America. And rest are from these islands outside of the world.
One is from Australia.
How about Israel?
Oh, Israel is not really English, but it's more tropical, in my way. Island outside of the north. But anyway. I was keeping for the tea lecture and they fall all down. You also feel you can fall down and listen, you don't have all to stare. It's nice to relax sometimes, to lie down and somebody can perform. So that's free. Actually, I wanted to tell you about the paradise. And that was before ice time. And now we know that before Einstein was living people already. That was not so sure before, but now they have been coming to that result. Some kind of Neanderthal people, or was it Homo erectus they called them. You heard about such a monster before Einstein? That's we. And in our mythology, we can go back to before Einstein, we can go to the Einstein, and we can go to after Einstein, where we are now. And we all look human being, and I think we were looking the same also before Einstein. I think we always look the same. People called people. We have hands and arms and shoulders and I mean, I think we had the same name also before Einstein. Why should we have been changing the name in the history of the human body? Now, we have a funny history, or funny mythology, we call it mythology. And mythology, I think, is the oldest of the mythology. After they come to all kinds of religion and things like that, but now we concentrate on mythology. Shall I speak louder?
Not yes.
Everybody heard me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you all? I can put it with one octave higher also.
Yes, you
That's
I more?
Yes.
More? Oh, okay. Now we started this ball we are living on today. It was actually one egg before.
Egg.
And the yellow stuff inside in the egg, that's the yellow, and on the outside is white. And the white is like cooked water done around the yellow egg. And one day they explode the egg, and out come the mountains from this water. Or let's say the water formed to be one ball was water, and outside the water is come this bedrock. We call it bedrock. And we also get cloud, and nowhere else they have cloud. They've been looking with telescopes all over, but cloud they have not been finding. And this means that when the sun is shining, the water is go up into the sky, and they become cloud, and after it come down in form of rain. Or sometimes also comes thunder, and with the thunder we people get the fire. Fire really comes from the thunder in the nature, and we people are the only who use fire. No animal using fire, but we use it. So now after this explosion we also get fire. But fire has to burn from wood. But fire doesn't really burn on bedrock. So we must have been getting wood. And with the wood we get something called löv and blad, and that means the leaf on the tree. We have two names in Odenmark where I come from, we call it löv or we call it blad. Löv is so thin that the sun strålar, the rays go through the löv. You can look at it on the other side. And you have the other one called blad, like palm blad. If you look through one palm, you don't see really the sun through because it's so thick. So the thick leaf we call for blad, and the thin we call for löv. So now we have two kinds, löv and blad. We can have palm blad and rosenblad, and they are blad. We have björklöv and ash tree has also löv. Now it's falling down here. So now we have that to start with. Now they have something called alg, and from the alg come one ål, and the ål is one eel who can be on the land and also in the water. And from this ål come one ål, come one ål, come one ål, but one day the ål becomes one frog. And frog also can be on the land, and frog also can be in the water. And frog is swimming same like you and me. You know, when we go in the water, the frog. Here is many frogs where I just now stay full of frogs. Everywhere is frogs still, even the Africa is full of frogs. But that reminds me that we one time in the history of this planet had something created called frog. And from the frog come the frog come the frog. And from the frog one day come one ape, apa. And apa means the monkey. And monkey is also swimming like one frog. And you know what I mean? Now that is apa, he is existing in Odenmark, means the top of the planet. Here up here is one ringland, and in this ringland is one island, and on this island, this apa was fucking one nanny goat. You all know nanny goat? Yes, you have an extra nanny still in England when you go out, you need one nanny to take care of your children. And they had one nanny goat, and this monkey was fucking the nanny goat, and put in his emblem. Because monkey has no sperm, monkey has embryo. And now monkey put in this embryo in the nanny goat's egg, and now inside in the egg is energy, and the energy makes that the embryo start to grow, and out come two human beings called Frey and Freya. Frey is the man, and Freya is the woman, and like that we start in Finnish mythology, the people coming like eel, frog, monkey fucking nanny goat, and out coming you. Nice story, isn't it? Wow. So there we started. And now Frey, when he gets 7 years old, he gets sperma. Sperma, and that's this yellow stuff we all men have in our body. And now he makes with his sister Freya, he makes children, so incest from the beginning. And this Freya, she gets 7 daughters and 12 boys from the sperma, and the first boy who becomes 27 years old, he representing the moon, and the first daughter who becomes 27 representing also the moon, with the 12th boy who becomes 27, he representing the sun, and he becomes the new breeder in the family of human beings. Now this man who is the 12th, We call him Lem. We have all kind of Lem, but we call him Lemminkäinen, and Lemminkäinen is the man who has the right to make children in the family. So this Lemminkäinen, he took the most beautiful and healthy lady, and with her he make again, with his sperma, 7 daughters and 12 boys. The first son representing the moon, and his name was Ears, and the first daughter representing the moon, and her name was Maj. So Ears and Maj representing the moon, and they are also king and queen, Ears, Maj, Estate. Ears, Maj, Estate. When they are both together, otherwise they call them Ears Höghet, what means really the same like Ears Highness or something like that in Frank. So the first son and the first daughter representing the moon, and again the 12th one representing the sun, and he had the right to make children, and now he took the most beautiful and healthy lady, and he made again 12 and 7 daughters, 12 boys and 7 daughters. But now appears one new kind of woman called Disa, and these are these women who also Lemminkäinen making children, not only his swan, was the most beautiful and healthy woman, they call her Swan. And Swan, you know, is one nice bird who is flying around still today. And that's one mythological figure in our Finnish mythology. So Lemminkäinen, he makes his swan pregnant. And she gets 7 daughters, 12 boys, but Lemminkäinen also making Disa pregnant. And Disa, she getting boys or girls. Now if from Disa get the boy and become big and strong, he could be one breeder. That means he had the right to make children. And if he was not big and strong, he became one sienare, and he had come one, no, he not make, but he became a nar. So it was very bad to be nar, because one nar had no right to make children, only the rabbi. And now it's come girl, come new Disa. She was very beautiful and very healthy. She became a new mother, and she became the new Disa in the system. And now this Lemminkäinen, he's making his swan pregnant, but he made also his Disos pregnant. And from the rabbi they get ringlands. Now we call the rabbi, the role of the rabbi is that there was one ringland in the top before, but outside of that ringland come 6 other ringland, and 6 more, and in there the whole ball was divided like one football, like in hexagram. So up was 1 hexagram, and they all fit together and become all these ringlands in the planet. And every ringland get 1 rabbi. And rabbi make the Jarl woman pregnant, and the Jarl men make the Kar woman pregnant, and the Kar men make the Trail woman pregnant, and the Trail had no right to make children. So every Trail could say my father is Kar, every Kar could say my father is Jarl, every Jarl could say my father is Rabbi, and every Rabbi could say my father is Lemminkäinen. So now when it comes a new Lemminkäinen, the old father become Gubbe Ukko. He's the old respected grandfather. And the old swan, before he come a new, the old swan had to go away, and she become Akka. What called Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maja, Sampo. And there are 8 figures in our mythology. We call them Gubbe Gumma, Bockswan, Ersvai, Freyfreya. Freyfreya was the first people on the planet. So in that way we had one system in our mythology that we was one whole family, one Ukko in the top of the planet, and he had been Lemminkäinen before, and as Lemminkäinen he made the swan pregnant, and she get 12 sons and 7 daughters. He made also the Disa pregnant, and she get this Rabbi, this Nar, this new Disa and this Senare, and all these new Nar, Rabbi, and now go out to these old ringlands, and there this Rabbi make the Jarl woman pregnant, so come Jarl boys, Jarl girls, and the Jarl men make the Kar woman pregnant, so come out Kar boy, Kar girls, and the Kar men make the Trail woman pregnant, so come out Trail boys and Trail girls, but the Trail boys had no chance to make children. In that case we was one whole family, because we was born from sperm. So we was an enormous sperm tree who made that from these Lemminkäinens sperma we become Pirouette, Roset, Jarlet, Karlet, Trelet. Pirouette is all the children who were born from the swan. Rose, is all the children who were born from the Disa. And after we get Jarlet, Karet and Trelet, and the Trelet people was the children to the Karet people to the Jarlet to the Rabi, and Rabi was one child of Disa, and Disa was one daughter of Levi. So in that way we can see we was in our construction one whole family born and based on sperm. Now we go a little bit further on in there. We had animals, of course. We had lion, leonina, what means ukko akka, and we had tiger, tigerinna, what means the tiger and the female tiger, what representing the king and queen. So king and queen for us is the tiger and tigerinna, and the father and mother of this tiger and tigerinna is lion and leonina. That sounds today very heavy, but like that we had it in paradise time. We had no clothes these days, so we didn't have anything to keep the cold outside because we had warm, so we didn't have to put all kind of dresses on because we didn't need, and we had no houses to put fridge, no central heating on because we had so warm that it always was pleasant. That's paradise, it was always pleasant. So now happened something, a wooden thing, that the whole planet shifted. So the top was not the top anymore. The top became in the side, and we get one new North Pole. That North Pole we have today, and the old North Pole called Hell. You all heard about hell. Go to hell, they say. And hell is that place in the Gulf of Finland where is Helsinki today. Helsinki is one place who has 7 hills and 7 islands outside, and in the middle of these 7 islands is Udensö, and there this monkey was fucking this nanny girl in the beginning of the history. Now, when we have only one our father, one man who was the father by sperm to all these people, now it must have been very good. But they said that the people turned their face away from this system, and once the planet was changing and we get ice time. And ice time, the whole top of the planet become covered by ice. Many kilometers of ice. But there was one Gulf stream who goes from the Gulf from Mexico, and it goes through the English Channel, it goes up to Oslo fjord, and it continued in North Germany into the Gulf, what we call Gulf of Finland today, and hot water was coming with big speed in there, so it became a warm area inside in the ice. And there these people was going on and living, and it's called Outland Is period. Outland Is, out means outland is all land ice. Outland is all land ice. And now we get something called land, called Rusland, Finland, Svealand, Jutland, Saxenland, England, Scotland. So now we are in Scotland and England, and they are all coming there at that time that everything was covered by ice. But inside the ice we have an outland period where people were living inside, and they get domestic animals. We didn't have domestic animals in the paradise time at all. We didn't need such a thing. But now come very cold, so now we get the sheep with long nice hair, black and white sheep, and we get a new kind of goat who also have long hair and special feet like the goat and the sheep. And we also get the cow who gives us milk, so we could get our daily milk. But now the seed become changed from the seed of sperm. It go 4 different kind of seed that we could get bread from, our daily bread, and that we call corn, wheat, havre and råg in our language. And from there we can also make beer, so we can drink. Still today we drink from the same kind of corn or havre. We make the beer still today, same way as we did already in the outland period. We need a domestic animal because it was cold, and this cold made that we had to create, or the creator was creating for you or for us a new period, actually for you English people, because we all come from Outlandings, because there we get green and blue ice. All the tropical people have black and brown ice, as we know, and now when this new happening of Outlandings period started, we get 10 different tropical rays. 10 different tropical rays, so we didn't want only one race, as it was in the paradise time, we get 10 more, so actually we become 11 races. And these 11 races are the 10 tropical and one called Pirouette, who lived inside in Outlandings period. Now, how we now know about these 10 tropical races, we can see them as Peking, that means the Chinese people, and the Chinese people are a little bit different race than the Narkasul people, who are the Hindi people today, the Indian people. And from there you go next one, you come to the Turkish people, who also become one new, other kind of outlook of people. We can go further on and see the Red Indian, the Incas, Maya, and Aztec. They are all tropical people, and they all belong to these what we call 10 tropical races, and the one article who is existing inside in Outland is. Outland is one warm period where we become human beings as we look today, white people with white hair and blue and green eyes. When the tropical people is still going on with their black and brown eyes, and they are all looking the same. They say that we have all 11 different prick heads, and that we can see the different race. If we look on Chinese, he has a little bit different his E-winkel on his head than one Hindi person or one Turkish person, or if you see the rest of the tropical people, the only who really make us is one small part of our prick head, who make that these 10 different races called tropical races can be recognized. Now we have one race, white, and 10,000 years ago, 10,014 years ago, it happened one Ragnarök, where the ice in the north opened. So if you see it like North Norway, North Sweden, North Finland, North Russia, there we have the ice, the water, but it's open, so it becomes one enormous ice rolling period of 3 months, where all square stones become round. And all these round stones fall down in Estonia, and East Estonia is full of round stones still today, coming from that period 10,014 years back, when the ice opened and all this mass of ice started to roll over the Gulf of Finland, who actually become much bigger and get Estonia on the other side. That's the Ragnarök number 2, we call it in the mythology, where now some people from this ice had gone out to an enormous big island called Bockland, Gotland. And Gotland is one island outside of Sweden today, and there these white people escaped, and they stayed in caves called Lummelunda caves. And there in Lummelunda caves they were staying 1,000 years, and from this 1,000 years period they make 2 lines, one called Sven and the other one called Dan. And it becomes Svenskarar and Danskarar. The Svenskarar are the Swedish people, and the Danskarar are the Danish people. And now from this 9,000 years ago about, people is coming out to these islands outside of Norway called England or Scotland. And we can all look ourselves who come from there, that we are Arctical people with blue and green eyes. We can have it with red hair, or we can have it with completely blonde, but we anyway look completely different than the 10 tropical races who remind us from the paradise time. They've been living there always. We have been going through the Outlandings period, the Arctical people, so we changed outlook if we compare with the what remind us from the tropical side. Now we have a language called root language with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, W, Ö. and all these sounds what make our alphabet is little bit changed outside of Norway. It's become A, B, C, etc., etc., instead of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, O, E, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ä, Ö. They all are stav and circles, so we can make the A means two long stav and man middle stav who make the A, what is the A in England. We have B, what is one main stav with three small parts of small stav and half circle, so it becomes one B, one B, one B in the alphabet. C is one half circle by itself, D is one stav with one half circle who become D, D in English. And A is the one main stav with stavs who go coming out, so there you can see the A, B, C, D, E, A we call it. So if you see the whole alphabet we have still today in our newspapers, we can divide them in circles and in stavs. So all are one stav circle system, what is completely different than this tropical alphabet if you compare with China or Hindi and their way of writing. So we have one way of writing what come out from this history of Altlandis via Sven and Dan in Sweden and Denmark, and writing in the same way, and also writing outside of Norway in the same way. In that way I wanted to tell you how the English people has been appearing on the planet, one history from Freya, from Monkey and Nanny-Goat, how we lived through the paradise time, how we lived through an Outlandis time, how we 9,014 years become Sven and Dan, and from their sperm came out one king system, where the king is the allfather to the people who live in this country. If you compare that with Sweden, in Sweden the first son of the king is crown prince, and the second, third, fourth, fifth become hertig. Hertig is one title, so every hertig gets one ringland, so we have hertiger and North Humberland, we can call in England, or South Humberland, so all of them has one duke, you call him duke, and the duke was actually making the pregnant, the caste what we call jarl, and that must be earl in English language, the earls. So the duke in these days was making children with the earl woman, and from the earl woman come out one caste what we call car, maybe called peasant or something like that. But anyway, in the same system you go down in the English system as we have in Sven and Dan, means the first son of the crown prince become crown prince, and the second, third, fourth, fifth get one province, and in this province they made the jarl et, car et, and threl et in the same as in the beginning the system, how we in that way have an allfather, the king. So the Danish king was the father to all the people who lived in this country, and the Swedish king was the father to all the people who lived in the country, and in the beginning also the English king was the father of the people, because his children was making children with this ringland in English system. Also Scotland, they say that from Sven the people is the Scottish people, and from Dan come the English people. So in that way the English should be from the Danish, and the Scottish should be from the Swedish. And in that way they have been populating this island outside of Norway. It's a very, very large story. I wanted actually to take this thing for you. It's the whole basic thing that from sperm we are, and we are all born through one beautiful lady, and we are coming out as one child, and that's we call oak tree, what we have in the symbol of this A in the alphabet. It's maybe I took the alphabet to the Swedish, I don't want you to suffer with that. I think this monologue for you, how the sperm has gone out, pivet, roset, jarlet, kalet, trelet, in the paradise time, how we had one Outlandese period on the planet, who are separate from the tropical 10 races who was created after the paradise time. That we had only one Arctical race up to 9,014 years ago, where we got Sven and Dan, and from Sven and Dan's sperm it went out the population to populate the islands outside of Norway. And there you have today Scottish and English. The only difference between Scottish and English is, if we go a little bit anatomic before I finished it, that I already said that we have 10 tropical prick heads, and we have 3 tropical arctical heads. That means that the Scottish people have the same prick head as the Swedish, and that means that the English has the same prick head as the Danish. So from the Danish people also come Middle Europe people, so the people who speak German today, they all come out from this Dan to be also arctical person with blue and green eyes. We can see how we populated the arctical people, and you can see the whole ring of tropical people, black and brown eyes, who existing still today on the planet, and how this tropical and arctical was meeting. We can take Peking example. They make one wall, the Chinese wall. On one side of the wall is living Chinese people, on the other side of the wall is living arctical people from Lemminkäinen system. But now if they mix the Chinese and the Lemminkäinen, it become what we call Mongol people. And Mongol people looks a little bit different because they are not really Chinese and they are not really arctical, so they will be called Mongol. Now if the Hindi people, that means the Indian people, and Lemminkäinen, they become Tatar people. So now Tatar people is also a little bit different than these Hindi people and these Lemminkäinen people. If you go to the Turkish people again, when they are mixing with Lemminkäinen, they become Slav people. So now we have the Slav people who live north from Turkey, and from this Slav we start to come to the people who are Germany people, arctical people, who come out from Dan, rolling out into Middle Europe, and from Middle Europe also become English, or the Svenskar, the Swedish, who rode over Norway and become the Scottish people. I think maybe today this little funny monologue I've been giving for you, it's nice that you are relaxing. I don't know if you make this story more large. Maybe we all come together one day. I've been taking one Lemminkäinen story for a small group in the beginning. Yesterday we had to suffer with Norway, Sweden, Denmark and Finnish people, where I throw them the alphabet. Is A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ö, and all the association who is included in them. And today I knew that I get English language in front of me, and that means that I wanted to make one story who started from the beginning of the sperm, divided in these 10 tropical and 3 arctical, and from these 3 arctical people also is populated the population outside of Norway, called England. Here I say thank you for me, but now you can make questions if you have some inspiration.
Do you mind me asking how old you are?
How old me? I born 17th of January 42. I become 57 years now in January, so I am not so old. Here I look more old. I am good physical, but I am only 56 years old. Everything functions still. More questions? Yeah.
You said before that there was a woman that had the right to have children and a man that had a special, like the last son had the right to make children in the family, and also a woman. I want to ask, why did the culture need this mythology?
You mean now that people before become choose who could be father and who could be mother?
Yeah.
I think we had it up to really to the democracy. I think our parents was choosing who they are marrying the daughter to, and in that way only the beautiful daughters become married away. I think so. I think the beauty was more before. I don't know, they had different qualifications. A man's form could be what was the qualification. With the lady, it was a beauty and health. It would be called like she could be one mother. Before, women had 15 children, so everybody had not to be mother. It was one part who was known from the beginning that they have other things to do in the life than to be mother. And if they become mother, they had 15 children. So they have 14 brothers and sisters, everybody was born in that way.
Could it be because of restrictions of land?
Well, take it more.
Could it be because there was not enough land, so not enough food?
I think in the nature it has been like that. Also animals is the good exemplar become that who is reproducing. I think the democracy where every mama wants to be grandmother, so waiting for every boy to find a girlfriend and arm. You know, it's like I think we are 5.7 million today. We are 5.7 million today. And of one democratic result. Everybody feels that we can be mother and father without it. We even have obligation to be father and mother today, otherwise we are not normal. Isn't it critics? So are you father? No, I'm not either. More questions? Yeah?
About sex, what does your family practice about sex that the rest of us might benefit from?
CX or SX, there are two. They have CX called CX and SX called SX. SX is the children making and CX was maybe when you don't make children. About sex, good question in this house. Or if I really say that my prick is standing for 3 different reasons. My prick standing there, I take out and read by myself. Why?
It's supposed to give you nutrients by recycling your body, your sperm. I mean, my question was more directed towards, the way sex is seen in your family line.
We all come from sperm.
Uh,
I think we are all same in that way. I mean, maybe take again your question. I don't really get you now.
Well, the world is pretty kind of screwed up when it comes to sex. There's lots of inhibition, lots of child abuse, lots of bad things, and not much sacredness around sex. And I was just wondering, in your family line, how did they look at sex? Possibly they may have revered it.
In my family, I think such a thing called regular sexual life was not existing. My grandfather, he had 3 wives after each other. He made 9 children, 7 sons and 2 daughters. My father had 2 women and he made 2 daughters and 4 sons. I think it was making the child in one particular day where the woman had been telling to him when he has to make the child. Especially in our family, when the woman is drinking 30 days the man's sperm before the man puts in the sperm. That means that it's prepared. It's very often according to the moon, where the mama is finding out what day the son has to make the child. And that was also in my family. I live now this generation, I can go on one boat trip and have 3 ladies when I will come to Stockholm. Such a thing nobody else been having in my family before.
There's not much talk about the feminine.
Huh?
There's not so much talk about the feminine, the woman. It was all about the sperm and the man.
Yes, the woman has something called saga, S-A-V, saga, S-A-V, saga, and she can clean the clitoris and get climax, and with a straw she can drink from herself.
With a
There's something
straw.
called saga, S-A-V, saga was, she can clean her clitoris, get climax, and drink with a straw from herself. That's her personal thing. Exactly the same. Only that we born from sperm, but without this female, is the Yggdrasil tree, it's a big thing about the female in this story. Of course, without, otherwise we should be only one, but we are two.
Was it only...
Which same is drinking when you open your wings, they call it, and clear her clitoris gets climax and she drinks with one straw. It's her private thing, what is she, her own feelings.
Did drinking one's own kind of sexual fluids, is that only from Scandinavia originally? Or did they do it anywhere else around the world?
No, I didn't get to take it again, the question.
Drinking one's own sexual fluids, is that just Scandinavian by origin? Or did it happen anywhere else around the world?
I think we human beings have been having same feeling all over the planet. We are only norms who are different. The norm forming much the norms, but we must be same, all of us. Inside we must have such same feeling. My prick standing or you inside get one feeling, I get my feeling outside. Mm-hmm. Say.
This alphabet, I heard you speak before about the alphabet.
Ooh.
The alphabet. I heard you speak before about the alphabet. I don't understand.
The alphabet is one association of the root. So in our brain we have a root language, and special people who drink from themselves is open one association that now you can associate in A, Serbe, Boris, Se, Shar, Ra, Shar means Shar, Ra means Ra, A, Serbe, Boris, Se, Shar, Deta, Dedi, Gefrede, Lutko, Hel, I, Jarnar, Ko, Karnar, El, Lag, El, Mone, El, Lu, Shar, Mone, 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 R, Ra, S, Sule, Te, Turmus, Tume, Van, Nation, Zeta, Well. It's so simple. It's really the most simple. And from this alphabet, we can divide word in different parts and see like Val, Hal, Ar. Say Val, Hal. Val is election, Hal is one place, and A is A. So now you put A, Ukko, Akka, Aser. So now we have to A is the Ukko, Akka. Now if you have A with one moon on, become O for us. Now if you have A,
Yes.
with one moon is O, and A with two small dots are A. Now A is female, O is masculine, and one ring with two dots is both. It's large, but it's very, very simple when you go into it. It's really very simple.
I just didn't understand it before. It seemed that the sound had some kind of symbolism, but was it... I didn't understand how the sound of the letter has a symbolism. I don't understand. You said that the sound of each letter has a meaning.
With every letter has one meaning.
I didn't understand that. How is that?
And that A, become Ukko, Aser are the people who live inside in this England, Hell in the middle and Valhalla. B, Buer, G, Bori, same like Bori, one Burg. And the towns has Burg, all are Burgs, the town. A, Aser, B, Bori. C, Shar, Ra. Ra is Ra, and Shar, Ra means that you share Ra. Aser, B, Bori, say Shara. D, D. D means saying that you give D to your child. You give D. So D has to do with like Saki, and D is very close. Aser, B, Bori, say Shara. D, D. E, is the oak tree, what is all sperm, and the prickhead of the land is called ollon. The ollon is this part in, when you look at the tree, oak tree, you say, oh, beautiful ollon. It is exactly the same name where the tree come from. We have also Yggdrasil, what is a female tree, Yggdrasil. Yggd means Yggdra means one action. Like one man draw in hand, he draw the E in his hand, draw E hand. Yggdrasil is the female one. Sil is one smell. Dra is the action, and Yggdrasil. Or we have draw in hand, or in English when you will draw in hand, the masculine side. Så det både sig kära, det frö, Freja. The first people of the planet come from this frö. F is always F, Freja. Det både sig kära, det dag, frö. G, grund is the ground. G is also giving. G in our jag ger, du ger, vi ger, jag ger, vi ger. So G is one ground of giving. Det både sig kära, det dag, ger, frö, grund. Och hell. Men hell is usually important, which is very important for us. Det både sig kära, det dag, ger, grund. Och hell. And E is the brick of the man with E, and E is also that who make the woman pregnant. E is also the carrot. So in that I can take the, so J is Jarlar, E is the highest caste from this tree in one ringland. Jarlar, K is Karar, is the middle caste of this tree in one ringland. L is the lag. Lag means many people together, or one law is also the lag. With lag means that we can be one football like one team. One lag is one team, together team. Vi både sig kära, det dag, ger, flyger, Gud, och helg, i jagar, och kallar det lag, en måne. Måne is the moon. Måne, moon, K. So it go M, go all on the moon. And moon is again Ra, and king and queen representing the moon. And the sun is Oden, who strålar on the right on the moon, and it reflects on us. So all light comes from the moon. And I can take them all. Maybe they are all fixed. They are really I've been getting from my parents' alphabet. So I usually say that leave everything open what I speak. We don't fix anything, we leave everything open. It's very nice. With this alphabet, this I really have been in 20 years time. I'm sitting 2 hours every morning with my mother and my sister, and I had only to be quiet and listen to them. 2 hours every morning from 7 to 27 by myself.
But is it something to do with the vibration of this sound? I can't remember exactly. Something to do with exactly how each letter sounds. Was it something to do with how it vibrates? Or did I get it completely wrong?
I mean, you must also have the same root. If you spend time with things, you find out that your own sound comes from the root. Yes, you can, especially if we think together and we are 5, 6 people, and we take one word and we put it in pieces and we see all 3 pieces, we come all to the same result. So we all base it on the same thing. And that makes it to be like one together thing. We can smile to each other when we are like rolling. So we can do it with the rest sometimes. We take one word and what we was taking. Uni. So what is uni? We have universal, universum, unisex, uni and university. So now it's uni, university, universal, uni. So now everybody look what they can find for combination on this uni. Now we have form, what is different form of my form. I'm very good form today. Are you very good form today? We have form, so now we have uniform. Or we can have, let's say, one word for thinking. Form uni itermil, form uni itermil, form uni itermil, militär form. So it has to do with something old when you can find out that they are all fitting in. Yeah.
Did your family ever have sex for pleasure? Or was it purely for procreation?
Once again.
Did your family, or your ancestors, did they ever practice sex for pleasure, or was it only for procreation?
To making children.
Making children.
Take it again now. Oh, I didn't really get you.
Did your ancestors,
My family back.
yes,
Yeah.
did they enjoy sex for pleasure, or did they just have sex to make children?
My family did in 1250 we been living on one island, and all of their ladies who become mothers come from these other islands around, and I think in these days, I'm the first generation who was born on fastland. We all born on this island, and I don't think they had anything more than they were respecting the old mother who said that now you have to put in the sperm so we get our children here in our family. But of course, we have all been drinking in our family. My mom and my sister were drinking, and I have been drinking. So I don't know, it may be called ego sex. I can also put my legs and drink from my own prick, called saga. This teach me already when I was small boy to put my prick standing so it go into the mouth and I drink from that straight. I did it every morning for years. Now I'm a bit lazy because I stay with people, so I drink only by hand.
Do they drink for pleasure, or is it just for making babies?
I think they were drinking by feeling, because if prick doesn't stand, it's nothing to force it to stand. You can be without to drink for as a man. If my prick doesn't stand, I don't think, oh, I have to drink today, oh, what to do now? No, when it stands for me to drink, I drink. It must have been same with my mom and my sister, that when they feel to drink, they were drinking. Nothing is saying that you have to drink. So that was the sex for them, accept that they was become mothers and become fathers. It was maybe based on some ego sex before. Maybe it's called ego sex.
Means self-sex.
Yeah, you drink it, and when you drink it, you go in your stomach, and this power goes into the blood and pumping, blood circulating, and all the genes and cells is filling on blood, also the brain cells. It's same like tea also. If you take tea is actually one nerve who is so thin, so the sun's strålar go through the nerve. And now the liquid inside in this tea nerve is come in contact with the sun. So now when you dry it and you put it in the water and heat it up with fire, and now from the leaf go out this power into the water. And when you drink this water in form of tea, it's actually the same kind of sun strålar going through the leaf. The leaf is dry, you put it in the hot water, and it goes into the water, and you throw the dry leaf, the leaf away, and you drink tea. I drink tea every day, we drink every morning tea. Still I get much from the tea, because I know also it's the same, it goes in my stomach, from the stomach the power goes in my blood pumping, blood circulating, and all the genes and cells is living on blood. Also my brain cells. So before I want to speak, I want to drink a few cups of tea. It's nice, give me like some kind of good feeling for that. So same with sperm, and your sab, if you drink it, it goes in your stomach, from your stomach the power goes into your blood, pumping, blood circulating, and when it passes your brain, you find out that it's open in some way.
You would not recommend drinking in this day?
No, you can throw it away if you like, but if you drink it, you drink it. I don't recommend anything. Everybody do according to their own feeling, own initiative, no rules and regulations.
But do you think it would make some difference to your thinking or your consciousness or something?
Huh?
If you would drink like that
Yeah.
on yourself, are you saying it would make some difference in your brain?
Oh, now I'm a little bit scratching my ears, so I'm a little bit problem in my ears, but usually people who drink from themselves, they get one beautiful language, they can pronounce nicely, you can hear every word what they say, and they can also think together. That's the people who drink from themselves. That I've been finding out. Some people who can't speak at all. As you come back, you drink 3 months and you come back and we can still speak more by sound to each other. It's good for the sound. for people who, also people who have a little bit problem with their pronunciation. I've been finding out that they be drinking from themselves open something in the brain, and you can hear them more clear every little small sound. That for me, the time has gone over. It was very nice to meet you in this way. I have not been having before. Nice people lying down like you, or only staring at me, you know, like one lecturist in the university. Nice. And also like a little bit fall to sleep if you can probably 100% this thing. Thank you for me, and we can smile to each other when we see each other. It's nice that you came.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you look also nice. It would be nice to spend time with you. What to do?
So the following is a recording of Ior Bock talking with the Dutch in the University on the 2nd of August 1998.
You're still waiting for one more.
You stay or you
Oh, we are still waiting for one more?
Yes.
I see.
and one finish. And you give a mark when I have to stop, when the time is over, a little bit before.
Yep.
You like that. Good feeling. Okay, I've been here already 4 times in this brick house where we are. Welcome. There's one.
Maybe you sit on the ground.
One coming more. Do you think
Yeah,
he's
I think
rolling
maybe
this
so.
thing? Yes, no problem. Can you press the right button? Or maybe we leave it. Maybe it's enough tape for the whole thing
No,
anyway.
You can make it.
One more coming?
Yes.
We wait. You also Dutch?
No, I'm French, but I'm
Well, anyway, nice that you are here. The rest of you are all Dutch. Your grandfather Dutch, father's father, same you. Grandfather's father, father Dutch, 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 father, father Dutch, father, father Dutch, father, father Dutch.
My mother is Norwegian.
Your mother is
From Norway.
from Norway. Dutch-Norway combination.
Indeed.
And you Dutch?
Very Dutch.
The land of the windmills. And flat and one dam who save all people inside the world in Finland.
maybe you sit on the ground.
Hello.
Hello. Are we all here? Okay. I start same. It's 4th time I am here in this brick house. I came here 1992, first time, together with Michel Merle, who makes some kind of nice tape about something called Bock saga, where he was analyzing sound for first time here in this house. And 3 years ago I was coming by myself telling about julänglar and jultomtar. and julänglar, jultomtar means Christmas angels and Christmas tomtar. It was one quite harmless story, but it's saved here in this house on tape. And last year I told about fyrväppling or fyrklöver, what was one offering of a ring story based on one small furniture, one small pall, and I make one show on the grand piano in the kapell. And this year I came from Finland in the middle of one excavation going on there. After 7 years, nothing had been happening in the mountain, and this year the man who is leading the work said he had been getting support from Norway and the work will continue, and they pump all the water away between the mountain where is one cave, and from this cave is the enter to the Lemminkäinen temple, what they've been now in 6 summer digging for. And there they said that now we are closer than any time before. They even had one man who had been looking through the wall with one X-machine and saying empty space on the other side. And one of the men said Hakulin that he can go through the wall by himself because he had right to drill in his life, an over 60 years old man. And he had also right to put in the dynamite in the holes, and he had also right to press the button and get out more from grey mass what is under one ceiling, one roof inside in this cave. So it was very exciting for me because I had been 24 people stayed in my parents' house, 25 of them stayed in hotel, and every day people around because the digging was going on, and more we were sure that we will come in now after all this year of living with one story of digging one temple who will be open. So I came here because I had been promised to come. Prime Deep came to India and asked if I want to come for 2 weeks. So I said yes. So I had been promising that I will come and get one telephone call last Tuesday, that there is much material in front. So nothing happened. So here I sit in the same situation. But there the first tape I made was about Lemminkäinen. And Lemminkäinen is the breeder in the story. He is the man who made the children, who was the Lemminkäinen. The second tape I made was for the all Scandinavian people, where the Norwegian, Swedish, Danish and Finnish we was together, and we could take this alphabet, what all these stories based on, and it means the simple thing we all have: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, R. They are all familiar for you, but we find out that we have an A combination away from the English ABC. We have A is one clear sound, A, E, I, U, U, Y, O, A, Ö. They are completely clear without any combination, like A, E, I, E, A, U, U, I, I, U, U, O, A, Ö, Ö, A, O. So we have 9 clear sound in alphabet in Finland. A, E, I has no other combination. So now the rest are combined with A or without A. Like B is BE, C is CE, D is DE, F is now A on the other side, AF, G is GE, H is no A, is HO, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. We have E, what is completely alone, like in A, E, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, E. J, from H to K, no A. E, J, K, L, M, N. N is come A, N, H, A, B, C, D, F, G, E, K, A, B, C, D, F, G, H. After come E, J, K, L, E, L, A, M, M is A, M. There's A in front. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M. N is A, N. So there's a A again. U is completely clear. U like A, E, I, U, I, O, A, E. They're all sound. So now we can see our alphabet as full of A inside, but it's very strict, like B, A, C, A, D, A, A, F on this side, G, A, H, I, K, no A at all, O, H. So now the A has one special meaning for us. In our mythology, the A is the oak tree. An oak tree is living on this planet. We have ek root, ek stam, ek gren, ek kvist, ek löv. They are all what we have. Ek stam is the stam still in English, but we have ek root, ek stam, ek gren, ek löv, ek kvist. So that all trees have with a crown, the krona, ekens krona. Now this oak is representing for us all the sperm on the planet. Now we are in the sperm. So now you see that the whole alphabet is existing of this A, who is so dominated just in our alphabet, and in more other language we don't have it so strongly like A, B, C. It's no A at all. Now A is the oak tree, and all the fruit of the oak is our prickhead. We call it ollon. And in Holland, do you have the same association of the fruit of the oak as also to be the head of the prick? That you have? Yeah. So that must be based on something old, that our human beings, head of the prick, the helmet, has same association as the ek in our alphabet where the sperm come from. You find it also in German language. If somebody are good, it's called Eichen or something like that there. And we have it all on, and we have also in other language. When you ask around, you find out that nearly all over the planet, the prickhead is same as the fruit of the oak. Now we have another tree called Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil is the female tree. Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil is the ash tree, askträdet. And askträdet, they say it's the all-living female tree in the mythology. What means actually her sab, her liquid would come from her. We have sperm and sab, and in this story we've been speaking much about sperm and sab in one off-A ring. One off-A ring. Now in that, if we fix the A to be the oak tree who has one ollon, who everybody's prickhead should be the same, it must also be some meaning with one off-A ring. One off-A ring ceremony. One off-A ring, off is off, A is A, and ring is one ring in one off-A ring ceremony. Now we have offering ceremony in our root language, and I think in England we have offer ceremony, or we have off-R ceremony, or off-A ring ceremony. Now the female, they was offering their sab, and the men was offering in one temple or one Kapell system before. To go to the Kapell, it's maybe we don't make it too long now. I want to come to the funny way of offering what most has been existing, because the full moon had some kind of August full moon. We have something in Finland called Rapu Juhla. And now we go to the Rapu Juhla, and Rapu is the crayfish. This red one who become red when you put in hot water. And this we eat always in Finland, the full moon in August. We make one Rapu Juhla, what means one kräftskiva. Now our sun is also one shiva, and the table has also one shiva, and the disc, the record, was also before in shiva. Yeah? So shiva means one round thing, and the moon is one shiva once a month, because the moon is ny, the new, half, and in the end it becomes one shiva. So in this full moon shiva, in August we have a rapu juhla, what means one crayfish party. In this crayfish party we have many traditions left. We have moons from paper, and we put up them in the tree, and there must be candle inside, so in the end they like burn away in the party. We have one table called dubbel shiva, and that means that normal table we call bockbord. And bockbord has one big shiva, one plate, who you keep in the attic, and when you get your cousins and small cousins and all these other people to visit you, you take down the bockbord, you put the shiva with 2 bock under, means 2 cross, with one tvärsklå in middle, and you have one table. And you have bockbänk. And bockbänk means one bench, who is the same construction. You take it down from the attic, and you put it with 2 crosses, and now you can sit down on this bench. Or you can have a normal bord shiva with bock under the shiva. Now you can have a double one, and that we have in the Christmas time, where you put 2 shiva and 2 bock on both sides, so it becomes one completely square thing in the middle of your room. The same table we have double when we have rapu juhla, when we have kräftskiva in full. That means we have a higher table who is more large, and the plate has to be 10 tallrikar, 10 plates from one material. Also the fat for the kräftor, for the crayfish, has to be from 10, and we have snaps glass on high feet with round. So now everybody, 24 people, is sitting around this big table on this bock bänkar next to the bock table, and we are eating crayfish. This we do still today. Many people have crayfish as traditional, and they have their 10 tallrikar, they have their snaps glass, and they have butter in pyramid form. That means the butter has to be made with 2 wooden pieces, where you form them to be completely round butter pieces, and you form them in one pyramid form on the table. After you have bread, from white bread, and you make this bread with butter, and after you take all these crayfish, the back part of that, and you make them in one nice row on the bread, and when you've been eating that, you have the right to take the snaps of brännvin. Brännvin is alcohol today, and we have bränneri where we make brännvin, we have bageri where we make bread, and we have bryggeri where we make beer. So brännvin must be very old, because we have it in this series of bränneri, bryggeri, bageri, and slakteri. What means it must be very old from our need to have this thing. So this crayfish party is going on, and now you take these snaps, and we sing always the song Helan går, sjung hopparalallalej, Helan går, sjung hopparalalej, och den som inte helan tar, den ej heller halvan får. Helan går, sjung hopparalalej, hey! And everybody take the snaps. Nice part. But now anyway, we had one drinking system that they was drinking from each other under the table. And that not exist anymore, with the tradition go on. So before, when we was drinking alcohol, is give us some kind of feeling in our ling to share something in rapu juhla, in the crayfish party. When people drink sperm, it go in the stomach, from stomach it go to the blood,
The pump is pumping the blood is circulating, and all the genes and cells is living on blood, also the brain cell. In that way, they get what they call visdomens vatten in root, or livets vatten. Livets vatten is the life water, and the other one is the wise water. So there must have been one tradition, according to our crayfish party tradition, that people get one need to drink also from each other in such arranged party with the small schnapps, who make it more easy, maybe for the pricks or the angel wings to open. Where I want to come to that today, when people are drinking alcohol and they want to go home for fucking, their prick is not standing. That everybody have the same problem. They drink and they want to have a nice, but they can't because not standing. Why do it had the opposite before? That when people was taking the schnapps, it came something in the brain, so they could even offering sperm to each other, or offering the sap from the female. The female is clear the clitoris and get climax, and with one straw she give it further on. With offering, people doesn't touch each other. It was without touching, 100%. And that I can tell you the story about Christmas time in Finland. Still 100 years ago, we made one Yule board, what was exactly the same size as this crayfish board. In the middle you put one Yule foot, and there is 4 different bread, like rings, with the 4 different we have of seed. We get 4 different bread, and in the bottom up they have butter. On one side they have one part of the pig called julskinka, and 4 bogar, what means one part of the lamb. On other side they have öl, and julbrännvin for to drink the brännvin. This they call skådebord, and nobody could touch it at all before the 13th of January. It was only to have a look. Now in the man in the house who has cow, he has pig, he has chicken, he also has horse, sheep and goats. But the Torp people who didn't have all these things, the woman came to the main island from the Torp, and when she come up to the house, there is one skärven. And skärven is made from straw, like one woman figure, with one red thing. And usually our small birds is eating, you see them in Christmas card very often, one stick with this kind of thing where this red punatulkku is eating the seed. But now when the girl is coming up in the winter, she take one straw from that thing, and she put it in her shoe. And she walk into the main room, the tupa, and there is this Yule board. Now under the Yule board is also one kappeli. So now the girl, she go in from one side, and the woman in the house she's offering to come in from the other side. But the girl, she's only cleaning herself, get the climax, and she give the straw for the lady to drink from, without touch. We men, when we was offering under the table, we make something called suutarin silmukka, and that is one equipment where you take many straw and you make one so it become like one ögla, like the Egypt cross. And you put that side of the straw down, and it become like one long skirt or shirt with 3 small legs. And this ögla is very important, because when the man go under the table to draw a hand by himself, he has to say, he give one clap, one Yule clap, And that means that now it's coming, so now the other one is putting this ögla on and taking it without touching. So with offering, people didn't touch each other. They had two equipment. They had the straw for the lady to offering with, and the men, when they offered under the table, they was one king by themselves for the system, and when it started, the orgasm, the ejaculation, they have to give one clap to not miss it and take it. And that we call Yule clap, the Yule gift. Yule clap means one clap, but we have also two other ways, what is marked in our mythology. We have something called lil toe and stor toe. We have two toe. And in one language, this is called I, su, varv, as. I is the I, su is the mouth. Varv means like first varv, second varv, like in the racing sport they have also varv. And as are these kuning as. And kuning as means the king. Yeah. So I, su, varv as, and this is called pi. What is one circle? Ku varv as. Pi ku varv as, and I su varv as. These two names telling that story, that I su means that you put the I in the mouth, that's the big toe. But the small toe means that you take it just when it comes. So when people were sleeping together before, and they get feeling for maybe one thing. Now if there was somebody next to them who they wanted to offer it, so to not miss it, they was only giving the small toe, and that means that you are by yourself and you know nobody come here and disturb you, but just when it comes, he takes it. Or you can show the big toe, that means that maybe you get help now to get sucked out these things. We call it also per la. Per is the highest for us, our highest is the pää. Ukko is the pää in our mythology, and Per is his name. Per la means same like pearl. Hell me in one. Hell is the center, me is måne, hell me. Per la, hell me, or pearl. So to offer one pearl, but what that really mean? To offer one pearl. Maybe you offer some wiseness to the other person, or maybe you come offer. We don't really know. But it must have been existing. According to the sound system, when we put I su varv as or pi ku varv as in one, we can understand that I in the su and varv and as means that we are actually sucking this prick, but this pi, what is the circle, ku is the moon, ku, pi ku, varv as, and the king and queen is representing the moon. So we was offering for our king and our queen, means the O and the A in the alphabet. The A with one ring on is O, and the A with two dot on is A. So the A is the queen for us, the A sound, and the O is the masculine for the king. We had also A, what is ukko akka, what means the father and mother of the king, and they are separate, the old gubbe gumma. So we could offer for the A, gubbe gummas, brain, but we can also offering for our king and queen means O and A. So we could see in these figures how they are in the alphabet. They are all builded in form of circles and stab. One stab and one circle. They are completely separate than the tropical language, who all have different kind of writing than our stab and ring script. A is two stab with one small middle stab and point, B is one full stav with two small stav and half rings who come B. C is one circle, means half ring. D is one stav with one half ring. A is one stav with two, three small stav. F is one stav with two small, one is more shorter than the other one. And like that you can see that whole our alphabet is based on stav and circle. And every man actually has one stav, and every woman has this circle where we can put in the stav in. So there we already come to children making in the form of stav and circles. But you can see no other alphabet on the planet is so simple as our we have still today in all newspapers, that we can see them whole in stavs and circles. And from there we get our A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, W, all have one association in our system. And I've been listening in 20 years from my mother and my sister every morning 2 hours. I had been listening and not saying one word by myself. And every day we went through different words in Finnish, one language or root language to make it more larger in the brain. You can also use it, special people who drink from themselves, they open something in the brain so they can smile together and divide words. Viresh has been showing up something really fantastic. I don't know how he also can divide words and we can smile together. And it's harmless, it costs nothing to have fun together with something like that. That I don't mean now that you have to offer anything. I usually say that this is completely everybody's own feeling in their ling. Nobody can force anybody to anything. It always stands for somebody. If it doesn't stand, it's meaning for nothing. It has to do from the inside, like women opening their wings. It's from their own feeling, own initiative, no rules and regulation. It's only based on one own story. Here I want to thank for me. I think we don't make it more longer. Why I get the inspiration to tell this thing, because all of the tape I've been making here in this brick house has been different. So if you compare them, this story was now just for the group who most has been inspired me from you to me to tell this thing. Thank you.
This is a session with Ior Bock on the 3rd of August 1998 in a coffee shop when he's speaking with the Germans.
So I will also put one monologue. And they say that the first thing we had was sound, and from sound created word. So we could communicate with each other with speaking. So first come the sound, and after the sound formed to be word, who we could take in our brain and understand each other. Now we have a sound called root. And root, we all know that one oak tree has one root, and oak tree has also one crown. I will take for you one series of sound, and if you fall to sleep, maybe I make some noise later on where we can use this sound, what I first will explain for you. We have something called alphabet. An alphabet consists of sound called A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S T U V X Y Z Å Ä Ö. They are nearly familiar for all of you. With little bit modification, in England they say A, B, C. But in root we say A, B, C. Now this is combined with E. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ö. So most of them are combined with E. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ö. So they dominated the E in our root sound. Now we have something called ramsa, and ramsa must be a little bit the same as you can have one mantra. But mantra we know from the Hindi, but we call it ramsa. Maybe you also call it ramsa. Yeah. And this ramsa is A asar, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek, F frö, G grund, H häll, I J jarlar, K karlar, L lag, M måne, N nordstjärnan, O Oden, P påle, Q kvadrat, R ra, S solen, T tor, U ursprung, V vanar, X, Y, Z, Å, Ä, Ö. Still they are quite for Germany brain, you must have the same root in your sound. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, Ö. Now, we can think the E separate. E was ek. A asar, B borg, C skära, D di, E ek. And ek is the oak tree. And we all have oak trees planted, beautiful all over Europe. Now the head of the prick has the same name as the fruit of the oak. Also in German. We call it ek-ollon. So every man has one ollon, and the ollon is his helmet. Now that ek has one root, one stam, one gren, one kvist, one löv. Or if it's not one löv, it's one blad. Blood is so thick, so the sun strålar has not gone through, like palm blood, rosenblad. But if they are really thin and the strålar go through the löv, it's called löv. For you, löv become one lion or something like that. But for us, it's the green on the tree, in root. Now you see that the whole ramsa is combined with E. So A asar, B Ekensborg, B. Borg. C. Ekens skära. D. Ekens di. E. Ek by itself. F. Now A is on the other side on F. 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 So that becomes frös ek. Frös ek. Because the A is on the other side in F. Yeah? A, B, C, D, E, F. G, ekens grund. H, no E at all, is O hell. E is the prick of the man, where the lady gets pregnant from. J is is jarlar. K is O on that side, so it becomes K O skarar. L is the lag, so it's L lagens ek. M månens ek. N Nordstjärnans ek. O is O. P ekens spåle. Q ursprungets kvadratårkarar. R is Ra. Now the R sound is masculine and the A sound is feminine. So A sound is feminine according to Ruth. And R is the masculine. And R is Ra. Ra for us is the moon. It can be nymåne, halvmåne, fullmåne, Shiva. And the fullmåne Shiva is the Ra. Opposite to Egypt, whose sun is Ra. S is solens ek. So it comes A on that side. S, T, eken stor. U, separat. V, eken svanar. And after come X belongs to the oak. X belong to the oak. X, Y is Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil you can compare with the oak tree because we all born from the oak tree. We all born from sperm. From the ollon on the E. Yggdrasil is all female living tree. So you can compare it with the oak, who is very masculine because A is sperm. But Yggdrasil, sil is one smell. Dra is one action, and Ygg is Ygg. Yggdrasil is the ash tree. Askträdet. Askträdet has root, stam, gren, twist, löv, and also has one crown. So we have two trees in the alphabet, the oak and the ash. One is female and one is more masculine, but we all born from A, but A sound is also included in female, so we men can't take this A completely. And the E also, so leave it open now, we make one system for you, anyway the alphabet is fixed, because that I've been getting from my parents. But when we play with the sound, we have all to leave it open in our brain. As more open we leave it, as more we reach the understanding. Aasarbe Borise kära di dag, di Aasarbe Borise skär ra, se skär ra. You share the ra, that means se. Se is also one form, the se form. It's not straight, it's se. E is straight. Aasar is the people who live in Udenma, in the top of the planet, has been one ring land, and this ring land called Udenma, and there lived the Aasar. The Aasar become Arctical people, and you are also, as Germany, Middle Europe people, we with blue and green eyes, we are coming from the Aasar. So we have something together, the Arctical people, we come from the A, Ukko, Akka, A, Gupe, Gumma, A, Aasar. So the A is very, very high. Now you have an A in the alphabet, you put one moon on, and that for us become O. The A with one moon on, and that becomes the sound O, and that's the king, the O sound. Now if you put the A with two dots on, it comes A, and A is the queen. That's the reason why A is feminine, because it's the sound of the queen, and O, the A with one moon on, is the king. So we had like that. Whole alphabet consists of stab and circle. A is two stab with one shorter stab between. B is one stab with three small parts of stab and a half circle's edge. C is one half circle by itself. D is one stab with one half circle who make the D. A is one stab with three parts of stab, the middle is bit shorter. F is one stab with two parts of small stab, the shorter little bit like A. G is one circle with one break of one stab. O is two stab with one middle stab. E is one stab by itself. E is one stab and down a small part of one circle. K is one stab with two break stab who come out. L is one full stab with one angle stab down. M is two stab full with downcoming stab. N also two full stab with one coming down stab. U is one circle by itself. Or it can be one oval, oval, oval. Val means election. Oval. U is Uden. And that's one ring. Uden is also the sun. Sun is always one ring. The ring is coming up every morning and going down every evening. And Uden gives stroller, and that's the stroller of the sun. Moon is always one time a month, one ring. Then it's also one Shiva. The A, we all born from. And the A's fruit is one oval. One Asian in Germany, the fruit of the oak. Eichen. So if we go now to the Eichen, we call it also helmet. One helmet. We have 13 races on the planet. We have 10 tropical races and 3 arctical races. And we have also 13 helmet on the planet. And the helmet has one E-angle, one E-vinkel. An E-vinkel is that winkel where the small vek is. You know, we have one vek on the ollon. That we don't really know why we have, but it's something we small boys usually wonder, that is it blood going through there, or why we have this small vek in the middle of the E-vinkel, the E-angle. From the E-angle up, we have the hjertklapp or hjertklaff. Means that the heart is the part of the ollon. The ollon has one heart form with the two klaff with the E-angle. The top of the prick, of course, is called head, but we call it also leder. When it's without hair, it's called leder. If you have a little bit hair on, it's not called leder, and your ollon, the head by itself, the hat by itself, is completely without hair, and we call it leder. And this leder down to something called end of the ryggrad. The ryggrad, and end of the ryggrad we have one ryggsäck. And the ryggsäck is inside two påse, and in the two påse is the two stones where the sperma is inside. So we have one ryggrad, one ryggsäck. The sack has two påse, and inside the two påse are the sperma. Now before the ejaculation, the stones go up to something called kasse. Kasse, when they come up. So when the sack C, A, B, C, ek, A, B, C, ek, A, B, C, ek, säck. And inside in the säck is two på, A, B, C, på, C. And when they go up, it kass, C, A, B, C, kasse. So säck, påse, kasse. We all men have. And inside is this sperma, the egg. The sack is from one thing called skinn. And this skinn go up to the top. And the top we called mössa. Mössa. And the mössa is covered so you can't see the third eye. The mössa is covering the third eye, the tredje öga. The tred means the tree, je means giving, and öga means the eye. Tred, je, öga. So now the shin, it's go to the top and it's become one mössa. The mössa in English they call foreskin. For us we have two names. We have förskin, but we have also förhud. The outside is the förskin, and the inside is double just on the mössa part. It's one of the only place we are double in the whole body. It's this mössa, who is from skin, and it has one inside called förhud, and one outside called förskin. And that become the mössa, who covering the tredje öga. If you take down the mössa, you come to one luva. Luva. And when you take down the luva, you come to one huva. And when you roll down the huva, you become one krans. One false krans. The apart from the falskrans is called brett. Also the hat has one brett. It can be more bredare or less bredare brett. So when you go up in the falskrans, it starts the mushroom with one brett. And this brett can be more brett or less brett. From the brett you come to the sari. The sari. And over the sari you have the mushroom or the helmet with third eye. One side is the apple, the other side is the heart, with the E-angle and the weg. That's our part we have. All of them has name, all little small part, from säck, påse, kasse. They are all with C, and möss A, lub A, hub A are all with A ended. Möss A, lub A, hub A. So they go all on A. And the down part go on C. Now the woman has also their hole, and it's exactly the same name. It must exist inside of the lady. And we have them, but we don't really know them. I know as a man exactly every small part, because my mom and my sister have been telling me, and I was so interested to hear about myself from them. But when they talked about their own hole, I was a small boy. No, I didn't get really. They have happy holy blygläpp, and they have clitoris, and they get climax. But the female part should be very nice one day to sit down, and we could go through the sound of the inside in different language of the woman's part. Because the woman has balcony. You have one balcony is hanging out from your body. And we have ball, we men, who also hang out from the body. Now the woman has barm. The balcony is one barm. So she can have high barm. And maybe that was the attraction, or was it that she can give milk for the child? One cow who gives milk is always valuable from how big balcony this cow has. Or is it also one attractive thing, her form of her balcony? We men have bringa. We have hårig bringa. So we don't have barn. We have something called bringa, with A in the end. And you can have hårig bringa, you can have lurvig bringa, you can have strong bringa as a man. But woman has barm, and they have balkong. And why do you have so different form of your balkongs? And why do you want to operate them to be one style? Is it for the attraction? That must be the attraction, not the milk. Yeah? It must be. So many women is making this operation for to get like Elizabeth Taylor. I straight look there when I see picture from Elizabeth Taylor. It's this small shadow here who for me make this imagination how it become formed from that part. So I always look down like that. And it must be old because the dresses in 1600, 1700, even last century, the woman want to show her barm. So we could look between where she had her handkerchief or something nice. We don't have such a thing, we men. We try to be a little bit brown, a little bit. But we have our ball. And our ball has no attraction at all. Many people don't know what kind of ball his friend has. He has never been looking at what he could have inside in his balls. So it has no value at all. And when you become fucked, it's not so big different for you if he has some heavy thing under his prick. You don't even look there. Or do you look? You look? Wow, you look the quality of that man you are fucking with. No, the other difference we have is this whole who is the feeling inside and our thing who come outside and show the feeling. If I get the feeling, you can see it because it's come out. But I can't really see your feeling. Because you have it inside. They say that if somebody gets one feeling, one man gets one feeling, for me, his prick is standing. Or if I get my prick is standing, let's say it like that. Now the women say that when one woman gets feeling for one other woman, it comes one smell of silk. Who make one mark that something is happening around. And we men, we don't find out this smell as easily as women. You'll be recognizing some kind of smell in your surroundings, but you want to put perfume or something to hide. It's existing, I heard. But we don't really know. I think women should ask each other if it have been dying out completely, or if it's still existing, one smell who come out from the lady when she gets feeling. When we must show it, when it come out. We have also one smell, if you take down the skin, it can come one cheese prick, they call it, if he has not been clean. Maybe you find it out in your life. Send them to wash before. Now if we see that we before has been drinking, the woman has been drinking her saga. So now the woman can cleave her klitor, es, and get max. And now she can with one straw give one other woman to drink from her without to touch her. They didn't touch in this off-air ring. Now off-air ring is off-air ring, but off-ra is off-ra. Ra was the ra and the off-ra or the off-air ring from themselves in the temples and capels. So the woman can cleave her clitoris, she can get climax, and with one straw she can offer. Like that it was before. So when she gets feeling to offer from herself, she didn't touch that other person, that other woman she offered to. Quite interesting. Here we have all hugging, nice feeling. But at that time, the woman she had to, her clitoris get climax, and she give the straw to that person, that woman she offered for, without any touch. What sounds quite strange that we could get this feeling only for to give from ourselves to another woman. The men, when the men was offering, they make many straw and they break them to be one ögla. Ögla look like the cross of the Egypt. One thing with one ögla. Yeah? And the straw go this way and this way into each other, and they turn them, it come one handle with 3 small legs under. It's like one head. And now when the man was offering to another man, he had to draw a hand by himself. And just when the ejaculation is coming, he make one clap, so it was to take it, but without touching. So there they also offered the men to one another without any touching. Which sounds quite strange today, but it was like that. Now where this feeling come, was it for giving feeling that this happened? It must be one giving feeling. If you can open your wings, you can clear your clitoris and give the straw to one another to only get from you your inside without any touching. It must be 100% giving feeling. Otherwise you make like child, like you have the whole nice thing together and you sweat and it's one completely act to be together to make one child. Or to also, like we do today, having the feeling, what is very strong in the norm today, that we are like feeling each other and we are together and in the end we get our climax and orgasm. It's a very high thing we are practicing, like daily food. Now they say that the woman before she was using one carrot, one car root. One car root. Or in root we say mor root, what means mother root. Mor is the mother and root is the root. So car root or mor root. This mor root, maybe we men become in the end one more. Especially if we have to every evening and Sunday morning for to be normal sexual life. And bundled with that, but to have free doom can be more valuable. The freedom. That not promise that every evening and Sunday morning, after 5 years, the man he can't anymore, it's not functional anymore, it's too much heavy to make such agreement when you start one sexual relation with one person. That it must function every evening and Sunday morning, otherwise he don't love me anymore. I don't know why I tell this thing, but I want to finish this thing with one thing. Of course, it could be interesting to know where the attraction of us people are, what we are attracted to each other. Is it the balcony? Is it the form? And in which form we are attracted for different form. And also, we men must also have some attraction. Of course, we men is attracted by women in that way that if my mother is telling me every day that she wants to be grandmother, so of course I go to ask one lady, shall we smoke one Marlboro together? And if she's very beautiful and very, I get really on her because maybe she become the mother of my child and become my mother's dream to be a grandmother. That's one attraction if you have to find one woman in your life who will be the child's mother. That's one attraction. But here again, when they've been making research here in this house, that these men, what we think is this big attractive man, it's not at all that who female actually is choosing for to have for one climax. That is funny to think who of us are attractive in what way in each other. Of course, beauty is always beauty. Beauty is always beauty. I am always attracted by beauty. But maybe also some other form can be attractive. For the woman, the balcony, or for the man, the ball. Now maybe if this ball is inside much, maybe he have 1,001 pearls from his life. It's something you probably can get. Now that we can see, we men, and imagination, the stones weight and the stones size, that what could probably be inside there, that can be attractive if you are attracting for that inside, not for sexual relation. And a woman also must have something inside. They can also have 1,001 pearl inside. Anyway, before when such a thing was existing. So how could they know how much there is inside? Because they could not have a look at the säckpåsekasse and what could there be. So how could your eye, I can look and imagination and think what could be inside in that thing, if it's the thing to drink from. With another woman who thinks from another woman, how can she know what could be inside this other woman in her life's collective of pearls? We must be equal. Maybe it's something. We have one ball and we have one lance. Every man has one lance, especially if he makes children, he had to have lance form. That means smaller head than the call. Otherwise he has one klubba. And klubba is divided again in slegga and moska. So we have different name of our form of the prick. No, lance is the lance and ball is ball, and we have balance våg. Balance våg means that you can find out how heavy they are. It's balance våg. So the heaviness must have been showing how much you have inside. If there was existing one balance våg, who could measure it? We call it in millimeter, milliliter, and milligram. They're all milliliter, millimeter, and milligram. Now the säck is always the storleken. We talk about the sex storlek, means the size sex storlek. And the shaft is grovlek, and the head is tjocklek. And the hjärtklappar is tjocklek, and the sarg is tjocklek. So the head of the helmet we are taking in tjocklek, the shaft of the prick we take in grovlek, and the säck we take in storlek. Storlek, grovlek, tjocklek, and djuplek means the deepness. All held vid lek. Stor lek, grov lek, tjock lek, djup lek. And they are all going in milliliter, the sperm, in milligram, how heavy, and millimeter, the deepness. Now milli was taken away. In England, they had no milli, they had foot, and they had thumbs, and this kind of measurement in many, many years. So I think it was the Catholic period where they took this milli away, because we get it later on. They find out that this 10 system of milli, milligram, milliliter, millimeter, came back, so we could measure it in one maybe old way. Because meal-eater, I eat the meal, you eat the meal, we eat the meal. Meal-eater, The meal-eater. The meal-eater. And the meal-eater is divided with cavalry, infantry, cavalry, kavaleri, alltså skarar, val, and ri. Val, ri. The cavalry. Infant is the child. Infant, ri. So the infantry was making children in the meal-eater. Cavalry, infantry, and art. Le is the smile. I le, you le, we le. Art, le, ri. Artillery. In meal-eater we have art. And art in the school of art is the naked body who first has to be drawn. Art, le, ri. Ka, val, ri. Infant, ri. When you put this militaire back in the sound system, you can see that the infanterist was the lancier who made the child. And the cavalry was the dragoon. The dragoon, ygdra, sil, dra I hand. Dra is the action. Dra I hand. When you take out, you dra I hand. Dragoon. 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 So these old military titles, when you put them in the sound system, you find out that they had the opposite. Because today the military is killing, but before the military had other things to do. Here I think for me, I ended with the military so we can see in the sound system in root that many things in the history have been having one other root. Thank you.
Are there other qualities of sound as male and female?
Now I had this problem with this. Take one time more the question.
Yeah. Are there other qualities in sound as male and female?
Other qualities,
Yeah, quality.
quality.
Yeah. Eigenschaften.
Now I don't take one more your question. I like to have it, but I couldn't get it really. Other quality,
As male and female. Man and woman.
men, woman, kvinnor, men. Oh, we are two, so we need to be two, otherwise creators would have been creating only one. And this difference between those men and women is not so deep in the sound, because it's only two parts, as I tried to balcony and this, otherwise we have exactly the same. 100%. All inside is the same, except women give out movement.
May I translate the question?
Take one more.
Han spørger, om det findes andre egenskaper end mandlig og kvindelig i lyder.
Wow. Ja, manliga egenskaper, kvinnliga egenskaper.
Om det findes flere typer egenskaper end mandlig og kvindelig i lydene.
Måste du ge det något?
Så det finns är kvinnlig,
Ja.
är maskulin. Finns det andra lyder från
Lite det kvinnliga A med två prickar på är alltså kvinnligt. Och det blir ä-ljudet. Och ä-ljudet finns i ra, som är alltså r. Så r-ljudet är maskulint. Och ä är alldeles klart i A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, D, U, V. So it's completely clear R. So you put it as female R and R to the masculine. So it's exactly, Ra is exactly the same. The queen is representing Ra, and the king is representing Ra. And the offer for Ra is of Ra.
There's only male and female.
Yes, only male and female. Take it.
I didn't hear it.
Take it. You wanted to ask something?
I didn't hear the answer.
Maskulin, maskulin, feminin, maskulin. Vi kallar kvinna man in rot. Kvinna man in rot. In Sweden they call it kvinna man. In Norway they say kvinne and man. But on the islands outside of Norway they call it woman. They call it woman there in English. So man kvinna in rot, man kvinna in Sweden. Kvinne man in Norway. So now when these people moved over to these islands outside of Norway, they've been adopting such a sound like woman. I mean, kvinna, queen, kvinna, kvinnor, I think is the original sound for the woman who become the queen, kvinna, kvinnor. What do you say in German? You're Holland. What do you say for woman in your language?
No, the answer.
What? Frau. You say Frau, that means fru. That's one title. Like your fröken. Frö is the frö. Frö, you remember fröken. That's one title of woman. Oh, we take this. We have kammare. Kammare. You have also kammare, one room. Then we have kammarfru, kammarjungfru, kammartjänarina, or they have kammarherre, kammarjunkare, and kammartjänare. These are old. So kammarfru and jungfru take fru kost, and kost means this inside of the woman when you take from one straw, that means kost. Frukost in the morning. It kammar fru. Inte tjänarinna who make it to tjänarrinna. Rinna means when it come out with the straw. Now the man has kammar herre, kammar junkare. So junkare is junkare, and some kammar tjänsteman. Tjänste, ste is the stone. Tjänsteman. It has to do with the down part. So the tjänarinna and tjänsteman. Tjänare, tjänarinna must be said. Tjänare, masculine, tjänarinna, female. And kammarjunkare, kammarjungfru, jungfru. Or kammarfru, taking frukost. It cost is one word. Today how much cost something? Before it was the sum of the woman was cost. Kostea, fruktig, frukt. Like sippra, droppa, rinna, flöda. Sippra first, after come drop a, rin a, flöda. And it comes from woman, it comes like that. Sippra, drop a, rin a, flöd a, and flöda kom till flöd. Wow. Nice. You could smile all right, please.
It was last year here, and the year before. Was he and this gentleman there behind, you've been all 3 times also. Yeah. I remember when we had one anatomic analysis in the sauna. That was a nice.
It's a man.
And you was in the Scandinavian trip, you was really into what you said. Nice brain, you could take it. Oh. Yeah. Still roll this thing. What to do?
This is the session with Ior Bock on the 4th of August 1998 in the ping pong room with the tropical people, the Latinos.
That's good that you are sitting like this so you can like lie down and start this. How much time we have? There's something really to do in just after now, some limit time.
I guess when the work is finished, then we also need to slowly finish.
So you
I would say I would give you a
finish. Okay. You know, the first group I had, we were sitting on the floor, and there over half of them fall to sleep. And the second one was the Scandinavian, and there they also could like. But later on they said that they had anyway been listening to every word, but they could go down and relax at the same time listening. The third one was in this toy room, I think, for the Dutch. And there they sit in chair, so there they could not really relax in the same way. And yesterday it was for the Middle Europe people, for Germany people, and they also sit in chair. And they was not falling down because they were sitting in metal chairs. Maybe that make them to be. There was nearly everybody like up, which is nice now when I make this story that you can relax and you don't have to stare to me. And maybe I don't make any questions. Maybe if I make, of course, I have to look at person. And today is the Italian. Who are you? Are born in Italy? You are Italian guy, and you also Italian guy.
I'm Brazilian.
Huh?
Brazilian.
You are Brazilian, but your back is from Italy.
In Italy and Portugal.
And you born in Italy? You born there, so you feel you are really one Italian. Mama, Papa, both Italian. Also Mama's parents, Italian. And Papa's parents, Italian. So you are 100% Italian. Wow. I don't know, I was thinking to take something called tropical and arctical, that we have two. And now we from our arctical side, like Finland, we always see that we have been surrounded by something called tropical. But anyway, we are same. We all people are same. All over the planet. I think we only have different norms who make us to behave different when we go to Africa, or we go to India, or we go to China, or we see the Red Indian in
America. I think it's norms who make us to live different. And maybe the climate is making the norm. For example, in my country we have 4 months of ice every year. So when I was a small child, every morning I look out and everything is white. And you know that in the night time it has been coming snow, so I have to make this road to the toilet and knock on my mother's and sister's door that they could now go there. That's my life. So the Arctical we have a little bit different than the tropical. But anyway, we must all have been tropical from before. The Arctical people have been created like later on. And to go to one story about Lemminkäinen, it was a mythologic figure. I think I've been coming here to tell about mythologic figures. Yesterday was all kind of other things, so maybe I go back to Lemminkäinen. Who is Lemminkäinen? It started the whole history of this ball that we was one egg who was floating around in the universum. The yellow of the egg and the white of the egg is the water, the fruct. This egg exploded, it was like one sun, and out from the water come the bedrock. And bedrock has been here, and it's our planet. From this bedrock we have also water, and the water go up because sunshine, and it go up and become cloud, and it come down with rain, sometimes with thunder, who make the fire on the planet. So from the thunder we get the fire. And now human beings are the only who use fire. Nowhere else they use fire than we. That we are agree. But for us to use the fire, we had to be. And as we say that we start with one algae, and from this algae come one awl, one eel, who could be in the water and on the land. From the eel come the eel, and from the eel become one frog, who also can be on the water and the land. From the frog come the frog, and from the frog come one apa. And this apa, he had emboa in his balls, and he fucked one nanny goat. And out come from the embryo to the egg of the nanny goat, and the energy in the egg make this embryo to grow. And it come out Freya, Sampo Aino, the first people on the planet, one sister and one brother. When Sampo, the first man in our mythology, and his sister Ainu, when Sampo gets 7 years, he gets sperma in his ball, and he make the incest in the beginning. He fucked his sister. The sister gets 7 daughters and 12 boys. Like that they started. The first of the 7 boys, who became 27, represented the moon. And the first daughter, who became 27, represented the moon. When the 12th boy, when he became 27, represented the sun. As that, he became Lemminkäinen. This Lemminkäinen, when he became 27, he is taking from the woman one existed, the most beautiful and healthy. So the most beauty and healthy become the mother of Lemminkäinen's children. And this most beauty and healthy, they call her S-Barn. S-Barn. Jousen. So Lemminkäinen Jousen. Lemminkäinen is the breeder, the children maker, and Jousen is the mother who gets the children. In the next generation, when Lemminkäinen has his son who is 27, and he comes a new Lemminkäinen, the old Lemminkäinen become Ukko, and the old swan become Akka. So we have Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sampo, Aino. Sampo, Aino are the first people on the planet. Sampo is also every man is one Sampo, and every woman is one Aino. Seppo, Maija are representing moon, Sepu and Ma-Ia. And they are sister and brother, and they have no children. So the first daughter, she become Maija, she representing moon, and the first son become Seppo and representing moon. The 12th son, he become the new Lemminkäinen, who get the most healthy and beauty, and from her children come the Pirouette family. So all the members who are born from one swan, one Joutsen, are members of the Pirouette family. Now they created one stam mother more called Disa. Di is Di and Sa is Sa, one Disa. Disa was also made pregnant by Lemminkäinen. And the children of Disa, if the man who born one man, one son, if he was coming one breeder in the future, he called Ra, B. If he didn't have right to make children, he become one nar. The women who born from one Disa, or the girls, if they become healthy and beautiful, they become one new Disa. But if not, they become one Si-enare, what means uniting the sea, and get their ringland. Now, all this story of hell is in the top of the planet before ice time, where the middle point is called Valhalla. Around Valhalla is one ring land, called Udenmaa, and we have East Udenmaa, we have West Udenmaa, and we have Middle Udenmaa. Outside of Udenmaa is 6 rings, and out of these 6 rings are rings who covered the whole ball in one mathematical system, who had one hexagram, like one football, that you can put in all these rings to be rings covering the whole ball. Now every ringland get one Rabi, and every Rabi come from one Rose et, the rose et. So the children who are born from one Joutsen, one swan, become Pirouette, and the children who are born from one Disa come Rose et. Now from Roset go out the Rabi to the ringlands, and in every ringland is Jarl et, Karl et, Trel et. So there is 3 et of human beings. So in the end become Pirouette, Roset, Jarlet, Karlet, Trelet. Now everybody born from sperma, from sperm, from Lemminkäinen's sperm. So now every rabbi could say, my father is Lemminkäinen. Every jarl could say, my father is one rabbi. Every car could say, my father is one jarl. And every trail could say, my father is one car, in pirouette, rouge et, jarl et, car et, trail et. In that way we had one allfather in the top, whose sperm we came from, the Ukko, because Ukko had been Lemminkäinen before his 12th son became Lemminkäinen. That's the sperm logic, honest and true, in this story. Pirouette, rouge et, jarl et, car et, trail. In that way we are all human beings, and we have a root language who come from the sound. We start with the sound, and from the sound it come one wooden thing that we could form it to word, what we could transfer to each other and understand each other. No animal has anything like we human beings. We can speak with each other, and today I can speak in English to you who are actually in one tropical group. In that way we are all same. In the paradise we was all same. And we must look exactly like we look today. I think we've been having something called huvud, ögonbryn, ögon, öron, näsa, mun, hals, axlar, bröstkorg, varv, bringa, midja, lår, vadar, fot, tå. We must have been having all these same words already these days. Because it's a part of our body, what anyway must be the oldest we could know about ourselves. This breaks this paradise system 50 million, 10,000 and 14 years ago. 50 million, 10,000 and 14 years ago. Next New Year is 1 year more. Don't forget that. Honest, logic and true. Happened that the axle shifted and we get one new North Pole. So hell was not anymore in the top. And in 3 months' time, the top of the planet become from the fukt, the wet, it become covered by ice of kilometer of highness. The outland is period. In that time we get some wooden thing from Mexico, started one stream of hot water who ended in the Gulf of Vinland. The Gulf of Vinland, the Gulf Stream's end point, the Gulf of Finland today. And this water has been making but circulating in the bay for to create the place on the planet who has most island than any other place on the planet. It's this archipelago we have in our country. We can see Philippines has many islands, but they have them not so concentrated and nice for to have one period of outlines. That people could live on islands and surrounded by the view of ice. The Icelandic period was one warm period for us, because the water was warm, even when the ice was around. Now we could not anymore eating the same as in paradise time, so we get 4 new seeds called havre, vete, corn, and råg. What is that in English? Råg in English. Right. It's dark brown material we make bread from, like in Germany they use fine. Right. And the other one is vete. Vete is wheat. Wheat, flour. Now we had a total corn bread. Corn is wheat. Vete Vetemjöl. Flour. It's this white flour you like to bake cakes from. It's a wheat, it's also wheat, but corn is also wheat. Corn. You also make bread from corn. This is cool. Yeah. That we know what we spell right. And after we get something called vetebröd, kornbröd, rågbröd, 3 different bread and 4 different sets. And these we get in the Atlantis period. We also get the domestic animal, we get cow, we get pig, and we get chicken. And we get also one new kind of horse and one sheep who had long hair and one new kind of goat who also had long hair. So now we get this kind of arctical animal who can stay in 40-degree cold with no problem, and they have something in them that they can exist there in this cold world without to use the fire. The human being, we need the fire. With this animal we have there in our 4 months of ice every year, they can be there if they have a roof over their head. Something is construction with them so they don't die from minus 30. Like we people do if we don't have fire. We get bageri, bryggeri, bränneri, and slakteri. We get bageri where we make the bread, we make bryggeri where we make the beer, and we get the bränneri where we get the brännvin, and we have slakteri where we was actually eating meat. Tropical people was not eating meat at all. So these vegetarian people are really correct that in the beginning we had not any feeling to start to eat dead animal, fried or cooked. But for us it was different. We came into one hole in the ice. So now nature creates something in one new creation who called later on the arctical people with arctical plants, who are different from the tropical people with the tropical plants. So now when this happened, this Ukko Akka, they stayed inside in the ice, according to our mythology, and outside of this Atlantis Gulf Stream making one hot water in the 10,000s of Ireland where they had warm water and could live, with new seed not anymore living on sperm or salt from the lake, and tea from the tea we get tea from the hot water is always made from the fire. So without this fire we could not have this tea. Now the leaf of the tree was already in the paradise time different. We have löv and we have blood. Löv means that it's so thin, so the stroller has gone through. And blood means that it's so thick that the stroller has not gone through. That means palm blood, the palm leaf is called blood, but the oak tree has löv. So already that time we must have been having 2 different kind of leaves who make that we people can us, we can breathe, and when we breathe we get in our body from outside, so we get sperm in our body. Tropical time started with 10 tropical races. What we have fragments of still today, if we start with the Peking, the Chinese, so we can see the Chinese become one of the 10 tropical races. The next one we call Narkasul, what we can call Indian people today. Narkasul people is mostly Hindi people, and they also look different than the Chinese human being. When you go more, you can come to the Turkish, what you find one completely different style of form of brickhead than the Chinese. So you have also 10 different brickhead, 10 different helmet on our body. So we have 10 tropical and 3 arctical. And from this tropical, we can see from the Turkish that we can go to the Africa and the Red Indian, Aztec, Inca, Maya. So together we should be 10 tropical races. And these 10 tropical races, we take one example called Narkasul. Narkasul started one king system that he gets one woman, he gets children with. Called, there comes Shiva Parvati as the mythologic figures, what we can see like Lemminkäinen Jousen in our mythology. You can see Shiva Parvati as the mother and the father symbol, who must have been created already, Shiva Parvati, 50,010,040 years ago, who are separate than our Nordic remind mythology from Paradise time. We're going through the Outlandies into the day we have today with Arctical people. Narkasul's son are called Ma, Ha, Ra, Di, A. And every Ma, Ha, Ra, Di, A get one ringland. Inside in the ringland we have Jarl, Karl, trail in the same way, and the Jarl they call Radia, Radia. So the Radia is for us the Jarl and they have Radia. After Raja we have also Kar, like we had the people in Goa where I've been staying, Tamun Kar, Double Kar, Sudar Kar, they are all ended their name even with Kar, so they have been having one caste who was also one breeding caste in India who called Kar. And the lowest is the Gati people, the trail Gati, what similarly remind in India. So we can see that the Gati has in these days been the children of the Kar has been children of the Raja has been children of the Maharaja, and the Maharaja has been a child of Narkasul in Pueskar, in Puskar, in Rajasthan. So you see that the same system continued. In example, we have from still, you all know about Maharaja, Raja, Kar and Gati, we would be in India. So we can see that in their daily language they can tell what is the whole series, and when you put them in the sound system you can also control that Ma, Ha, Ra, Di and A is the Maharaja. And the Radia has no Ma, because every ringland is one Ma, every province is one Ma, in original in one. So now Ma, Ha, Radia, he ha the Ma. With the Radia he has no Ma, he is the Raja. And the Rajas men get the Kar woman pregnant, and in that come Kar boys, Kar girls, and the Kar men was making the Gati woman pregnant. And in that way come Gati men and Gati women. And Gati had no right to make children in the system, so all Gati was children from the Kar men, and the Kar people was children from the Raja, and the Raja come from the Maharaja, who was one son of Narkasul. In a way, Parvati was in the form of Rama Sita, what make the Hindi mythology to be like the king and the queen. And the king and the queen is reproducing the himself, actually in the king system. Because also one other king system with Sven and Dan, the Svenskarar and Danskarar here up in the north, where also the king gets one beautiful lady who becomes the queen, and she has children. The first become crown prince, and the second, third, fourth can be duke or hertig of Northumberland or some England, where again come the same, like we can see in England. Today I wanted to come to end this tropical and arctical, that if we go into the history of the planet, we have one strange thing, that from one paradise time where we live in one beautiful, nice climate, where we have no clothes. So our attraction is on the body. From there we get one freezing period in our mythology called Atlantis, and there we are living on islands and living with new creation of these four seeds who give us the bread, the beer, the alcohol, and the domestic animals. We are coming out 9,014 years ago, actually back to Denmark, where people live today, with such a strange history, what I actually representing from one of the islands. What I wanted to say that we all been the same, and we all been tropical from beginning, and some wooden thing has been happening for us in the north, that we was living in one hue of ice, and suffering so heavy, and still my childness, I had to every morning get up, and it has been coming a lot of snow, and I had to take all the snow away to the toilet to go and knock on my mother's and sister's door. Here I thank for me, it was the story of today. The country language was spoken before the ice time all over this boat. So these first people on the planet who appear here, they speak a root language, which is a language that consists of 29 sounds. And every sound has one meaning. So they have the artists, the blah, blah, blah. And every of these sounds has one meaning. And from that they have constructed for these people who live in the ringlands outside of Udenmark, outside of the ringland at the North Pole, all these people who go out to populate the rest of the pole, they speak one language. And the one language today is the Finnish language. So inside the Finnish language, which consists of this A, B, C, D, E, F, G, where every sound has one meaning, inside the language is the description of the life of the people on the pole when this whole pole was tropical and we had nice climate, and we was one tropical race of people with one language, with one Allfather and one Earth Mother who in one creation and information system and one organization of life on the planet, which is nice and tropical. Good feeling, you could be completely naked, so all the people opposite you was like a mirror to reflect on. Without that we have to have all the screens up that have becoming the time and make us also to be one completely different product as what we originally were when we lived in the nature all together in a completely different organization. Yeah, so we started like an utopia, and the time made that the changes that occurred in a way separated us all. Okay, to see that we become more and more group. From one, we become 10 tropical and 3 articles, so that made already 13 different races, with 13 different language, with 13 different cricket, with 13 different outlook, with all different. And from that, in the time, we have more divided, because one area more the next one, and mixed with the third one, and the fourth one, and the fifth one. And today, it's like all, we can still find out all these characteristics from the body to which race the people belong. But anyway, we have become more and more segmentarian and more individualistic. And in the same time, anyway, we come to one point where there appeared during the history the English language, which makes that today everybody can speak together. And when we have the possibility with this language also to explain how this phenomena, what is kept inside we speak language. And it's very
This is quite nice also because it becomes anyway more alive again. We have gone through one period in the history where you couldn't show any part of the body anymore because it was like a general freak out of the environment. And anyway, now we come in one time where also all this become more possible. Our parents or grandparents couldn't think. So you see that many norms are also changing again in another direction. You can be again more visible as human beings. It would be nice when the climate change.
Yes.
You know which button to press.
How does this weather change? Because of the changing the ship with the boat.
Yes.
Is it known why that ship?
Why it fall over?
Oh, I sometimes take one word from the Bible. I usually don't. They say that because they turn their face away from God. And that means that people was drinking their sperm and offering their sperm in the system. And if you don't drink your sperm, you are not included in what we call öde. And maybe that was the reason why it should change this action. We know it has been changing, and the explanation is maybe not so clear. It must have been happening something. We feel anyway that we must have been trapped in some way if we was the reason that we had to live in this kind of ice in the north. People become arctical. Then still the tropical can go out for fishing in the morning without to have a special trousers on. It became one history also of the planet. It's so strange that we had to suffer through this arctical period. When the tropical could continue in their, of course, changing way of norms and living. But anyway, reminds from one continuing thing than our arctical creation. We are also like our pine trees, one nice tree. When we moved from Gotland 9,013, 14 years ago, back to Udenmark, it's only bedrock. So now people have to start to live on bedrock there. It had been one outland period where it had been destroyed 10,000 years ago, where the big ice opened in north, and it became one rolling procedure of the ice who took all the square stones and made them round. And all these stones go to Estonia, still today called full of round stones. And that's the end of our outlandish period, where only remind a few people of ours are living at Gotland. 9,000 years ago, 14 years ago, they moved back to Udenmark. There is only bedrock. So now they say that this corn, the first sedeslag, we could put on the bedrock and some algae or thing from the water get anyway to be bread for us. So in that way we get anyway bread to eat. And also a domestic animal. But must be one copy of, from one side to the other, the Noah story who existing these animals, because we can see our arctical animal coming out from outlandish period, living 1,000 years in Gotland, one island who is made from chalk from
has not been roamed away because it's situated in one place. So when we this roam, this island is still intact. So they go there and go over with their domestic animals to one bedrock place. But now they have the pine tree. And pine tree is growing from the light. And it becomes 150 years old, and when it's dying, it gives earth on this planet. So we had like dal, we had like valleys, who we grow this kind of Christmas tree, we call it today, who is living from the light and dying and giving earth, where we could get in the future potato field. And we can grow our 4 seeds every spring, putting in the seed, and in the autumn having bread, and whole winter in form of bageri, bryggeri, breadery, and slaktery, what you are eating there. So from these names we can understand that it was existing.
To hear just a little bit about the polarities of male and female and the juices of life.
No, it's in a few minutes, but soon everybody will start to come inside.
Yeah.
It's important. It is very interesting about the juices of life.
What the girls have is called, they call in Finnish, called makla, or in root they call it sav, or sap in English. So it's like what the girls produce by themselves. It's different from sperm. So one brain, the woman brain is creating makla, and the masculine brain is creating sperm. And this brain is needing this material like gasoline for the brain to function, because the brain is lying in one water. So when the girls drink the makla and when the men drink the sperm, it goes down in the stomach, it becomes broken down there, goes to the blood, and the heart is pumping the blood through the body and giving blood to all the different cells. Yeah? So the blood is going to every cell of the body, so also to the brain cell. Yeah, now if this brain is lying in one water, and this water has the same consistency of the makla by the girls and of the sperm by the boys, then this brain is like one sponge sucking this energy out of this water, by which it has the petrol to function. So it's very good. It's the more basic liquid for the functioning of the brain, the makla by the girl and the sperm by the man, because the water which in the brain lies in happens to have that consistency. They say.
And the fusing of these two liquids?
It doesn't work. So like if the girl drinks the sperm, it's not happen anything in the here upstairs. So all information goes to the rest of the body, but it doesn't happen something in the brain, all the way around. Yeah, so it's in the girls before, in this paradise, in this old breeding system before they make the honeymoon. The honeymoon is the month before the boy and the girl, or the man and the woman make the child. So now in 1 month period, 1 month before they make the child, this girl is drinking every day from this guy, from whom she gets the sperm to make the child. So now 1 month time, his whole body already gets everywhere the information from the sperm. So also the egg, what is there, what get information via the blood, become informed of that the sperm is coming, so that when they make the child, then after 1 month, this egg is prepared for to receive the sperm. So you don't have to make all this casino in the hospital with all kinds of laboratorium and blah 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 blah, when you make this preparation like this one. Because in that way the system that carries the egg is getting formed by the material what is connected with already. So it's like one preparation in that way. And now we can go on to 12 hour more. It's big, no? It's like many connections.
Thank you very much.
They are already on the way in.
following is a recording of Ior Bock speaking with the women on the 5th of August 1998 in the Opal in the Shima University.
Are we there? Maybe you come so I can see, so I can control sometimes. She's the only two we have. Where is more rooms? There is a big piece of things. Oh, you are there. So there is two fish ladies. And you have David. Klar? Okay. Maybe you already have been coming to that it's some sound here who is speaking. And it's very simple. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, O, E, O, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, O, R, Ö. And this is so simple. And it's come from this letter who are star and circles. So when A is two stars with one little one base, one star with three small parts, a small part of the circle. So come this right form of A. C is one half circle, D is one star with one half circle. So if you see the whole alphabet, you can make in form of star and circle. Now we have A, and A means Aser, and A means also for us Finnish people, Ukko, Akka. Ukko is masculine and Akka is feminine. So Akka is the feminine. Akka is the mother of the king and the queen. That's A. Now we have another A that if you put two small points on the A, it comes one other sound called A, and that's also a tingling sound. Yeah? And we have another A we put one moon on, a small ring, and that becomes the sound O. So this O is the opposite to A, because O is masculine and A is feminine. So actually we have an A who means Ukko, Akka, Aser, but we have one A with 2 points, who is A, and one A with one ring, who is O. So now the A is feminine. Now in this A, Aser, D, borg, C, skära, D, dag, E, F, frö, G, grund, H, L, I, J, jarlar, K, karlar, L, lag, M, måne, N, Nordstjärnan, O, Oden, V, Polen, Q, kvadrat, R, ra, S, solen, T, tor, U, ursprung, V, vaner, X, Y, Z, Å, Ä, Ö. The last are these O, Ä, the A with the moon, or the A with the 2 points, or the ring with 2 points called Ö, except one called and Ö they have in Denmark. And they make like one string, one star over the ring, so it comes like Örebro, Öresund,
So there the Ö is this ring with the 2 points, and Ö is the ring who has this Danish Ö. So from this Ra was female, and was masculine, is Ra. Ra, we most think that is ancient sun, which for us, Ra means the moon. And moon is one Shiva once a month. So we have nymåne, new moon, and we have halvmåne, half moon, and we have fullmåne, full moon. Full moon. And when it's full moon, it means one Shiva. So the sun is always one Shiva. The sun always go off like one Shiva, and it go down like one Shiva, with the moon give mark to us people, because it's changed to be near half and full Shiva, full moon Shiva. Ra. And now we go into what we call association of root language. And today we can put together something called Tant Ra. And we have Tantra here started yesterday. And now we have also Mant Ra. So man, tur, ra, mant, te is tur. Mant Ra, or Tant Ra. In that, if you listen to these things from Scandinavian, we have something called Tant. And Tant means usually your mother or father's unmarried sister. She insists to say that everybody children has to call me Tant, because I am your Tant. So for us Scandinavian people, Tant is 100% feminine. If you call one man Tant, he becomes really angry, because that he can't listen to that. You're starting to call one man Tant. As you all know that you don't tell one man. So now in that way we already can see that Tant in root has one feminine association, when again man, en man, flera män, en man, mant, ra, is masculine. Man is one man and men is go away. Of course man kan göra, man kan ta. So also man has one. It could be also feminine. Man kan göra, man kan ta. Man kan nog gå, man kan nog styra, man kan nog vara en duktig man. Men man kan också vara en kvinna i en form av man. Men mantra måste vi i alla fall tillskriva det maskulina man, det ord, och ra, mantra och tantra. Nu vad är ra? What is ra? Now in our mythology in Van language, we have Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sampo, Aika. Now Seppo and Maija is representing Ra, and Seppo Maija is Kuningas and Kuningatar. Ku means the moon in Van language. Where is this one? There. So Ku is the moon in Van language. Kuningas. As was the people who live in Udenma, and Kuningas is the king, and Kuningatar is the queen. So the Ra can only be king and queen. So Tant Ra is the queen. Tant Ra is the queen, and Mant Ra is the masculine Ra. So Tant Ra and Mant Ra. Now we have one queen, and she is actually giving mark from the moon.
So when woman was looking the moon, they could get mark from the new moon, from the half moon, and from the full moon. Moon full. Now we had one off a ring or one off Ra. In the tongue Ra, you can off Ra, off a ring. An offering you always give further up. You never take when you offer something. You always offer, you are giving. And offer means one giving for the brain of the queen. So before, when we had one queen, we could think about her, and when they think about the queen, they could open their wings and off-ra one pearl to become off-rad further on and ended up with the queen. In the time, if you go after the ice time, we divide always this in before ice time and under ice time and after ice time. We still had our queen and our king. We had them in Finland up to 1050 in realistic. We really had one king and one queen we could stand for, or we could open our wings for. And this offering is without touching. And maybe I tell one Yule story for you to actually declare this thing in one way, that we have something called Yule, and Yule go round and round and round. It means also one wheel, maybe one D-wheel. How could they offer for the queen? How could they be sure that if they open their wings and they give, that it really go to the queen's brain? And that I try to explain for you with next story. We divided ourselves before in Jarl and Trail. Trail are the Jon people, the lowest caste called Jon, the middle caste called Kar, and the highest countryside caste called Jarl. Jarl are the people who have hus, far, hus, mor, and hus, true. To be hus, true, the true of the house is the hustru. Hus far is the man of the house, and hus mor is the mother of the house. The house people was house people, they was higher than the torp people, and torp people was lower than these hus people. Torp are tur par I, tur par I, tur is tur, par is par, and I is I, and will become also, we say torpari in one language. Torpari means tur par. Under the Turpar we have these Jon people, and Jon people was the Trail people. If you don't go so far down to Jon, we go to the Torp people, and in Yule time, when we have one island, let's say, where live the houseman, the husfru, husfar, husbonde, hus, to him is coming something called Torpar girls. Now, when we had Yule time, we made one Yule board, and the Yule board is one big table who has one white cloth going down to all sides. The Yule board is as high as this grand piano, and you sit on benches where it's double shiva, we call board shiva, the top of the table. Under this table we call kapell or kapelli, kapell. We have tempeli or kapelli. And under the table, the Yule table is the kapell. Also, when we go out with a boat today, you can put up the kapell in the boat, so actually nobody can see you. So you go out for sailing in the evening, you put on the kapell, so you can make nice and go to sleep. So also kapell exists in front of some kind of cloth. You can make like one hided thing in one boat, but also under the table we call kapell. Now, these talo, these Hus people, they have cow, they have pig, and they have chicken. They have also horse, they have also sheep, and they have also goats. Now the female was taking care about the cow, the pig, and the chicken, and that's 3 of our domestic animals. And the other 3 of our domestic animals is the horse, the sheep, and the goat. And there again was always the boys who had to go out with the sheep. You always see one boy with his stick and he go out and look for the sheep usually, and also the goats as more taken care by the men, and the horse of course in the stall or woman had to put their feet before. Now again the other side is the female, the cow, the pig and the chicken. So we can see that we were divided also in the domestic animal to take care about 3 for the female and 3 for the masculine. In that time we still have, let's say, Ra, we have the queen Ra and the king Ra, who is represented by the ruler. Now the little Turpar girl, when she want to offer for the queen, she is coming up to the house, and outside of the house is standing one stick, or one stick, maybe you can call it in England, something called Vasa skärven. Skärven. Skär means divide, and ven means when, and skärven is one thing from straw. It's many straw who looks like one lady's shirt with the upside, and all these beautiful birds is eating from this seed, from the top of this construction of straw. Now when the lady, the little Torpar girl, she's coming to the house, she is taking one straw from this, and she put the straw in her shoe, so it doesn't break. And she go into the house, and there is this Yule table, this covered thing, and she go in under this table from one side, and the woman she offered to, it come in from the other side. So they're meeting each other. Now the offering is for Ra. It's actually not for this woman she really is giving to, because she knows that if she give one pearl to this woman under the table, the pearl will go further on. It will end in the queen's brain. And that's the motivation for her to open her wing, for to give the pearl further on, because she knows where it leads. Anyway, she go in, and we call it so easy that she is Turpar girl. She her kli Tur es, and she get her kli max. And now when she open her from Sip Ra, drop A, rim A, flöd A. And flöda means she flood. And now she can give the straw to the lady who can nicely sip Ra, drop A, rim A, flöd A, and get in this female sab, the juice, into her stomach. From the stomach, the power of this juice is going in her blood. The pump is pumping, blood is circulating, and all the genes and cells is living on blood, also the brain cell. Now, the obligation for the woman who've been getting under the table, who've been ta, aita, yuta, mutta. So she mutta the lady who become offered to. Ta en te ra tant ra. Tant ra is the queen. Now, this woman who had been drinking or eating, she's next morning going to one KRQ, Ky, Yggdrasilskarar, Ra, KRQ, Q was the moon, Kyrku, and in Kyrku we have stav, Kyrku, in Norway example, stav was the stav, and circle, and man has also one stav, and the carrot can also be one stav for the lady. Now this woman, she go to an altar altar E, everybody takes E, altar E, and in this altar, this woman who has been drinking under the table the day before from the torpar lady with her straw who had been coming to offer for her. She is going to something called Kirkko rovasti, means one female figure in the church who now also ta en te ra, she is also receiving from this woman who has been drinking under the table from the girl who come from the top. Now she also, the woman, the kirkoroa, she also get it in her stomach, she get it in her blood, pumping, blood circulating, and the genes and cells is living on blood. Now from Kyrko, we have one place called Kyrö. Now we go to Finland, we have Kyrön linna, Kyrö slott, slag, slott we call it, and slag, slott is the place where the queen has her tower with her jungfru bur called. So we have a bur tower, and in this bur tower the queen is in one golden gyllene bur. Now from this Kirkoroa they have to come to Kyrö, and this woman, she has to go up in the tower and she has to clean her clitoris, get her climax, and offering her sav, her sap, her mahla for the queen's bread. So now the queen has been drinking from this woman who had in the Kyrku been drinking from this woman who under the table had been drinking from this torp lady who had come there for to offer from herself. This we can explain in sound, we can make it large, we can make it in different way, because we can always control it with the sound that it really insists inside this what we motivate, that we can tell that people really has been opening their wing, the lady opening her wing and offering for the next one. So now they know that this go to the queen. But now maybe we see we have no really queen, so this kind of thing can't really be the same feeling that you're offering to one person, because you know that this person has the right to offering to the next one, who has the right to offering to the queen. So they could opening their wing is a completely different feeling than this emotional feeling we have today when we offering or we opening our wing for probably to get one climax for only for the satisfaction of ourselves, instead of having one other motivation of offering further on where we know that it's lead up to the queen. You're all lying so nicely here, and I know you are listening with your half air and with the full air, of course, also. It's not really me as a man, but I want with this small story tell that it was really natural with the Tantra, that we had one Tantra, one queen, and the woman could giving, offering means always giving. What that means with this giving is something what we really don't know but maybe in the future we can know. Let's say that one woman is offering one pearl to one other woman. That means that she has one other woman's pearl. Now if she has, we start with the circle of bekantskapskrets. Be means asking, kant means kant. Skap means creation. Bekantskapskrets. And I think the bekantskapskrets means one krets of people, we or the female have, we take it from the female side, when they already feel that they have good feeling, but it's not really, they don't know each other really well, but bekant means that we anyway can think that maybe I can open and get one chance to give one pearl to that person. Because in this story the giving is the most important. It's not to take, it's really to give. And now if one woman finds another woman very sympathetic and she has something who make that she think that if she now offer to her, she become included in the bekant, skaps, krets, one whole krets of women who are included in saying that they are ready for something what the thing can create to maybe one other krets called kamratskapskrets. And kammare means only kamrat, kamrer, kaver, kammare. It means that we already start to speak with each other. We come to the kamratskapskrets, that we already can open and look how my look, and I can put it to stand, and oh look, yours is like that, and mine is like this, and you know, we are kamrat, we can already speak about it. We can speak about it. We can open ourselves, and you can open yourself with discussion through where is the feeling. You have your feeling inside, I have my feeling outside, because you can see my feeling, which when you have your feeling, it's inside there, I can't find it out, maybe probably from one smell, called sill. Yggdrasil is the female tree for this off-airing from the female side. When you go through the kamratskapskrets, you come to some called vänskapskrets. And vänskapskrets most before anyway has been when you have been really coming so close that it has been opening the wing, and you get some funny feeling to cleave for to give this thing, and you know that now you opened and you was giving this thing, and this woman who gets from you, she has been getting one pearl, and she can never forget this thing. Because somebody who opened for you can't forget it, because it happened and I get one pearl. So that's the vänskapskrets. Now if you have one good vän, she can go around and maybe happen to her on her way away. That one wing opened and she gets one pearl, and she go further on in her life and one other wing, and she also get one pearl there. In the end, she come back to her old friend and say, now I have 101 pearl, and now I give to you 101. In the same way, this woman can tell 101 stories how she get this pearl. Yeah, I met her and she smiled and we spent a little bit time and we started to speak, and we started to speak about our inner thing, and one day it came, so she was offering to me, and that became my story for your friend, vänskapskrets. It's actually 1001 story. It's one Turkish story where one guy is telling 1001 story, but if one person come to me and say, as a man, that 1001 tricks has been standing for me under my trip, and 1001 different situations has been happening in my life, for me to have 1001 to give to you. Thank you. I think now we can make some questions Because today I heard, now you maybe get the principle that it's completely natural if you have the feeling to have one bekant, asking for the kant, kamratskapskrets, and vänskapskrets. With one vän you don't stay together. Because if you are owning your vän, you are one couple. And nothing happens. One vän is one who is free, who before we had no TV, radio, newspapers, so one vän also come in with information. Yeah, one vän come with information. So if you keep your vän daily together with you, you sit there lonely. But if you have vänskapskrets, who is all over and they all lie back to you and tell how nice they've been having it, all kind of strange, nice things have been happening in their life, your life becomes also rich. As more vän we have, as more we of course get lively people coming, you know, him and he knows here, like that, and in the end we have a life included in our vänskapskrets. But if we own our vän, it's the most boring situation. We can of course own, and we don't own our wife's, our child's mother, or our child's father. There we have another responsibility if we have children together to probably stay. I don't know why this woman should always stay with these stupid men always, only because they have children with them. But it's one security today in this modern world. But it's not really natural. We can see it from the old system that they had these piruetruset, jalet, kalet, trelet, that it was always one caste higher man who made her pregnant, and she was in her own group with her own women and own men, with the father to her child, come always from up. So you could always look up to one who is your father, but you was not actually spending time with your father, but you spent time with your mother. You spent time with your mother, but the father was always from up there. So this responsible we have today to be one father, and we have to suffer through all these economical problems. People start to avoid to be fathers and mothers in this kind of system. This was Tantra. Now we have Mantra, and Mantra is the king. So now Man Te Tur Ra, Man Te Tur Ra. Mantra is when you offer for the king. One man could offer for the king, and one Tant Ra was to offer to Tant Ra. In Scandinavia, Tant Grön, Tant Brun, Tant Grön, Tant something like that, that we all know. But the Tant in root is so strong, so we even can put it on to this, what we call in this house, the Tant Ra is one completely female thing. He has to now make also one mantra, maybe later on in his program here in the house. Well, let's take a little bit questions. This was one monologue again, maybe it's not so much question to make. Any questions from this thing? I have many when we are like smaller group of women. I want really to go, because I know my machine very well. I know from påse, kasse, säck, and you know, huva, mössan, if they are with A and or if it will say, and we have also kant in a way. Kant means the table has one kant. It's the closest we come. So I could go through, but I see that we must be a smaller group who later on, I hope, somebody who really want to go through in the sound, that we could later on meet and really see the inside, because I can show or I can tell in word my outside, and I have my feeling coming out, and you have your feeling going in. And this feeling must by name be the same. Now we know that, example, in Finnish language we have happy, holy, happy, holy, what called blygläpp. We have something called eggstock, and we have all these words, and it could be nice to have them in different language, So we could first take the insight for Finnish language. After the Scandinavian, who has nearly the same, of course, could discuss what is our insight in our Scandinavian root-based language. But maybe when we meet some people from countries who has also inside name, and we put them in sound system together and see what is inside, and we can reach maybe one understanding of the inside of the lady's feeling together in this story. It's like one battlefield where they all have been falling. It's like one, oh, nice, right, this is really nice. But maybe one question for to get wow.
Yeah, I have a question about you said about giving.
About
Giving.
Giving, yeah, giving, giving. It says the wing is the giving.
Ja, en you say something about the organ als je in the table. That's how I understand it. So I want to understand what you mean. You said that the other women are sitting on the table, and one is the giving.
Opening the giving, yes.
And they come out on the table.
Yeah. There is the table, and one comes from inside from one side and the other from the other side, so they meet each other, and she is cleaning her clitoris, get the climax, and she only gives the straw, so offering this with no touch.
Oh yeah.
No touch. So she opened the wing with giving, like they are sure wing or sure wings. Sure wing or sure wings. The sure wing is sounds female, and sure wings sounds more that you sure something masculine. This is now the sure wing. Yeah, this is now the sure wing, or when you offer it for the queen. Tantra. Take it again. The straw. The straw is one, like one Coca-Cola straw. We call it kaislikka putki. Kaislikka putki in one. Kaislikka putki. And you find it all over in the sea there. You find all kinds who look like bamboo. And we have one extra who called kaislikka putki, and they break it and it comes like Nike straw like that, and they can find it all over in the nature. And the other, he gives this straw and the other without touch. And that's one thing without touch. Also when the man is there offering under the table, he is making something called suutar in silmukka. Suu means the mouth, suutar means take, suutar in is the prick, suutar in silmukka is the ögla, silmukka is the ögla, this form. So the man has one other straw equipment, he make many straws and he break the straw like this, so it become one ögla. And straws go down this way, straw goes one this way, and when he break it, it becomes like one. So now, this equipment the man used that when he offered for another man, he has to dry hand by himself, and just when the ejaculation come, he say take, or he makes one clap. So he take, without take, touch. So there also the man is offering to the other man completely with dry hand by himself, and in the end he gives this ögla so the other one can take this sperm without touching. Saying also the female that he take this thing with the straw without touching, and that sounds a little bit strange, that why do they don't have this touching when you offer for the king or for the queen. And now we have another word, what we maybe take here when we have this Finnish. We have something called isu varvas and piku varvas. Now, pi means one circle, ku means this moon. Varv means like in the sport, första varvet, andra varvet, tredje varvet, you go varv, and as was the koningas and koningatar, means king and queen are the as. So now we have pi, ku, varv, as, pi is pi, ku is ku, varv is varv, and as is as. The other one is I, su, varv, as. I is the prick of the man, su is again the mouth, varv is the varv, and as is the as. Now we have in root lil to and stor to. To is T and O was the A with the moon on, to. Lil to and stor to. Yeah. So I have lil to and stor to, and that we all have, and in one it's called I, su, varv, as, and the other called pi, what is only the circle, su, varv, as. Yeah? So when you listen to this, we have pi, circle, ku, the moon, varv, the varv, and as pi, ku, varv, as, and isu, varv. And this we can use as a mark in one situation. And for us men it means the next situation. So now you can compare, because it's not really the same with the female, because if I lie and sleep like this, and now I think that I see my prick is standing, so I am taking it out and drink. Yeah? I take it out and drink. But if here is now lying one person next to me, who I think that I probably also could give him now instead of taking by myself, yeah, I give to him. So now if I put the I, so, varv, as, it's one mark that he is taking my prick in his mouth and he will suck it out with the isu, varv, as. Isu, varv, as, yeah? But if I think that I take by myself and just when it come I say, take, so now he'll take. That's a small talk. I can do it, I can get feeling to give. If I can give, I give straight away. If I can give, I give. Because you take there by yourself, so why don't take, and now you have me giving one pearl. I like to give. I don't know what it means. It's not so many people I've been giving to, but if there is one situation, somebody want to take, I say take. It's one pearl. Little bit from me into the brain of another person who can give me further on. Who can give me further on? And it's no relation in anything. It has nothing to do with owning each other or something like one sexual relation between one couple. But it's the opposite. For the free do. So now I come that we have in the sound I and su and varv as, and pi and ku and varv as, so we can really motivate that you can lie and you have, and then you take out by yourself, that you do every time you're prick standing in the night. We have nattvard and kvällsvard. Vard means this nattvard is when you stand in the night time, and kvällsvard is this evening standing before you go for sleep. But I think we are afraid to give. Many people is thinking that if somebody offers to me, I take straight away. But I don't want to give. And anyway, it's the off-air ring, is the giving thing what is the pleasant in this thing. It's really that somebody you can give. And you give. And don't think that same time she has to give back. No. Because you know that if you give, maybe she has one feeling to one day come back, and it can return in the other way. So it's not this 69 that it's one agreement and we are drinking from each other now and da. Is this that who is opening? And when you have been opening, somebody is, if one prick is standing for me, there is standing, and I take. Of course, I tell others, I think about, he was standing for me, and why he stands for me, this guy. And so I think the next time I see him, of course, I've been thinking about so much, so when so of course I want to throw him one pearl. Good feeling.
You're not safe sex now. Do you believe?
It's CX. We have SX. SX is when you make child. SX. But ABC is skär, ra, A aser, B borg, C skär, ra. And skär, ra means something like skär vän. We was talking about Vasa skärven, the straw, you take one straw and you have from the skärven. But C skär, ra. So you can share the ra, you can share the ra. You also share lek, the play of share. Today share lek means that it has to end with one marriage or children. But the share lek, according to the sound, was one play to get into that situation.
Ja, maar in this day you safe sex. Safe sex. It's common. In the country. It's not symbolic.
It's not symbolic.
I mean, you do it.
Take it again. Drinking, eating, sperm. The woman was drinking 30 days sperm before they get in the sperm to be pregnant. Yeah. So they know the technique.
Yes. But I said there's no safe sex. They cannot drink sperm.
CX means CX, like sek, kasse, påse, or this kind of thing. So CX is CX, sex. Then SX is the S and X, and C is the CX. And C belongs to this of a ring of Ra. So CX is actually when you don't make children, you have sex. But when you make children, you have SX. There is one small thing you can see it's existing in the sound. So CX means offering actually. But today in this world we have been little bit mixing it and with understanding, I think that is not to fördöma the lives we have of feeling today. I think we could be humana and feel that we can anyway form our understanding maybe it was not natural that we are making children every day or something more.
We have 5 minutes. Till 5 minutes.
5 minutes more. This come on tape, and all these tapes we make here are different. You can see all of you who've been out 2 times or something, that how different they are. Every time we meet, it's something different. And this will be one collection of tape who is also all different. Maybe I want anyway to say that before I go from here, that it could be very nice with one female group to spend so much time so we could like more personally go through language of the inside of the lady, because it could. I have that in my brain, but when my mom and my sister was telling about her thing, I was small boy and was not so interested. But when she told about me and my säckpåse, kasse and mössa, luva, huva and all this false krans and brett and kant and sari and äpple and öga and hjärta, and we have all these. Like we have a heart form of our prickhead, you must also have the heart form inside in you. You must have. But we can't see it, so we can't do nothing for it. But you must have the same Thor in you as I have at my prickhead. The hammer of Thor has egg, colb, and head. So every man has egg, colb, and head. So he has the hammer of Thor. And the woman has kli Thor, yes. So there must be, and with language we can come to that conclusion, what it has been to put this language into the sound system and see what the difference between the outside feeling of the man and the inside feeling of the woman, how she opened her wings and why it happened and in what reason. Is it the form who make the attraction? I mean, one woman can be very attractive for one man whose mother say that I want to be grandmother, I want to be, I will not find girlfriend yet, that you know, this kind of. In the end, he find one woman, now this must be that to become my child's mother, for my mother to be grandmother. That's one kind of attraction. Now richness can sometimes be that pricks are standing because her father very rich. I heard this kind of boy telling that when I heard that her father was rich, prick was standing all day when I was thinking about all this money. So that's also make pricks to stand. This kind of small nice thing we could be together in this house. Now we don't make this longer. I think we say, boom, it was very nice to have this slagfelt here. And we are anyway listening half air what is going on. Thank you for me. 5 minutes has gone. And very, very nice that we came together like this. And Mama also. With this wonderful daughter who is spreading sunshine all over this place. Yeah, we have only 1 hour after we rest. So I'm wondering what to tell. It's something about friendship. A bit higher?
Also come closer, there's lots of space here.
No, I can put up a little bit. Can you close the door behind you? And we can put up a little bit. Maybe otherwise you all fall to sleep. It's okay also to fall to sleep, like listening to one radio program. Then you are closing your eyes and listening. But maybe we could tell something that we stay awake today. Still coming people from the stuff. Otherwise we get home. Lucky you, full of luck.
It's my lucky dating t-shirt.
Your lucky day?
Lucky dating t-shirt.
Lucky day. Yeah. Can you close this door in the background there? If there is somebody coming in, still. Okay, it was friendship, and that sounds something in this house to be very important, that we are friends. Friend means, of course, different for different people. For me, is one friend who come to visit with information. I can't stay with my friend. That means that we are like one couple. My friends are all out and they all come to visit. And it's so nice to see them because they've been having all kind of experiments when we have not seen each other. So they are coming back and telling me the honest logic and the truth. We are only men today. So, what is the difference? Men has toe, men has wrist, men has vaga, men has lord, but woman has also, and we have all media, and all these names is same, except the small sex different. And of course the woman has their balcony, and the men have our bulk. So we start with the ball. The ball exists in something called sek. Sek. And we have a ryggrad. Ryggrad start from here and it goes down the ryggrad and it ends with one ryggsäck. So the old man has ryggsäck. Inside in this ryggsäck is 2 stones. And inside in these 2 stones there is really difference between woman and man because woman has no stones, but we have. We can have bigger stones and smaller stones, and we can call them with different names. But anyway, we call them stones today. The stones are inside in something called påse, or påsar. In påse, one påse, or many påsar. So we know we have 2. I met one guy here last year, or was 2 years ago, who had only 1, but that was one exception. So now we have påse. And now this stone, with the ejaculation, these stones is coming up here. Maybe you have not figured out, but anyway, you can't get any orgasm, any ejaculations end if the stones has not been removed up from the påse to the kasse. So now we have säck, påse, kasse, and we have ryggsäck. And inside in the ryggsäck is 2 påse, and the 2 påse is removing them up with the ejaculation, the orgasm, to come up here, and that means kasse. It has to do with the sound se, like se is the säck, and påse is the påse, and kasse is the kasse. After the säck, we come to something called kolv. And kolv is just that part where these shafts start to come out. So that we call kolv. Kolv you have also in the automobile, you have kolv. But we men, we have also kolv. There where the shaft is starting to come out. The skaft, we call it in root, and the skaft has, of course, one form who can be stiff, and in that way we can see our manicure, how it is, because we all have skaft. In the end of the skaft, up of the skaft, we have something called false. And one false krans. But we take only the false. The false get one angle, come to one breadth. And breadth is just where our prick heads start to get a little bit larger from this skaft. And the breadth can be more breadth or more breadth, especially when you start to stand, this breadth skin start to vibrate. And the breadth is the neck of our prick head, and the neck is the most sensitive part of us. If we think that we have a needle and somebody put the needle in the eyes, that could be, of course, very horrible. But if somebody put the needle on our neck, on this breadth part, that's also too sensitive to start to put any needle in there. So that's our most sensitive part, is the breadth called neck. And from the breadth we come to something called kant. Yeah, kant. Now we also have kant. You know, we can put in our pretty there kant. But we have also one kant. And the up part of the kant is called sarg. And the top of the sarg is the apple, and in the middle of the apple is the third eye, where the sperm comes from. And when you go down on the other side of the apple, you come to something called hjärtklappar. The heart claps. Clap, 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 clap. And there is one E-angle, one E-vinkel, and in the E-angle is one vek. And we all have this funny vek. When we are small boys, we are all looking there. What do you have this vek? It's like one angle like that. And there is this vek, and both sides is this clap, who make that this prick head get one heart form, the form of the heart. No, this name of our brick, also the carpenter took when he started to construct one table. We have no table here to show, but maybe we take this grand piano here. If this is the Shiva, we call this Shiva. Everybody from Scandinavia knows that this is the grand piano's Shiva.
We want a chart.
Shiva?
We want a chart to draw.
No, I don't really think this is one Shiva. And every table has also one Shiva. So you sit down and you serve somebody from the Shiva. The dining table has one Shiva. But the billiard table has one sari. The billiard table has one sari. That means that you come up so the ball doesn't fall down. That's also one part the carpenter must know. He can have a nice Shiva of the billiard table, but now he put one sari there who made that it doesn't go up. From the sari you come to the kant. So here we have already one kant. I can stöta mig on the kant. So he took on the kant. Yeah. And from the kant, this is the breadth. You can see this is so breadth, oh, it's more or less breadth here. And from there let's go down what we call the false. So now when we have again the brick has also the false. And from the false comes one angle called breadth to vibration. And that comes the vibration from the breadth. When you go a little bit up from the breadth, you come to the false. And from the false you start to form this apple with the tredje öga, the third eye in the middle. Tredje öga means the third eye in our language. When the third eye will open, everything will change to the planet, as some philosophy will say. So now we have our prick, is one rib rod with one rib set. Inside in the rib set is two posa, and inside in the rib set is also two kassa. And now if you go to the shop today and buy wheat to make bread, you usually buy it also in one sack. Or you take it from the sack and you put it in one pose, and you put it in your kassa and you walk home. I take it again. Same thing when you go to buy the material to make bread today. If in the shop, it's existing in one sack, one big sack. And there you take it, the man who sells it, and he put it in one paper pose. And the paper pose you put in your kassa, and you walk home with your kassa and you make your bread. So now you see that this is coming, sack, pose, kassa, from our ryggrad sack. The sack is measured always storlek. Storlek. The people from Scandinavia heard about storlek. Storlek means the size. So when you buy one sack, you ask for storlek number 5, 6, 7. When you buy one pose, you can have different kind of paper bags called pose, and you can have different size called storlek. And also the kassa is one big kassa, is bigger storlek, and the small kassa. That's storlek with the end of lek. Lek is plain. And now we come to the kolv and the skaft. That's called grovlek. Yeah, it's a different grovlek. Oh, he's very grovlek. So grovlek can be bigger and grovlek can be smaller. That's the second lek in your imagination. And now when you come to this head of the prick, that's tjocklek. So that's the third leg. And when you put in the lady, she's always thinking about the jute leg, if it's enough, or maybe too long. So she's in the imagination looking your standing prick in the imagination about the jute leg. So the sack is the storlek, the skaft is the grovlek, and the head is the tjocklek. But the hard clap is also tjocklek. This will make the clap hard. It's also the tjocklek. And the sari is also tjocklek. And the breadth is also tjocklek. So whole head is go on this tjocklek, when the shaft and the kolv go on grovlek, säckpåsekasse, storlek, and when it go in, it's a question about Jew. That's our brick. You find it familiar in a way that we have these, we men have these things, but we have also this kant. And a woman has also kant, because in English we put in our brick in their kant. Then we are fuck king. Now, fuck means actually in our language that you have a post fuck, where you put in the different letters and you take in them and out them in the post fuck. You have to bank fuck and learn fuck. And the lady, she has one fuck there where we put in our prick in her fuck and we take out it from her fuck. And the king is fucking, so he is the man who put in his prick in the fuck. And he starts fucking. According to the sound. But the woman must also have one false. They must have one false. If they had the breath, maybe the breath must be their kli, Tor, I-S. We men have Tor's hammer, the hammer of Tor, and hammer has egg, kolb and head. Normal hammer has the egg side as the sharp side, and the middle part is called kolb, usually where the shaft come out from the hammer, and the head of the hammer. So we men has also one Tor's hammer, the hammer of Tor. And the woman has the kli Tor, kli is my feeling, kli Tor, I is the prick, or I can also be the carrot, what's in kli with. So Tor means one friend, or a heart friend. You can have many heart friends in your life. And what means, in that case, one friend? We can divide this friendship in something called be, what means asking, kant. Skap means creation. Be kant skaps krets. Be kant skaps krets. And that's usually people to say hello to you on the street. They belong to your bekantskapskrets. After you come to this kam, you remember we took this kam one day, and we have kam are, and we have kamrate, kamratskapskrets. And kamratskapskrets, I think, is that person who already come to say hello to you, to your kammare, and you can start to talk about honest, logic, and true. One person who come up to you and say hello, I come with nice information to you, you can always feel that he belongs to your kamratskapskrets. And after that we come to something called vänskapskrets, and vänskapskrets means just this friend. Now where are we men when we are friends? What means really that we are friends? Somebody say that if somebody has been offering for me one pearl, his prick has been standing for me, and he has been getting out his sperm and he's been putting it in me, so now in that way he can classify that person to having so strong feeling to me, so he could hoova, take it out and put it into me. But before we go into this friend, we had few parts more of this brick. That we had the down part, what was the C, A, B, C, like säck, påse, kasse, and after it we come to kolv, and we come to the skaft, and we come to the head. But the head is covered by one shin. Shin. We have foreskin, and we all know what foreskin means. But in root we have more than one skin, we have also hood. There are fur hood and fur shin. And fur hood and fur shin means that it's double that part. We have one part of our body who has double skin, one part is blue, other part is red, and the lining is violet. It means violet is the blue and red together. So if you take up your skin like that on your prick and you look through one light, the inside look blue and the outside look red. Now, when the skin, the foreskin, is covering your third eye, it's called mössa, and end with a. And mössa you put on in Sweden when you go out, because you have one mössa on your head also. You can say hello and take off your mössa, and you can block your head with one mössa. You can also block your down head just with this mössa. But when mössa is on, you can't see the third eye. The next position, when the prick usually starts to stand, first it's one maskstolpe. Now you have one maskstolpe there in your trousers. But once we start to be one pole, and pole means that it starts to stand, and it becomes one pole. From pole it comes poke, and poke is already with poka, when it's really standing, so poke, and from poke it comes stake, and stake is like one used stake with manchet, it has already shed. And from stake it comes stång, and stångas, and stångas is the orgas. So when pricks start to stand, it starts from maskstolpe, when it's lying there like all our pricks at the moment, but it can come hunting, so it becomes one pole, and from pole it becomes one poke, and from poke it becomes one stake, and from stake it becomes one stång and stångas. They are all on E, on the sound E, stolp E, pole E, poke E, stake E. So now the whole standing procedure of our prick go on the sound E, when the pose, kasse, säck, pose, kasse go on C, the down part, the standing part go on E, stolp E, pole E, poke E, stake E, and stångas. But the mössa go on A, möss A, luv A, huv A, and falskrans. So first you have one möss A that we all have, but usually when it starts to stand, it's open the third eyes, and the möss A become one luv A, one röd luva. And this red luva, when it comes a little bit down, it becomes one huva, and huva you also have on your dress, you put on your huva when it's raining and you take down the huva, and you also have the huva. The huva is rolling itself down to be one krans. And krans means one round thing who is rolled together from one mössa, luva, huva, krans. And false krans because it's around your false. And from the false we had this breadth. And we had this kant, and we had this sari, and we had the apple with the third eye, and down from the apple side we had the heart form, this hjärtklaff, or hjärtklaff. Now when you take out sprawl, you hoover, loover, hoover, loover, hoover, loover, hoover, loover, hoover, loover, and you put it there, and make it like that. So it doesn't even rin over, it's really like there for, otherwise you miss one drop, because when you start to drink the sprawl, in the end you even take the last drop, you do it, you know. It's really fanatic in the end, and you don't want to miss one of this drop after the hoover, loover, hoover, loover, hoover, loover. So there we had the part of the man. With the woman they had the balkong, and the balkong is outside of the facade. And the balkong is also outside of the body, so she has her balkong, and we have our ball. And ball is the stone. Now our prick can be divided in different, we can have different form of our prick, and we can have one lance in our trousers. Lance is the lancier who comes with the two horses, and he has also one lance. And if we have lance, means that the head is smaller than the size of the collar. The head is smaller than the size of the collar. That means one lance. Some of us boys, we have this lance form. When it's standing, you see that the head is not so big, and it gives one form called lance. If the head is bigger than the collar, it becomes one klub A, and that go on A again. So there we have one klub A. Klubba means club. Club people. So if it has big head, it becomes one klub A. And the club A is also divided in two. One is called Sleg A. Sleg A is for two hand. Yes, Sleg A is for two hands. So very unusual. You take one Sleg A. The other one is called Mosque A. And Mosque A is only for one hand. That Mosca is like one hammer who is big. The stone workers usually work with one Mosca. They have Mosca and peak, and they do this with a peak and a Mosca, and they work with Mosca and peak, and we also have peak. And we also have Mosca. It's one form of the club. But if this is now like a little bit more canonier, more, it becomes one Slegga and Slegga och spett. Slägga och spett, järnspett och slägga och moska och pik. Moska pik och slägga och spett. You spit from your spett. Any names we have, if you really start to think in root, how all these are, even the table, get the same name with sari, sari, kant, brett, and Faust. So now we had a dining table called the Bord Shiva, and around the Bord Shiva we are eating, meal eating. We take one morning meal and evening meal, and we are eating meal. Meal eater, the meal eater, who is eating meal, the militer. And the militer we divide in infant, that's child, and A is the A, we took the A many times here, infanterie. Infanterie is these lancier boys who had smaller head, who was choose to be fathers. So if you go really back now to the history of the sound, if you had that natural, that you had one lance, you become choose to be one father, but if you had one enormous slägga, it was not really for to make child with. It had some other meaning before.
What was it?
So the lance was the lancier, who in the original of the sound has been the man who made the child. The kan u nier, the art i, le ri. Art is art, le is the smile, I is the prick by itself, and ri is again and again. Art, I, le, ri, the canonier. He is representing the art, and in the art school they start always to make one naked body and put all these muscles and all these things. For to get through, to get into the art school, you have to draw one naked man, the nature in the form of man in the art. And if you make his prick is the I, and you smile to it is the le, ri. So the artillerist and artillery has been one man who is very attractive for the surrounding, and it must have been that this guy of Slegga guy who come with this enormous equipment anyway must have been attractive even before when they make children. If the guy could not really get his prick to stand in such a nervous situation, they could bring in one artillerist with this kind of thing who only stay there with his probably standing thing, and now this make one inspiration even for the lancier to put in his lance and make one child. So the lancier is the infant, eri. Infant is the children maker, infant eri. But now we have cavalier and cavalleri, cavallerist. And cavallerist is always going around with horses, and they was bringing up the sperm in the old offering system. They needed some person who could have maybe 1,001 pearl inside in his balls, and now he has the jackpot. He's the jack. So now he could jack in the box Boing! And in that way he could offer 1001 to one other brave. Now we have this friendship. My friend, probably one day we have with my friend. When we are really good friends, we can even show our standing prick to each other. That's already one friendship thing, what is quite high, that if you really know each other, you and me, why can't we put our prick to stand and look, my, it's like this, oh, you have like that, this is like that. We can like make one, and it's completely harmless because we are friends. So really to reach one friend, honest, logic and true, it's nearly that you have really been showing your feeling so much so you can throw your prick in the table, as we in my village before, we small boys, that who could throw the prick in the table, that was something we could show for each other. So to have a really good friend, you can also put your prick to stand and you throw it in the club, in the table, like the Domarklubba or the auction club or hammer. You make the decision to throw it in the table. Maybe that's one friendship thing. Of course, if you really are good friends, maybe you can get your prick to stand in front of your friend if it has no obligation only to look and compare each other, because our pricks are really different. We have 3 different arctical pricks, example. We have 3 different E-angles. We have 3 different E-angles, and we have 3 different forms of prick heads. We Finnish people, we have same prick head as the Russian people, example. If a Russian guy puts his prick to stand and I put mine to stand, we can really compare that we really has the same. Now one Swedish guy and one Scottish guy, they also have same. One Swedish guy who put his prick to stand and one Scottish guy who put his prick to stand, and now they compare really this thing, they find out that they have really same. That's called arctical prick. Arctical prick. Now we have the Danish prick. If an English and one Danish is putting their pricks to stand and they're again comparing, they find out that they also have the same. Yeah? And it's the E-angle who show it. The E-angle with the vek in the middle and his heart is hard, who get hard, and when you hoova, it's just there on that clap, and in the end it's gone. But we have also Yule clap. And Yule clap we get sometimes once or 2 years, and Yule clap come when we are before offering to our friend our sperm. We have to really know, yes?
I have a question. Which country the Germans have the same prick form?
The Germany has, most of the German has the same as the Danish prick head. When we be comparing in India, you can find some German people who get their prick to stand, so we can have been coming to that most of them. But you find also Russian pricks in Germany, and you find also Swedish there. But most are from the Dan, the Germany people, from the Dan. We are Danskarar and Svenskarar, and Dan is the anfather for all the Sven. No, Dan is the anfather for all the Dan Danish people, and Sven is Svenskarar, and Svenskarar has their prick, and from the Svenskarar they become the Norwegian, and from the Norwegian they go to the islands outside of Norway, and they're creating something called Scotland. So the Scotland people, they have same like the Norwegian, and the Norwegian has same like the Swedish. If you compare it, and the Danish again go to Middle Europe, all the Arctical people with the blue and green eyes. We are all Arctical people with blue and green eyes. And we have also 3 different kind of pricks. The prick who come from Lemminkainen, who I have, and also the Russian people has my prick. And we have Svenskarar and Danskarar, and from Sven become Norway, and become Scotland, and from Dan come Middle Europe, and also English prickheads. Now we have 10 tropical prickheads. Yeah, we have 10 tropical prickheads on this planet, so we have also 10 tropical races. If you take one Peking person, one Chinese, and he puts his prick to stand, you can see he has no neck at all. He has not this mushroom like you and me. He has one lancet formed of thing who has really nearly no neck at all. and Chinese. It's really different, his E-angle, the Chinese, when you really go to see his blood circulation prick, how it looks different than the Indian people. The Indian people come from Narkasul people. Narkasul was living in Pushkar in Hindustan, and from there we come from these people who we call Hindi people today, and they have really different prick than these Chinese people. When they put their prick to stand and they compare. The next race, what is neighbor to our Lemminkäinen race, is the Turkish people. And you see one Turkish guy, he has also this lancet. He don't have this mushroom like you and me. He has also this lancet form, and the neck is also different from the Turkish than the Indian or the Chinese. More I have not been looking because no other people have been standing for me, but I know that there is more. There is in Africa, you can look their pricks, and you look their prick head and their neck and their E-angle, and you must find, because there are 10 together on the planet tropical, there are Aztec, in the Inca and the Maya. You also have there, these tropical people, different prick heads. So in the end, we have 13 races on the planet, and we have 13 helmets. We have 13 helmets. I met in hell, and we know that you look the Chinese sometimes, their national dress, when they are dancing, they have one helmet who go like that. And they have really been taking the form from their prick head. Now you see the Indian Hindi figures with their helmets, and when you really see one Indian prick standing, you can see there is this form of the same helmet as they have in their national dress. Now you go to the Turkish people again and look the Sultan and his all kind of statues of his helmets, you find out that they also been copying the prick head there. And if you see their Germany helmets, you can also see that we have something together. The Germany helmets, you know, when we walk around with our helmet. I met in hell. So we have 13 races, and we have 13 prickheads on the planet, and these prickheads we can look. If we get really blood circulation, and with one really good friend, we can really sit and we can see that you can't, example, see your heart by yourself, but if you have a mirror, you can see it. If you really want to look your own prick, otherwise you must go there. But if you really stand it, let it stand, and you put one mirror, in this mirror you can exact see the E-angle, the E-vinkel with the vek, the heart, the hjärtklappar, and you see these who come up to the third eye, and the rest is the apple, what is so famous from the Bible. The woman was drinking 30-day man's sperm before she get in the sperm, so she know the technique. Clinton is really right, he like oral sex. So the woman can handle one man's ling, because in the nature she was drinking 30 days of the man's sperm before the man put in the sperm and it becomes one child. Today they are not so good, they are sometimes biting, but what to do if they are biting? you know. But I do something every morning. I can put my legs, like this, and I put them in relax, and I get my prick into my mouth.
You get it to your mouth?
Yeah. It's called sauna solmu in one language, sauna solmu. And before, already when I was 7 years, my sister said that I every morning had to do sauna solmu, and my sister is sitting there and looking at me that I don't make any fake orgasm now, that I really is doing this thing. So I put my prick in my head, in my mouth, and I can go around with my tongue, my own neck, and in the end I get the ejaculation, and I get in from myself, my own ring of drinking from myself, in one sauna solmu position, where the small children is so flexible, so it's very easy. But I know also older people today who've been exercising yoga and things like that, who later on, even in their life, has been succeeding They have been sucking the seed from themselves in the succeeding way. So it's not impossible, but I don't think you should start now to reach that thing. But when we know it in the future, maybe the children can in the future again make their saunasolmu and really get in their decoration in their mouth and suck their seed and succeeding to drink from themselves. We don't have so much time. We have more time.
Just think a bit.
We have a little bit more time. I don't want to make it larger. I can make this larger. I can speak for hours. I've been speaking every hour, every day here, different stories. And for the women, of course, it's very nice. We had the women one time, but they are a little bit shy too. Or maybe they are not shy. No, they are not. But the women, only women together, I want to have them in that way that they could think about each other and their whole and what they have inside in clitoris, blygläpp. And they have all these nice names. I don't really know them. My mother and sister was telling me, but when I was small boy, I was not interested in their whole so much. But when they was telling about my own machinery, I know everything about säck, påse, kasse, kolv, skaft, sarg, på skaft. There you see, black out for me also. Fals, brett, sarg, äppel, apple, öga, and hjärtklappar. And now you hoova, so you get this friction who make that you get your ejaculation and you get your orgasm. Thank you. Question you can throw, we have some time.
In the West, we have anatomical map on different places. We have it in place.
I don't have it, I have it here. I told you to put it up and take down the skin and there you have it. That you all have. That you all have. It's only these names what I tried to put now 2-3 times so we see that there is existing these names. And it's only to go up like that. And
they have different places, no?
Are you unsure about the neck now, the breath? The breath is that skin who most is coming, like it starts to vibration on you. You know, when you hoover, it's just this breath who make the small irritation that you get the ejaculation. The neck and the breath is the same. This is also my neck, and you have also your neck. And there is this. Yeah, up on the top, before the head really, the end of the shaft, come this false, and false come this breadth, the neck. And when it starts to be round up, it has one count. And it always goes a little bit over when you look yourself. It goes, it's not round like one ball, it's come one thing round who get more or less this false. With one false it starts to form in that apple form, and there you can see your third eye by yourself, and down from the other side you come to the heart, who has 2 hjärtklappar, and in the middle of that you have the i-vinkel, the i-angle with the vek. And this vek is for us, we don't really know what this vek means, because it has no function actually. But the one thing I take before I finish, that we have 2 toe. Yeah. And now we go to the Van language. Van language, what is not root. This is called I, Su, Varv, As. As is the people who live in Udenma As, like Kuningas and Kuningatar, As. So I is the prick, Su is my mouth. I, Su, Varv, 1 varv, 2 varv, 3 varv, and as. It's end with as. This is my isu varv as, and this is my p, what means my circle, q, varvas. So this is piku varvas and isu varvas. Means the small toe and the big toe. We all have small toe and big toe. And now when you lie by yourselves, and usually your prick standing, so you hoover and you drink it. And you do it every morning, and your friend is doing it also, and your friend is doing it. So it's nothing. It's really natural that his prick is standing, so hoover and he's drinking. But now if I get in my brain to give this guy who next to me here one of my pearls, I can hoover, and if I give him my little toe, he understands the small toe means pi, ku, varvas, and that means that he is listening to my underas. So just when my ejaculation comes, he is only taking it. That's all. Nothing more. So he find out that just when it comes from you, he only take it. And there it has gone, the pearl to that person. And that you can do because if you now give him the big toe, varvas, that means that he is coming in front of you and taking your prickhead in his mouth and he is sucking it out for you. And that's like more intimate thing to have one person who is handling the ling there and putting this tongue around the neck and the whole vibration coming and then you spit the whole thing in his mouth. That's a different ceremony. But if you put the small toe, you can do it by yourself and he's taking it in the right situation.
Now, so the quality of the semen reciprocal you can drink from anyone, it's not just on yourself, recycling.
I think you can offer him, you can always give. The giving is the thing. It's the cell-ling, the sperm cell come out from the ling. You cell-ling. You sell, yes. So when you sell things, if you have no money and you sell things means give things.
And
it's nice to give. It's more nice to give. It's very nice to and it's taken. And now you know that now you've been giving one part of you to this person, and he never forgets that he's been drinking from you in his life. It's sure. One person will really stand for you. And if you and say, take. It's for you in your brain that he stood for you, this guy. And you for me and I took it. If the present is to give, this to take, of course. Now if I give, or you get, or I have a present to give to you. Now in your life you are my friend, and you go around and maybe you was on the attic somewhere and one freak was standing for you there and you took there. Maybe you was on the boat one time under this capel and there happened one freak to stand for you and you took also from there. And you went somewhere else and it happened for you. We take it now. In the end you can come to me with 101 stories. And you give me in the same time 101 stories.
Thank you.
That's called act. It's not theory, don't you? This is theory, but you know the theory. What is the story about 1001 stories? That's 1001 tours, 1001 evil chief for your friend who's been away. And he called with 101 stories. What has been happening away? Because I stood for you, you don't have to. You maybe have a correction in your life, and 5 years later on we see each other and you are telling to me all these nice stories what has been happening. And because we are friends, we can stand for each other. You can now I can. No, some person will say, I have 110 inside in me, and he gets I feel that, oh, you have 110, that's nice to get one pearl from you, you are inside there. So you will be very attractive for me if you have one there. Such a person has never been coming up to me. It's really strange that this kind of people never come to me. I have heard that people have been reading sperm, all kind of sperm stories, but to me has nobody coming and saying, I have 20 pearls, here you have one. Because I'm not attractive of this kind of relation people, maybe who has relation with this kind of thing. I don't know. So this is only theory. But maybe it can happen for some people in the future that somebody is going to throw you 101 to your brain. And what happened with your brain? Because it goes in your stomach, the pump is pumping, they go in your blood, the pump is pumping, the blood is circulating, and all genes and cells is living on blood, on blood, over the brain cells. So in a way it goes in your stomach, this sperm, now the power from the stomach goes into your blood, the pump pumping, blood circulating, and whole body is living on blood. All cells and all genes in you live on blood, also the brain cell.
It becomes the cerebrals,
The whole body. And now if you think that we are small boys, we are like girls, but the one day the sperm come in our ball, and now from the rib set, it goes up to the rib rod up to your brain, and now you start to speak like one small boy, that now you call masculine. So the woman has also, they have the sap, and their sap must also go to their rib rod up to their brain. That's called sakra. You know they talk about this sakra. So when I come to India, first time all these boys said, oh, when we are wanting, we are just before this ejaculation, because we are pressing here so it should come out. And that is called building up one sakra from there. But when they get to know that they can let the orgasm come and they anyway take it in and let it go round, they find it more pleasant than to want for yourself and have an enormous panic of pressing somewhere so the sperm should not come out, so it should go up through the sakra, your rib rod, up to your brain. So when we get boys, we get sperm, and the sperm goes through the rib rod up to the brain, and we start to speak like one man, and we get more and more of this kind of voice, so we can recognize that now we should all be men here. If you take away the balls, or you, like the shark story, you know, a shark is biting your decoration, and you are a female straight. In next second, you are one woman. If you take away your sperm, it comes like that. If the shark bites your thing, when you come up from the water, you are already one woman in your body. That's the difference between woman and man. It's not so much. It's only her balcony and our bowel. And now what we have in our bowel, you have a scale called balance. You have a balance scale. And the lance is the prick by yourself. You can put it to stand, and you can put one triangle here with two cups. And you can really, with this triangle on your prick head shaft, you can make the bowel, how many milligrams your bowels are, your balls are, and how many milliliters there are inside, and how many milliliters your side, your uterus is. Millimeter, milligram, and millimeter, milligram, milliliter. So sperm is also made of milliliter. They've been finding out that the Finnish people has double more cells than the Danish per milliliter. We could read, and Finnish people become very proud one day because they said in the newspaper that 12,000 men had been wanting for one guy, And every shot he had been putting on my glass and looking with a telescope or something like that, and coming to the result that we Finnish people had double more sperm cell than the Danish. Because Danish have been under us in the town, but we Finnish people have been living in the forest so when we are in the forest, have good air, we also get nice yellow stuff in our balls. So when you walk around and you us, from there your sperm comes. So sperm comes actually from outside into you via your us, and it goes into your body and it becomes the yellow stuff in your sperm. So when you have good air around, you can go around in Lapland, and when you want in the evening, it's completely now I stop. We have to go down to the rest. Here it was only we men, and I think if a woman should have been here, we could have been telling the same story. But anyway, quite nice to sit only with men. Maybe we are more free to say these things. Then we don't have to. Yeah, then we are only men.
This is a recording of Ior Bock on the 8th of August 1998 in the Camelot House.
You can relax, huh?
Yeah.
You can relax like that? Voilà. Yeah. In our meeting today, I have been looking forward, and now we are here. The ladies from Ior's house, the big house. And for us to start a small discussion, what I want to create, I only want to make one speech. I think the same speech has been going through here in all this time. I've been here this time. But anyway, it must have this ground for us to open, for to look and think together what I think we do today. The difference between man and woman is not so big. According to our sound, men and women, we have all the same part, except two places. The balcony, we men has no balcony. And the ball, the female has no ball. For that, I want to take our man's side for you to think that everything we men have also exists in the female, except that the female don't have sperm, so we don't born from the female's sac, mahma. The others, it must have in the nature the same value, except this small, how we born. And the sound system is very masculine for us, especially the E. We men put 100% that we can see that we have an E. The touch it, and we know this our E, and the prickle E, as we say. The point of the E is, of course, that will come out from the E, the North Star. Nord, skär, natt, North Star. But before I go to that, it will come out in the form of cell. I want to go to this part. Our brick is built from many, many fine words. And to go to the mysterium in this eating meal, that we eat meal, morning meal, evening meal, daily meal, and I'm eating meal, and one meal eater. So we all have to be meal eaters, according to the sound. And for that we can look one dinar table.
Dinner.
One dinar table consists of small sound. And I can take it if we take this table as an example. This part of the table we call false. False. And the sound false comes from fall. It fall. It fall down. It fall. It false. It's false. It fall down. It's down, falling down from the table, from the dinar table, the false. The next part of the dinar table is the breadth. And this part we call breadth. The breadth can be more breadth or less breadth. In this table is quite breadth compared to this table, which is less breadth. From the breadth we come to this part, and this part called kant, the dinner table kant. If you go on ship, the dinner table is a little bit different, because it's a storm and all the glass can fall down to the table. This was a normal dinner table with false breadth and kant. But on the boat we have another cow in the mess of the boat. It's also one dinner table, and there is somebody with storm. And that means that in the table we make one more part who do that the glass doesn't fall out.
Now okay.
What language you accept? What language you have in your brain? German. You see later on we need language. Okay, then we break it always to repeat if we have time. We've been looking just to one dinar table. När means closed. I can come more near you, or you can come more near you. One dinar table.
När means close. Alright. Dinar.
När. Dinar table. So this was one dinner table. Within one mess in one boat, you have a different kind of dinner table, so the glasses doesn't fall out. It made one more part to make that it doesn't fall out. And this we call sari. Sari. S-A-R-G. S-A-R-G. Sari. And for the female it exists sari, silk. So, false, breadth, kant, sari. Over the sari, we have one shiva. This is one glass shiva, and the table here, the dinar table, has one glass this dinner table has one wood shiva. Usually the shiva is round. With the shiva can also be oval. And the oval shiva, I feel it come more on the female side, the oval shiva. When the man usually is formed as one round shiva. There are many parts of our prick we men. We come to something called skaft. One axe has one skaft, one klubba has one skaft, one slägga has one skaft, one moska has one skaft.
Shaft.
One slägga has one skaft.
Sledgehammer.
One moska has one skaft. And one axe has one skaft. And skaft, means I can skaffa new milk to the house because it's finished. I can have a skafferi, and skafferi means one place you can keep your milk. Skaffa means I go to skaffa milk because milk are finished, so I have to scaff milk because it's finished. And I put it in one skafferi, and that's the place where I keep the milk. If you see under the skin on our men's skaft, it consists of something called leder. Leder can be in the skin without hair, is leder, called leather in English. With leder means also that it can leder in and leder out. Leder in and leder out. And the material is leder. The leder skaft is leder out. It's leder out. The skaft leder out from us men. And if it's opposite, the skaft should leder in for the female. Anyway, I put in my skaft in one hole, it's leder in. Our skaft who leder the top of the skaft has one knop, and the flowers has also one knop, and from this knop it comes one flower. So a normal chap he go out for walking with, he can have one knop in the end. One knop. Now our leader skaft also ended with one knop, and we call it helmet.
Helmet. Helmet. Yeah, I understand that.
Your men, we have helmet. Now, our helmet is also our head. This head who has the fruit of the oak tree's name, Ollon. So our head, Skaft's head, by Scandinavian root association, it has the name of the oak tree's fruit, called Ollon by nature. In nearly every language, also the German, associate with the fruit of their oak tree to their men's prick head. The Ollon has one the Ollon has one false, like the dinner table. The angle from the false, from the Skaft false, it becomes the breadth of the Ollon. And that breadth can be more breadth on the Ollon and less breadth on the Ollon. And that makes actually quite big part of the Ollon's form, if it's more breadth, the breadth, or less breadth, the breadth. From the breadth of the Ollon, we come to one circle, who is not really one circle because there is one heart between. And this circle we call Kant. Kant. Like the dinner table has for Kant. The Kant of us men is quite fine. It's not big area of the skin called Kant, but it's anyway that who is the ytterkant of our own, the outerkant, that who made to be the main touching part, if you put it in one tube. Now, from our Kant, it come out one round thing who made the border with the Shiva, the sari. So the sari is also, if you put it, the Ollon into one tube, the sari is also a very touchable part of our Ollon. If you take it in your hand, you feel it, that it's the Kant. But this moreover, the Kant is that sari, who has one quite round form, to be the round who go over to the Shiva part. The Shiva in this we call apple, apple. The apple has one top, träd ge öga. Träd, in every träd, ekträd, björkträd, different träd. Also this table is made from träd, wood. Träd is the oak tree, ge is giving, ö is this one öga, träd ge öga, träd giving öga, träd ge öga. When träd ge öga open, the third eyes, they always see some kind of change will happen on the planet. From the träd ge öga come the sperm. Down from the träd ge öga, we can see like one ränna on our man's prick, that the sperm usually go that way down. It don't go over this way, over the upper side. It go like
on the other side of our own. And it comes to something called hjärtklapp. There are two hjärtklappar. And this hjärtklapp make that this part of the ollon get one form of one heart. The hjärtklapp can also be more chock or less chock. That means this form more chock or less chock. So when you see in the mirror, we must always look in the mirror because we can't see like that. In the mirror we can see exactly the öga, the skåla who go down and who has to hjärtklapp on both sides. Down from the hjärtklapp we have something called I-vinkel. I-vinkel. In English, I-angle. We have also something called triangle in our Nordic language. We can see one completely triangle. The A has one triangle, the letter A for us has one triangle. Also the Ä has a triangle, that means one A with 2 points on. That has also one triangle. And also the O for us is one A with one moon on. And there is also the triangle. So we have these triangles in O, in Ä, and in A. The A is representing Akka, what is our highest woman we have in our mythology. The Ä is Maja, Ilmatar, what is the queen we have in the mythology. And the O, with a little moon on, it's Seppo Ilmarinen, the king. But now we leave the king. We take these triangle, and triangle. But now we men has one I-vinkel. It's a sound of being inside in I-vinkel. So apple, the Shiva has apple. The Shiva has one tredje öga. And down from the tredje öga we come to these hjärtklappar, 2 of them. And down from the hjärtklappar we come to the I-vinkel. And in the middle of the I-vinkel we have something called vek, we men. It's one small string and we don't know really why we have it. We have it always there. Small boys always have been mysterious what this vek means because it has no function. But it's inside in the I-vinkel who make that we get one word called vek. Also the candle has one vek. You put fire on the candle vek and you sit in the light of candles. The black little vek. The vek also that one. Veken are uses vek. Yeah. So that was the Shiva, the dinar table, who has, now we can see that the carpenter, when he created the table, the dinner table, he has been taking the word from our men's skaft with a knot called olm, from leather. Now if you go to the shin, North Star, shin. It was skinning. Whole our body has shin. We can go sore on our shin and blood come out, but usually we have all shin. And our first shin we can talk about is maybe we have all of us something called ryggrad. Rygg means the backside, and ryggrad we have here go from here down to here. That's my ryggrad. My ryggrad is ended with one ABC ek. Ek is the oak tree,
And ABC, C is skär, ra in alphabet. Skär, ra. ABC, skär. C, and the other one was ek. Ek, who had this ollon as a fruit. And from there come the word säck. Säck. So we men, we have one ryggsäck. And our ryggsäck is made from skinn. The ryggsäck is the säck, säck, and all these ryggsäck part has one strong C sound, because inside in this ryggsäck is two. En på C, fleret på sarv. One på C, på, and the sound C. And inside in our two på C are our stones. Sten, 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 stone. There are two stones in our two på C. And these two pores is inside in the sack. And now when we are taking out sperm, in one dra I hand, dra is the action, I is the I and hand is the hand. So I dra I hand. Dra is the action, I is the I by itself, and hand is what I do it with. Dra I hand, we say when we take out sperm. When we dra I hand, when the ejaculation for us is coming, that we are now sure that it really comes. We have to work it to that point. If something disturbed before the ejaculation, the whole blood circulation can go down. We get new problem to take it up again. Dra I hand. Now when we dra I hand, these stones are jumping up to this position on both sides for us men. Otherwise the sperm can't come out. And when it goes to that position, up position, these two stones, is called kasse. Again, C, skära, kasse. So säck, påse, kasse, säck, påse, kasse is our down säck, where inside is these two påse with two kasse. The same word we have today in Finland when we go to buy seed for to make bread from. We go in the shop, and there in the shop is one big sack full of seed. And the hand deals biträde. Hand deals biträde is the biträde who is selling in the shop. This handels biträde, she take from the sack this seed and she put it in one påse of paper, one papperspåse, called papperspåse. And this papperspåse full of seed you put in your kasse and you will go. Kasse means my shopping bag in our language. You're also shopping kasse? No, we have kasse, in Norway kasse. In kasse, the kassa.
It's just a box.
That's box. For us it means on kasse, one who you can put over your shoulder and you walk away with the pose who the inside has been taken in the shop, the sack. Yeah. So sack pose, kasse, from shin. Now the scaft is also surrounded by this same shin. And where the scaft starts is called kolb. I can kolla something, kolla here, kolla there, collect, call. So I can call this part of one brick, and it's there where the call, where the scuff actually come out, the letter who laid out. That is covered by shin. It go up to the top, so it's covered the whole thing, this shin. In English you call it foreskin. Foreskin. But in root we have one more than shin, we have something called hood. 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 So if I take my shin like this, now I see that on the inside is called hood, and the outside is called shin. If I take off it like this, my shin, I can see that the inside of this shin is blue, and the outside of this shin is red, and the lining is violet. Means blue and red together become violet. And it's the only shin or hood we have what is double. When this foreskin is up, we have usually the position of our brick called maskstolpe. Maskstolpe, and that means one hanging normal brick whose skin has been covered the whole thing. From the maskstolpe, we get the first standing position of the brick, and that's called påle. Påle. Le means smile, and I can smile at for you. I can actually smile at you. Means le på you. Jag ler på dig. Jag ler på dig. I'm smiling on you. Påle. And one påle can also be from wood. But this påle is made from leather. When the påle go up, now this top of the shin, now they go on A, called mössa. Mössa. So the mössa make that the third eye is covered, you have the mössa on. But now when compole, the position of the brick, the mössa become one luv-a. So from mössa, end with a, to luv-a, come the next where you already open, so you can see the top of your hat. Or my hat. From this påle, when it's really standing, it gets one kind of movement, the brick. And when you start this movement, it's called påke. Påke. So stolp, på, le, påk, They all go on e. This again, if the C is down like säck, påse, kasse, they go on C, möss A, luv A, huv A, they all end with A. But now the standing position of the brick go on E, stolp E, pål E, and påk E. With påke, the skin has been coming down and is called luv A. From this påke, is come the next one is called stak E. And in stak, no, påke, in påke position or situation, this möss A, luv A go to something called huv A, so påke and huva means the skin has been coming a little bit more down, so it's completely like round, covering the thing, and it's already tight, the skin. Möss A is maskstolpe, luva is pole, and huva is poke. And after this huva, it's rolled down to be one false krans. False krans. So when I have false krans, I've been taking down the whole skin who go under this breath, this neck with a vibration. Vibratur, vibratur, vibrera, vibrera. The most sensitive part is the breath. So, mus-a, luv-a, huva, and sari. False krans. Krans, you can buy bread in krans in Scandinavia. You get one round beautiful bread, and that's called krans. Also ladies can make one krans on their head full of flowers. That's also one krans. So the men we can take from mus-a, luv-a, huva, krans. And this krans is already stark in the position. The candlestick is also one stake, use stake. You have used stake in Denmark with one manchette. The manchette is the part of the candlestick who make that it come out when things the stearin doesn't. That's called manchette. Shet means that it has already been happening. Shet. Manchette. It has already happened. It has shed. It has shed. So manchette is the same like stake. From stake we come to something called stång. And stång, the flag is also on the top of the stång. The flag stång. Stång. And when the orgasm comes, is stång as. And the as is the as, van and as. So stång as means the org as. Is the stång as. So they go on, now we go one back. Now I took most of the part. We take back the down part is C-skära. Means the säck, påse, kasse. They all go on the sound C. The shin go from A, means mus-a, luv-a, huv-a. And the standing go on E, stolp E, pål E, båk E, and stark E. Break. The black and the white. The black hole and the white hole. We have one man called Trollkarl. Trollkarl. And Trollkarl is the magic man. And the other side of the troll is Hexor. 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 The Hexor are female, and the troll is masculine with the troll staff, the magic stick. The magic stick is one tube. And when we leave the troll, when you look in the tube and you look into the female, it come darker, 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 and black. And you take one tube and you look, it come darker, 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 black. If you turn this tube and you look out, it come lighter, 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 white. If you look out from the tube, it come lighter, 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 white. So in our men's tube, you look out, and if you are there inside, it come lighter, 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 white. So the white hole is the masculine, and the black hole is the feminine. It's the tube of the magic that you look into this and it comes darker, darker, darker black, or you look out and it comes lighter, lighter, lighter white. The white hole is the masculine and the feminine hole is the black hole. And it's also made from skin. So if we see that the tube, the woman has a tube and the man has a tube. So the woman's tube is also one stone. If you put in the tube, and the tube is also made from skin, and you look down in the skin tube, it comes darker, darker, darker black. And if you take this skin tube and you look out, it comes lighter, lighter, lighter white. With both tubes are stone. From this stone of skin of the female, this stone must also have false breadth, kant and side in their dinner table, what is oval in the form. It can also be one triangle. One triangle. We have a color called kar moose in red. Kar moose in red color. And carmosine red, they say that it's meat red. So the color inside should be meat red if you put light into the tube. Kar moose in tube. Kar moose in röd. color, färg. Karmosin red, karmosin röd, karmosin red color. There we put car in one caste, because car always come in the alphabet to be included in this caste, car. So we leave that first part open. Moose is one very female thing, because we have troll sauce and hex moose. Troll sauce is masculine, hex moose is feminine. Hex moose is feminine, car moose in tube. Car moose in tube. Car moose in tube. So car will leave open. Moose is this hex moose, same sound moose, in hex moose or car moose in tube. Tube is separate, so now we have in. And in, I think it goes in. E is now in that case the tube. So in that way women also have an E with feeling. The woman has one E with feeling. The tube made from skin, you can look in and it becomes darker, 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 black. With it, if you put one light through the tube, you come to one car moose in red color. The tube of you must also have false, breadth, kant, sari, and dinner table, if you could live on that in the paradise time. When you clean your clitoris and get the climax, and you could get your D-näring. D-näring. In Danish you have it. And när was closed.
That's all you ate?
Some salad.
Fruits.
Take it again. Näring means we live on näring. We live on näring. We live on näring. We from the dining table we take näring and we live on that. Today. But in the sound we could be parasite and live on each other. Häxmås, trollsås. So the men has troll sauce. So I saw, you saw, we saw. I could see it when I saw my field in Denmark. You saw the field, it's seed.
Field?
This
Så. Ja.
såningsman. Ja.
Så
det måste komma från så. One frö, I saw the frö, and it come one grodd, and it come one straw, and the top come. This is what we make the bread from. So from that period, we come to after the Outlandish period, where we get these 4 different seed. but we could make 4 different bread, or this havre we give most for the horse. So now we get from this new kind of seed what we started to eat our daily bread as näring. Now we get arctical animale called cow, pig, chicken, the horse we had from before, and the long-haired sheep, and the new goat. We could be in the arctical world. And then we had to eat, because we had 4 months of ice around us a year. We had to, in Christmas, to kill our pig and take the back part from that and put it inside in one oven and make julskinka. Because it was created by the Creator, one new kind of animal under the ice time, what we could live on when we came out from the ice. The story about arctical people. That's the meaning that the tropical usually are vegetarian. They have no recipe of meat like we have, the arctical people. So the whole meat eating is coming from the arctical culture. The tropical been having one continuity of life from the beginning of today. When the arctical has this funny story of Atlantis. After Atlantis, we have also been offering for our king and queen up to 1050 in Finland. When the Catholic break it, and they took away the feeling from the clitoris, and they cut away the skin from the man who do not drink from themselves. So, Kili Kong Kong! Attack. Yeah, we have some. Are you there in the tape already on? You keep them in your ears like this. You put them away.
Afterwards, just
So
test
you
that it's
relax,
works.
so we can get a nice story. Troll, sås, häx, mus. And he was talking about the dinner table, who could be round or oval. We take the Shiva from the sun Shiva. So when we look out, we can only see one Shiva who come up daily and go daily down. And this Shiva is number 1 and give the stroller to this planet, so this planet can exist. The Shiva. The Buddha Shiva had this part what the female and masculine must have in form of one round Shiva or one oval Shiva. The moon is also Shiva once a month. It's one completely round Shiva, and we can look at it. And the stroller of the sun is stroller on that Shiva, so we can recognize with our eyes the moon Shiva when it's full moon, like tonight. We divide the moon in Ny. Ny is Yggdrasils North Star. Ny, Yggdrasil North Star. Ygg is Ygg. Dra is one action, same like we have dra, hunt. When we take out sperm, we draw, hunt. And the female have Ygg, dra sill. Sill is also one smell. Herring, I think it's called. Herring. Or something like Now the moon, when it's ny, and ny is Yggdrasils North Star. And from the E come the North Star. You remember we started with that. And female had also the E, their tube of skin with feeling. You can touch your tube from inside. I touch my tube from outside. When you look up the Ny, you can see there is one contour in the sky who make that if you really look and you know, you can see that there is one black hole existing in the sky. Every Ny, when you look carefully, you see one contour who make that inside of that contour is the black hole. And they call it for the moon's pant. They call it for the moon's pant, the ny måne contour. For us men, it's like one banana in the sky who give us one imagination and one mark from the sky of the pant or the moon. Troll sås häxmos. Mose ra. ABC kär ra. Musera mos. Häxmos. Hexa is one mythological figure. In our one Finnish mythology, we divide us in 8 power: Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sampo, Aino. Sampo was the first man, and Sampo is also every man who lived today. Aino was the first woman, and every woman is still one Aino. Ukko is the grandfather, Akka is the grandmother, Lemminkäinen is the father, Joutsen is the mother, Seppo Ilmarinen is the king, and Maija Ilmatar is the queen, and they are representing the moon. And who represented the moon was the first daughter who became 27 years in the family. She represented the moon. The first son who became 27 years, he represented the moon. As Seppo and Maija in the mythology. And Seppo Maija was the king and the queen. And represented the moon. Så i ny det giv pant for the moon. Ukko, Akka, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo, Maija, Sampo, Aino. Ukko, Akka and Lemminkäinen representing the sun who go up every day and down every evening. With the moon could give mark to us people on the planet. Because ny måne, halvmåne and fullmåne, Shiva in the paradise star. The first son, who became 27, he represented the moon. And the 12th son, who became 27, represented the sun. And between there is 10, tin, tiu. And this 10, tin, tiu, there was the troll. And Maja and her 6 sisters was the queen with the 6 hex or in the mythology. So 6 hexor and Maja and 10 troll. Troll, sås, hex, mås. And it had to do anyway with some children making. I think in the end there, anyway it had to do, of course, that we get more on this planet. And we all are born from this tube, with feeling. Take away. Because he's new in the program. This part, because he's a magic guy, you can ask questions and you get such a nice answer.
You talk about the tube, but clitoris is having a different name in Danish. It is not called clitoris, it is called killer, which is the same as tickle.
Killa, yeah.
The same as sources, like where the water stems from. So it seems to me like the real source as well as the wind.
I'm sure men must have some moose.
You feel now that moose has men and source has woman in this thinking. Yeah?
The river has source. Source.
Yeah, the source.
Killer have different meanings. Killer is clitoris. And killer is shelter. Clitoris can help me from the video. Where the water, the river is springing from its shelter.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
And this is the same as killer, which is the Danish word for clitoris.
How about that source?
Hey, she's telling you very big thing now. She means that this Danskar has been changing their
changed everything,
clitoris
man.
to be something completely different. What do you call clitoris now in Danskar?
Killer.
Killa.
Yeah.
Killa.
Killa.
K-I-L-L-A.
Chitla. You have
Yeah,
chitla. You have chitla. Chitla, the chitla.
Chitla.
You have that chitla there in Denmark?
Yeah, killer is
For them, killa is this.
Klia. Ja, det kliar på ryggen och det kliar i. Ja, kliar.
The same way.
And the Tor is the Tor. So now we have this Tor because we have Tor's hammer, we men with egg kolv and hood. So we have the hammer of Tor. Tor's hammer has egg, kolv, and hood. You remember the kolv? Yes. So now we have this Tor's hammer, we men in root. Yeah. So we have the hammer, the vasara in van, hammare, vasara, what Ra said, mitä Ra sanoi. So that there is this thing in van who helped to think that vasara means that this is also speaking. Yeah. Now we have Tor's hammare, the hammer of Tor. Now for us, in our association, you have kli, because this kli is one feeling inside in you that you get the feeling to kli, you have to scratch. It's something inside you who make you to start to scratch, because you have to scratch, means that. Like we also, our prick standing middle of the night, you can't be without to dry hand and take out and drink, because it's a mark to do. So there must be the same in this kli inside in the sound. And Tor is our, like this, Tor has to do with this ollon. So there must be the same ollon feeling inside in you, in your kli Tor. Now I must be the chupa itself, from skin. Kli Tor I, for you, clitoris. So now if you take away the kli in Denmark and call it, it's very closed, yeah. But it's different. And from there you get the source to be female and not moose.
I don't. That is.
You have the same?
Yes, I understand.
That it's interesting in her brain as Danish, she can find this combination and find a så, jag sår, du sår, vi sår. When we make children, we sår still today, we men. Jag sår ett frö, I give one frö, and it come out one child. So we men only sår.
So,
yeah.
Give out seed.
So.
And from so come sauce.
So now from this troll, so se, troll, it's in sound. So troll, so se, it become for us masculine, this source. When muserar, it's one, you know, you have
like
one.
You mix the milk and you make it.
It's a whole finger thing. You finger. We hand, dry hand, but you spel fingerringen, fingerera, and you svinga. You had a wing. That's whole your thing.
The swinging. Nice. Swing. Svänga.
That's different than draw in hand.
That's different than
You
draw.
draw.
Draw is draw. No? You draw I hand. Hand. Draw. So in root you say draw I hand. Draw the I with the hand. Yeah, which means wanking. No?
Wanking.
Yeah. Draw I hand means wanking. No?
And the women, what is it called?
And the women, it's called fingering, or they are fingering. Fingerera in root, and they're fingering. I don't know if it's correct in English, no, but I think everybody understands.
The only thing is female.
It is.
We have all hand in our. You have thing. You have all this thing, everything. We have everything like this. We are. It's for us, but you have all other things. It's all this ring and wing and thing and swing. All is female.
Yeah. All all this ing.
Next gen, I was in I am here. Oh, just wanted to check about the black chair which is in your office, if you could take it to show you.
Ra. And Sipra means that if some wetness coming out from this wall, I can feel that it has been Sipra out. Yes. And now when this next the Sipra end with A, roughly this A, like Aukaka and A was also add or Sipra. Next is drop.
Dripping.
And the next is
Rin.
No, yeah. Sipra, drop, rin, flöd, should be in these two. Sipra, drop, rin,
Means rinning.
flöd.
Flowing.
Flöd.
Flöd is like river.
That's in the thing.
Flooding. Flowing.
Go on and like you can see I, Masa, Luva, Huva, is all offering is this there of earring. Otherwise maybe you make one child. Must be the other side.
Yes, I know.
The next recording is from Ior Bock in the ping pong room on the Sunday the 9th of August 1998.
Which, that means that you and me should be same. That we see that As, the As, As, is the 12 system, and the Van is the 10 system. So we have Van, you and me, and she, and the Jewish, and she as a tropical also. In our way of counting. So if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, root 13, 14, 15. Det would go from root, alltså from as. Så det är hela grunden till as i hjärnan är alltså 12. 12 is the ground to the as, and the van is the 10. So in that way you and me are 10, and she. But these tropicals are also 10, but they are tropicals, and she. So now all tropicals with brown and black-eyed people, you can put them like that, have 10 when they count. If you ask one Chinese person, he is counting in his normal way, but when he comes to 10, he repeats in one new sound. If you take the Hindi people in India, you ask them only to count, and they come to 10, and they change to one new sound. We come to the Turkish people, you can also count, you have no idea about Turkish, but when they change sound after 10, you know that they are tropical with brown and brown and black eyes, and they belong to this 10 system. You can take the Aztec
Inca, Maya. They are also tropical people. All the African people you meet there in the jungle. I don't know what they are, but anyway, it's changed after that. No, we Arctical people again, we go out from the road, and from the road come Sven and Dan. They are of course mythologic figures, but maybe they also existed in the realism in the time, 9,014 years ago, appear two new figures called Sven and Dan. And in the Sven and Dan sperm existed the ass. So they started to count to 12 and go over to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 och så vidare, innan man talar på svenska. Ja. Från 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nu kom det 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 och så tar vi det en gång till igen för alla de barnen i skolan som ska emigrera till Sverige. We make this kind of tapes in Finland in the school. We make one Swedish woman from Stockholm counting for us Finnish people to learn. Nice. So from the Sven and Dan, the Svenskar like him come from the Sven and Dan. No, from Sven. And they say that Sven, he's like he reproduced himself, this Sven, with this 12 system in the brain. So they get this in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, what we can recognize still today. For the Swedish people, for us Finnish people, they are singing when they are speaking. So we call it root sing language. Root sing kieli. Because in our ears they are singing. Root means root. Sing means sing, and kieli means tungomål. So when we speak in Finland about the Swedish people, we say the root sing kieli people. Isn't it so? So they are singing the root from A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, H, Ö, och 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In your version, we feel that you sing A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, H, Ö, det är så trevligt där på svenska sidan. We feel like that. Yeah, we feel like that. But from the Swedish again, they started to speak like him. And this Norwegian language is really strange. We have something called fågeln flyger. Fågeln flyger, the bird is flying. Now you ask for Norwegian people to say the same, and he say like this.
Fuglen flyr.
One more.
Fuglen flyr.
Fuglen flyr. Från fågeln flyger. But now from these Norwegian people again, they say that they make the Scot and the Scotland. And how the bird is flying there in Scotland. You say bird flying, flying bird.
Flying bird, yeah. The bird is flying.
But you say like in your dialect you say flying bird. Yeah. So now from fågeln flyger, flying bird. And it becomes Scottish. So there is completely different. On the islands outside of Norway. People like you with blue and green eyes, and they settled down there. And now they start to live there, and in the end you have Scottish language in the brain, who is also 12 system and Ars language. But in the end, the bird is flying there in your brain. No, we go to Denmark, there come danskarar, the karar of Dan. Svenskarar, the karar of Sven, and danskarar, the karar of Dan. Now how you fly your flyger fågel there in Denmark? Vogel flyger. And Denmark?
Fuglen flyver.
It's the same like in Norway, actually.
Ja, så visst.
And from this Danskarar came this Middle Europe was blue and green eyes. All these people in Middle Europe were blue and green eyes. They seems to come from this Danskarar with the A's way of counting and counting to 12 before they go over to 13, 14, 15. So that means the people in Berlin, example. Now if you start to walk from Berlin east, one day you come to one place where the local people is counting to 10 and going over from 10, like she. And they are from Lemminkäinen, these people, like she and me. Yeah. So now we have Lemminkäinen, we have in Uudenmaa Lemminkäinen, and he makes children, and they counted inside in Uudenmaa to 12, and outside of Uudenmaa to 10. So now from Uudenmaa, let's say from Tornio border in Sweden to the Chinese wall, come blue and green-eyed people who all count to 10 in their brain. And it's called one people. Now these 10 people who have 10 in their brain, now they meet the Chinese, who make one big wall there, very big wall. On one side of the wall is these Chinese people who has 10 in their brain, but they are tropical. And on the other side of the wall was these Lemminkäinen people, also with 10, with blue and green eyes. And when they mixed, it come Mongol people, the Mongols. It was a little bit this kind of eyes. So Mongols are mixed between Peking people from China with one wall. Another side of the wall was actually from beginning Lemminkäinen people with blue and green eyes people. But now when they mixed, it become these Mongol people. And now if you go from China more to west, we come to these Narkasul people. And Narkasul people are the Indian people who live there still today with their Hindi mythology. Now if they go north, and they mix with these Lemminkäinen people, who also has blue and green eyes, and count also to 10. So now when the Hindi people and the Lemminkäinen, they become Tatar people. And Tatar people is still in Sweden when one gypsy making one child with one Swede, it come Tattare. Tattare they call them. You heard about Tattare? So they the same like Tatar is Hindi, Indian people, and Lemminkäinen people come Tatar people. But if these Indian people go to Sweden and make children there with Swedish, it come Tattare in their system. And if you come now from these Hindi people, come to the Turkish people, who also have 10 system in their brain, and the Turkish people also has black and brown eyes. If the Turkish people go north, they come to Slav people, who is the mix between Lemminkäinen and Turkish people again. So now on the border of these tropical people, we can see from our perspective in Finland that we go from Finland to the Chinese wall, and from there we get tropical neighbors like Chinese, like Hindi people, and Turkish people. If they go north, it becomes 3 different mix. The Tatar, the Mongol, the Tatar, and the Slav. Now the Slav, now we start to come to her. You feel you are Slavic people? At her? Yes. So now she is already belong to the Slavic people with 10 in her brain. Now we are 13 different together, because it's Sven and Dan, Arctical, both of them, and Lemminkäinen is also Arctical. So we have 3 Arctical races on the planet. People coming from Lemminkäinen's sperm, it's one of them, the oldest. After comes Sven and Dan, who come first 9,013, 14 years ago. and appear on the planet to be the people who went to West with the A's language. And now we have 10 tropical races together and 13 different prick heads. So we have 13 different prick heads, helmet, we men. And that comes from the E angle we can see on our prick. If we put it to stand and we put one mirror, so you can see the E angle with the hjärtklappar and how it go up to the upper with the third eye. So from that part we can exact say where we come from if we go so far into the examination or in our race. So we are 13 races. But now we change subject to something else because that was maybe that we can understand it. According to the sperm system, we are 13 races with 13 different prickheads. Maybe we go over to something else. We have been taking the E in the sound. It's very much for us men to be that we have the E because we can touch our E. In this A, Asar, B, Boris, C, Kära, D, Dag, E, K, Frö, G, Grund, H, Hell, I, J, Jarlar, K, Karlar, L, A, G, Måne, Nordstjärnan, Oden, B, Polen, Q, kvadrat, R, A, S, Solen, T, Tor, Jurt, V, Mana, X, Y, Z, O, Ö. But if you see the E, for us men, it's really we have the E, and we can't really think that the woman could have one E with the prick on the E, pricken på E. The prick on the E, it's the dot in our language. But now you can see the E also like one magic tube. The troll car has one troll stav. The troll car has one troll stav. But this stav you can also see as a tube. Now if you take this tube you can look into the black hole. That means the woman. You look in from the hole of the tube and it comes darker, 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 black. If you out from the tube, it comes lighter, 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 white. So we see our prick as one tube who you can touch on the outside. The woman has one tube you can touch on the inside. And that tube is her E. So it's actually her skin in her hole who become the tube for her to be her feeling. We can touch our feeling like this, our ling. But she has the feeling inside in the same tube as we can see we have as our prick. And if you put E to be that magic tube, she can see that in the whole alphabet she is included in the E, but in form of one tube who has one inside feeling, when our tube has the outside feeling. And now we have our tube, so we can see we have these names like we took it already. We have säck, påse, kasse, ended with C or started with C. C-ek is säck, C-ek, säck, or påse or kasse. That means our pung, our ryggrads säck. If you go out from that, we come to our kolv and we come to this kaft. And it's covered by skin who has möss, luv, huva, or it has false krans. Now false is that part before our mushroom is start, who get the false krans. And from the false you come to something called brett, and that is how brett this mushroom is, the helmet. The brett is the vibrera. When it starts to stand, the skin becomes very vibration just on that part, and it's our neck. And the neck rose is the rose, what is over the neck. Now from the neck rose, brett, you come to something called kant. And from kant you come to this we call sari. Is this who go a little bit over the helmet, the sari. But anyway, the kant is the friction place. Yeah? And from this false, breadth, Kant. Sorry, we come to the apple. What is actually the Shiva in the board Shiva story we was taking with the ladies. Now you can see that the woman must have exactly the same. They also inside in their tube must have the false. And they must also have something called breadth. And we know all in English that the woman has one Kant, even when they don't like to use the word Kant. With the English brain, the woman has one Kant for you. Now Kant is also in root language. One part of our prick has Kant, and one part of the lady's tube inside must also have one Kant. So in that way, the Kant seems to be quite right English word for this lady's tube or her hole. They don't like it anymore. They say, don't say Kant. It's bad. Now, from our perspective, we have the king, and now in our system, the king doesn't make children. But Sven and Dan are kings, and they are making children. So Sven, as a king, he get one beautiful lady who become his queen, and the queen get the first son become crown prince, and the second, third, fourth, fifth of these boys from the king's sperm become actually dukes, or we call them Hertig av Södermanland, Hertig av Östgötaland, Hertig av Norrland, Hertig av Gotland. So now this Hertig, what was the child from the king, became the Jarlet, Karlet, Trelet, like surrounding fathers in this Södermanland, Norrland, etc., etc. So now the king is also making child. And in English language we had the word fuck king. Fuck king. I am fucking, you are fucking, we are fucking bastards. You know, it's that one word in English language. You have fucking there? Okay. Now in root, fuck means for us the same like one post fuck, where you put in something and you take out. Or you can bank fuck, where you also take out one box and you put it in and you lock. You can have lön fuck in your secretary. This box you have to find, and behind there is one secret. That's called lön fuck. But fuck means that we in root put in something in the fuck, and we take also out from the fuck, like one post fuck. Now when king put in his prick in this Kant, he put it also in one fuck in root language. And he put in the fuck, and he take out from the fuck, and he's one king, so he is fucking. No, fucking is not so nice to say, don't say fucking, it's also ugly. So now this original, what we can see from root language coming to Swedish, coming to Norway, and in the end forming in this Skott or England, that you say fucking, and for us, we go through the sound, we think that fuck means one place where you put in your prick in and you take it out, and maybe come some friction with this Kant, because Kant anyway is out part of the prick head. So the female must also have one kind of Kant who make this whole fucking thing to be the ejaculation, who end with one orgasm. You can go for hours, but maybe we take this that we can make a little bit questions. Maybe some question has been come. Otherwise, I speak and speak and speak. Let come the question time. Who we start with? We start with you, the luck guy.
You've used English, the English language, and you analysed tantra, and you looked at what that meant. But could you have done that equally with Russian or any other language?
No, Russia is not chunks. Russia is like Latin. It's completely a hocus pocus language. So you have no association at all.
Oh, right. So you can only do it with
Only
certain
on
languages.
root. Only on root. It's one thing in the brain who has one association you trust. You drink from yourself, and these who are root come more strong.
and all friends of you also have same association of the same word, so you leave it open, with one fuck is one fuck, and one king is one king, and you can put this fuck to be from root and see that there is logic in this fucking, one example. So it's we trust on the root, and it's magic. Now Finnish language was spoken in Russia up to 987. When it became Greek Orthodox. Same we were speaking Finnish in Finland, but one day we was getting the Latin, one letter from the Pope coming every week to Finland. Pope had been duplicating and sending it to the Archbishop sent it to the bishop to the vicar, and the vicar give it to the priest who read it in Latin for the listeners. But in Finland he had to translate it in his brain to proper Finnish language so he could keep his Latin by himself. For us, we was thinking about this priest from the Roman system. Yeah? So if they should have been succeeding with their ideal, we should have been speaking hontonus, ponitanus, oltinus, otutonus, cantitanus, apatonis, cantinus. Very wise. But has no association. Nothing. Now you see also that Finnish language was spoken in Russia before 987, but now they get some Greek Hellas Orthodox who come from Hellas to become the Hagia Sophia language in one Greek Orthodox system, who now the priest is in the every Sunday morning also for the thinking cars giving out his. No association in this kind of thing. So it's nothing to do with any association at all. Latin and Russia, they are constructed language. Now sometimes you feel also that this Hochtung, Tochtung, Puchtung, Töchtung, the German is very constructed if it had been Danish from beginning.
Also says many times that the word responsibility has the root in the word to respond. Can you comment this?
Take one more. That's it. Take it one more now.
No, I want to know about responsibility, where it has the root.
Root is number one language, and from root they've been creating van, and van is 1, I, 2, I, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in the count to 10, 11, 12, 13 is 11, 12, 13. And from this van, your language has the ground. From van. So you don't get this root association who come from the ass. There she is, can understand this if you want to figure it out from her. That's also magic, that all tropical language is based on this one language. So you can take an Indian boy and now he put his oral language from his village, what they can't even write and read at home. And he put his word and you put them in pieces and you see that there is inside all these one associations. In the same way as we can have one fuck, one bank fuck, one learn fuck, or one post fuck. That fuck means really for us one fuck. The same you Arctic and you Van people find it in the same way in the brain from the Van language, what means all tropical people on the planet. Also you. It's a large thing. The Van is the most large language that has been created on this planet, if you go into the Van language. It's much bigger than the root. Root is quite small, because from the root they created this Van language in the history. More questions, maybe.
The word namaste, and then in Swedish närmaste, they sound very similar to me.
Namaste. But now we see that nama means, if you take va, now we go to her, nama means for her your face. Because now we go to van, because Hindi is van. So nama is one face, namas, te.
Namaste, tack så mycket. Thank you. You must think that again from the Nama. There you can't really take these namaste and namaste. It sounds nice, but leave it open. But nice kela. But I should more go straight into the one deep and see what association exists there for to figure it out before to put it to namaste could be namaste. More questions?
Last time I saw you here was 2 years ago, and then you were talking about Atlantis and about the story over there. And I wonder if you would like to say something about that today.
Alt, land, is. Alt, land, is one period where we had something called Vinland and Vinland's Gulf, the Gulf of Vinland. And there come the Gulf Stream from Mexico who made that Atlantis period could be existing in the history of the planet. It means that we had tens of thousands of islands on one place of the planet who was surrounded with warm water. And people could live in that milieu and in that circumstance. It's a very large story, the Atlantis story, that's already 10 hours of tape in sound system. All the domestic animals, all the arctical animal and trees, they all these come from
When you talk about the cunt of the woman, when you're talking about the cunt of the woman, I wonder if you're talking about the rings. The cunt is the ring, that's the cunt.
Yes.
The rings in the tissue, in the connective tissue, the rings. Like a caterpillar have rings that move like that.
Yes.
Is that the cunt calling the thing, the different cunts, the different rings inside the
That, as a man, I can't answer. You can only make this question that the female can feel that if it consists their tube of some sensitive rings. That you mean?
Yes.
Now we let the woman, they already falling to sleep.
It goes like that. It moves.
Yeah,
it moves like this.
It must be there.
It moves in and out.
My mother, she always told one joke. And in the end I was wondering that the ladies were smiling to this joke different than we men. And I take the joke as it is, it's in one language, so maybe it's not so easy to transport. But anyway, it was one Finnish boy who went to Sweden. And there he met one beautiful lady, of course in the story, and this lady asked him to put in the finger in her cunt. And he did it. And she said, mera, mera, he said, mera, mera. So he put in one more finger. And she said, mera, mera. And he put in 3 fingers, and she said, mera, mera. So in the end he put in whole hand there. And she said, mera, mera, mera. So he put the other also. Now she said, applaudera, applaudera.
What it means? What it means? Translate, please. Translate. What is it? That reminds me of a joke I tell you.
No, but that's one joke. But after we had one discussion that what is like for men, what do we have where we can react that one man is one man has very long finger. They say that when he put the finger like this, that is in his way of taking out sperm, it has to do also with his groove leg of his shaft. So one person who has very long finger usually have very, very thick prick, thick dick. Yeah. Is this. You can show, because it's in the friction. Like to put this one, I have pil ra, When you take this side down, you peel round the balls, and this is again the other one. When you men take out sperm, we use both hands if we have them hanging free, this ball. One second, I try to find if I come to the end of this. Now we come to the joke. Now that one woman with this kind of inside feeling, she can look for one other girl who has very, very small, nice hands. And she can really go in and do something if she has small hands. So in that way, the girl who has a small hand with small finger can be more attractive in the ladies' world, what we men could not even think about. But one whole child is coming out from there, so it must be possible. It was not one joke. Now you can come with your...
You were talking about the length of the fingers in the prick. That it was about if the fingers are long, the prick must be thick.
Yeah.
I'm living in the Caribbean, and those pricks are really like for donkeys. But I don't see that the fingers of those people there are very long.
Or short, or they have very thick pricks there, you think.
Yes, terrible.
But you can't see that if you have there this thing and you have this, that it's existing something. But you can't have me reacting that it's not consequent. You can't say that it's like that. But in our imagination it can be. You see one guy with one enormous hand, and you see he has one enormous thing. You can think he probably have that thing. But very often you are surprised when you see it. It was not like that at all.
Okay.
Leave it open. It's one theory what can be in one way when you think the physical way of that thing, but it's not consequent always like that. Yeah.
How much of like, is this all that you've been telling over and over on tapes and written also, or how do you...
No, it's not written. You can't write this kind of thing. You can only have it in your brain. You can put it according to the sound system, and you spend time with your friends, and you take one word and you go through all the parts, and in the end become stronger and stronger the fact of the association. With time we can go more and more into this mysterium, what this anyway is. It's existing.
If I wanted to learn more about the sound system, what is the possibility?
It's to learn this alphabet and this fixed association of them. And after you start to look what is festival, val is val, and you go val. Now you know root is val. We have val, hall, a. Val is one space, one room, one hall. In root. You also have hall. It's always roof, one hall. Hall without roof is not one hall. So val, hall, and a, you put it on ukko, akka, aser, and you place them in that way. So you can, every word you can find out if you give it time. Some is not, you must leave them open and find out now. You can't do nothing for that word. But no problem, you take another one. And if sometimes later on you see that one word we was working one whole day and didn't find nothing from, is one other thing there, why was we so stupid when we was thinking like that time. Yeah?
Is there a connection between the different sounds and the inner organs in the body? For instance, when we were doing divine healing, we were using the arm and they correspond to different organs, inner organs in the body. Is there such a connection?
I can personally see that my sound more than my when I take out my sperm, it comes some kind of andas, what is the only like physical thing. But the rest I can't see in that way. different sound? Could they be sensitive? Could they be, or prick stands from one sound? Come from the brain. Maybe one sound can associate you, like you go to one dancing place and now come this melody you was dancing last Friday and it ended with one nice night and now you come back to this and now maybe prick standing from the sound. But that the association of one happening, what happened including that sound, what associate to you. You get what I meant? Yeah. Like evergreens, we have music. I remember this because we was in Spain and there happened all these nice things and there they play just this music and now your prick gets one remembering of that thing and it can make one weep in your travel from music. But otherwise I don't see that music has any erotic, more than calm and nice to be in music.
What does it give you to do all these associations? I mean, why are you busy with it? Does it?
I'm not busy. I feel it's very fun to do it together. It's really fun. You can laugh. And in the end we say, now we stop. We don't take one more word now because otherwise you go on for 3 hours and we are laughing there. It's too much, you know. It's yeah. Now we stop, now we speak about something else. You must decide there, because one new word they come and everybody can say think about the same word, and it's funga you for hours sometimes. When everybody is having the system in their brain, in the group you are together. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about your life? From your spontaneous, I think there was a
in my life, yes. What can I tell about my life? I was born 17th of January 1942 in one sauna in Finland. That means that I am still born in that old good way. I am the first in my family who is born on the fastland. The rest of our family is born on islands. My father born on Strömsöland, that is Nappertuna, and my grandfather on Digerö is Nappertuna, which I born in Gumbostrand, 30 kilometers from Helsinki east. There my father was baptizing me with one Baptist spoon, so I've been drinking my father's sperm. So he has one bone spoon, and he has been wanking and taking that and giving it to me as a baby when I get my name. That's called dopsked. And in that way I know I've been drinking my father's sperm and my father been drinking my grandfather's sperm. So that's the oldest tradition we have in the family, and that's the only thing what make you and me different. Yeah. When I was 3 months and 3 weeks old, my father died. So I've been growing with my mom and my sister in one big forest in Sippo. I have not been in any primary school that my mother felt that it was not really necessary. When I was 14 years, I went into Helsinki and get one lamp in the theater. One theater who play operette 2 times a year in the spring and in the autumn, and in this theater is 2 loges, and there I have the spotlight. I'm 14 years old little boy, and I had one work, and I get money for my work. So I went every day with the skiing in the morning to the bus, put the ski in the snödriva, and took the bus into the Helsinki, went to the theater, went there and come back with the bus, took my ski and ski home to my mom and sister. I wake up every morning, the first, to make the road for the toilet, and went to knock on my mom and sister's door that they could go and use the shit house. I stayed in the theater to 1960-63. I went through the drama school, so I am school actor. That's my profession. The drama school, Nya Teatern i Helsingfors, Svenska Teaters i Vakkol. And from there I was in Vasa Theater playing little bit theater, and in Åbo Theater playing little bit theater. In 1968 I started on the 7 islands outside of Helsingfors in one fortification called Sveaborg, and has been guide there in 30 years. That means people writing nice small letter, Ior Bock, Sveaborg, the postilion bring it to me, I open the letter, and there is one person saying that they have one group and want to listen to me, and one telephone number, so I call there and we decide what time they come out with the boat, and I will be on the shore when they arrive. I tell them one story about 1 hour after we go to have a look at these places I have been telling about, and they get one receipt in their hand. They can go around with one hat and put the inside of the hat to the post office, so they get one receipt, and the other receipt go to the tax office. And free lunch, my lunch is free. I've been 23 winter in India, 6 months every time. From 74 I went there, and after that I've been returning every year. 6 months in India without no work for money, only spending time with nice people. Working 6 months of the year for money, spending 6 months in Goa, Chapora village. I go down now every morning to one tea house, and there is all the other people I also know, and there we are sitting and spending time with no electric music, no gambling, no alcohol, no drugs, only drinking tea and nice food this restaurant is doing. I have a library there in India with all 18th century literature, but I'm reading 2 hours every morning for to make my program for my job I present in Sveaborg every year. I like to be in Goa Transinal dance party. I can eat 3 times a week. They can bring me to the party, and I dance from 12 up to the morning till they bring me back home, and I sleep the daytime in that time. I have enormous big bekant, kapskrets. Many people say hello to me. I feel good for that, they recognize me. I have also kamrats, kapskrets, what means that I've been coming into the kammar, I've been starting to speak with each other. And I can follow their life because I know they follow mine. And I also want big vänskapskrets, people I really can stand for, or be standing for me. I have no relation with anybody. I've never been having any sexual relation other than one 8-year relation with one woman when I was fucking every evening and Sunday morning according to one agreement when we started. That's called normal Freud philosophy. That's me.
I have another question. The other day you mentioned about making this sperm, and you mentioned every day. This question.
You mean in every time I make one tape there is included that you can drink from yourself, women and men, I think so. It's the only thing what I feel in this story that is important, that you can stand for yourself, you know, that you drink from it, not throw it away. It can stand for pissing because you are running to the toilet, it can stand because a beautiful lady is lying there, so of course it starts to stand and you know what happened. But when you stand for yourself, you drink it. The same as the woman has some clean inside who mark that she can clean if she's really open to her inside feeling and drink from herself. That's natural. Not more about that. That we know already the drinking thing, I think. Something else than drinking thing. Or anything.
You mentioned that we had 13 different kinds of structures, penis structure. And we had to talk about Chinese last. We didn't talk, I didn't mention much of the other ones. We have mushroom structures too.
Thickest form. Usually the tropical from origin has, like we call it, lancet form. What means that the neck is actually not in the same way as we Finnish, Swedish, Danish, English people. If you see one Chinese prick standing, you see that the head, the ollon is completely different, especially the heart for within the angle. of course, he has one interesting background. He's probably from England, where they moved to France, when they moved to Portugal, always get nice brown tropical ladies to mothers to their children, and ended up in Brazil. So now he's wondering if his British prickhead should have been still going on, even when so many tropical women has been included in the line for him, because he looked completely tropical. And maybe he's surprised that he has one like Lemminkäinen or Sven and Dan. You never know in this world where you find surprise. But
I'm willing to hammer the table.
I think we must make it here in the theory. You know now the theory. Maybe we find it out one day, which of course we can throw it in the table and we can all look, but maybe it's too much attention for 60s kind of place to do such a thing, isn't it, Dave Pierce? We do more in the theory this way. We can, outside of this, we can throw and prick at the table, no problem. More questions? Yes?
The English language seems very good for swearing, like fuck, cock, cunt. Is it the best language in the world for swearing? Or why is it always 4 letters? Cunt, cock, cunt. It's always 4 letters. Is there a reason for this?
The swearing word, or the word, I think you put it, we can also, let's say, swearing words, when you are short, you don't think quick, you must put in something between there. Like we can say perkele in Finnish language, it must be devil. And tuli perkele, mä sanon perkele, jos sinä perkele, nyt tuu tänne, niin vittu perkele, you can put in, the same word nearly in every, because it's slow thinking people are putting in this kind of middle, between word for to have time to form their meaning, maybe. But English language has many of them.
It's good, isn't it?
It's good, yes. America has motherfucker, that's a heavy thing, if you say such a thing. That we don't have in Finland, example. Only America. But usually this part of our prick or the cunt is used to be these between words. We have one called vittu, ja nyt se vittu, se meni sinne ja vittu tuli tänne ja vittu, kun se sanoi, mä sanon vittu, kuule vittu, jos sä vittuilet vielä, niin vittu, you can nearly speak with that one word. And it means the cunt of the woman.
Say something about
Kärlek. For the first, the end of it is lek sound, and lek we have in many other words, like stor lek, grov lek, tjock lek, djup lek, also kärlek. I think it say by itself that you have one play or end with one, maybe orgasm. Kärleken, the divide lek, jag skär, du skär, vi skär. I divide, you divide, we divide. Jag skär, du skär, vi skär, kärleken. So that tell in your English, Swedish brain exactly what it means. If you put it to jag skär, du skär, vi skär. I share, you share, we share. But share means different than share. I divide in share. Jag skär brödet till 2 skivor. It must of course be one inside lake, and I think when women is throwing pillow on each other sometimes you see that they have one heavy lake. We men don't have so much of that lake than women, I think. Or maybe someone who's throwing matchbox and trying to fall down on his prick there, Maybe it's one share lake who maybe end to something. Or one woman who you are attractive from, you make one lake for to reach this share, the divide.
In Brazil there is a word called xereca.
Xereca.
Xereca. Shereka, which means the vagina. Shereka.
The ek inside also, what is very heavy. We have also darling. What is dar means one vibration and ling, so darling is the darling. And darling in root is älskling. Älskling, Swedish. That more I can say about kärlek and älskling, if you was fishing for that. It must be one play who will read something nice. Yeah.
What's the meaning of the masturbation that you do?
Mastrubera, mas means many, tru means the true, be means asking, ra, mastrubera, I be, you be, we be, I be, ra, I ask ra, mastrubera, mastrubera. That says in the Swedish association that mass is many, massor are människor, mass, true, masturbera, bera in that, masturbera. It's one old, very large word to take out for drinking, mostly. Wanking, drinking, talking, wanking, drinking, talking, wanking, drinking, talking, speaking, thinking, the world is there.
Can you talk a little bit more about what you call women's juice?
That liquid who come out, it's almost also be from cell, the same like sperm cell is consisted from cell, also the human's mahla consists of cell. Our sperm cell is coming in when we undas, when we are. From that we get our yellow stuff in our ball, and I think also it must be equal for the female that when you also undas is create this white stuff or this stuff you get when you masturbate, and it's sip, ra, drop, rin, and flöda, and it comes out from you. It can be served in one finger, borg, one solmustin, one metal thing you can put on your finger when you shouting, called ditalino or something in Italy, and with that you can also clean the clitoris and take it like one small message in gold, small cup. You can use the por and the kana. Por means por and kana means kana, called mor root, the root of the mother, or kar root, the carrot. And the girls say that they use the sharper side of the carrot, not the round side. Then you asked.
And then you lick from it.
Then they maybe eat the whole carrot. That's nice.
I must say, maybe if to give it to the woman, the semen, and then we can drink it together. The man can take it back to his mouth and share with her. It would be half and half.
Oh, there should be one compromise, but woman is drinking 30 days the man's sperm before the man put in the sperm, so she know the technique. But in this thing, the men has not been really drinking from our womb. That was one female thing. Difficult that if it's not equal, that part. That make it in a way not really the same. But you know the technique, and many people like when the women and these oral sex, especially Clinton and these kind of people.
Then you don't throw it in the bathroom or just recycle again. It's good. It's very good. And you can have oral orgasms too. While we're getting back in to the system.
They give us 5 minutes more. And what to say the last 5 minutes of this tape, I've been saying at least 10-hour thing, sitting with different groups. Most of you have been nicely lying down like this, but anyway, listening with one ear, and all of these have become tapes. What this tape from this house this time means, that I don't know. I've been 2 times here before, 1 time talking about julänglar and jultomtar. The second time I was talking about fyrväppling for the men and fyrklöver